about bourbon tonight.
Hey guys, this is Dave with BTM Reviews, and on the show tonight I have JVP from JVP Music. I have Old Man Dave, my biggest detractor, and I have Andrew Rowland from XP Comics. You guys know him. We might have some other people show up. I think Neon might come in later, but with JVP, you just hit me up on Twitter today, right?
Today.
And I was like, of course, come on. And then I had another guy hit me up. He's from Jonesboro, Arkansas. And he's an artist. And he's like, I'd like to come on your show too. I'm like, are you guys a network? Are you guys all a network? Because if it is, it's cool. And I talked to
make sure that they're not detractors. I can't be on a stream with a detractor. I just can't.
We're the Iron Age. As soon as we hear that someone might have us on a stream, we're all like, "Oh yeah, be next."
So you don't mind doing my chant, which is "All hail Eric July, all hail Ripperverse, all hail Ripascend."
Oh, I only hail Dio. That's it.
All right, that's actually pretty good too.
I don't do any hails.
So, JVP, are you East Coast, West Coast, Central?
Yes, sir. East Coast, South Florida. I'm in I'm in the best state and the worst part of the state. So,
Miami-ish.
Yeah, Broward. So you have Miami-Dade, Broward County is the county right above that.
I met my wife in Broward.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, that's where I'm
at. In Fort Lauderdale, and we lived in Hollywood for a while. All that good.
That's where I'm at, Hollywood. Yeah. Nice.
We lived in a little one-room studio in front of the beach back in the 90s for like $400 a month. Oh. That ain't happening anymore.
No,
we were so happy, man. Just the two of us in this little studio. The bedroom, the kitchen, and the bathroom. You could see them all from the bed. It was awesome.
Hollywood Beach is great too because it's a nice beach, but it's not like South Beach or Fort Lauderdale where it's like too young and crazy partying. It's a nice, relaxing beach, Hollywood. So,
yeah. Hey Tim, did you like that stream with Chris? It was really good tonight, man. He really got into some good numbers. Chris is like the numbers guy for ISOM or for the whole Rippaverse universe. And like when Alpha Core finished, he had by day 6 said, this is what it's going to make. And it was $2,000 off. Wow. And he's predicting after today's stream or today's numbers, it's going to be around 1.56 million.
That's where he thinks it's going to settle?
Uh-huh.
And there was no bump last night because Eric July wasn't on FNT.
No.
Those guys are the new detractors.
Are they?
They are the new detractors.
Are you being serious on this one, Dave, or did they slam it at all?
I'll give you actually my serious take is the fact that isn't this first week of Yaira 1 campaign?
Yep.
Right? Mm-hmm. And so this is the first FNT of the Yaira campaign, and they didn't have Eric July on this show. I think there's something really sus about that. And then the other thing too is in the show last night on FNT, Gary had to answer the question what he thought of the Yaira trailer. Did you guys see that?
Mm-mm.
Somebody sent him a super chat, right? Didn't they send him a super chat for $50? Yeah,
a $50 super chat. So they had to say what they thought. And him and Ryan Cannell, they were honest, which I thought was fine. It was kind of interesting that they were honest, but I also thought it was weird that Az wasn't on screen for that question. And the fact is that they were kind of honest, and they were almost they were subtle, but they were brutally honest about it.
Wasn't this like 3 hours into the show too?
Yeah.
So Az had already checked out for the night.
Yeah, and when does Az ever do that?
All the time.
And
he does check out early on FNT?
He does. Okay. He'll hit like the 1 o'clock in the morning Britain time, and he goes. But that chat might have came in at 3 o'clock, dude.
Yeah,
and he knew Az was going to leave and waited till the end.
Yeah,
because they had their show together.
At least he didn't have to answer the question. But the other two, they kind of laughed about the actress and her voice and things like that. And Gary was saying something like, well, I prefer the animated ones.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Read that one, Dave.
EJ wasn't on FNT is because he was talking to Old Man David. Yeah, probably. Like
And a night letter.
No, he was
I
sending
get
him a love letter based
Yeah.
on the videos that Old Man Dave
Sturgis
does.
and I and Goalposts. We've been getting.
Merchandise
Eric
and
knows that we're out there.
and it's merchandise and books and those numbers. So that's the
Yeah.
scariest part. The books
Yeah.
aren't selling.
But
So
you know what?
JVP, let's find out about JVP real quick.
Yeah,
He's
I
the
want to hear
star
about
of the show. He's a heavy metal music guy, right?
Good.
Now I did go to Apple and listen to your electronic album from 2021 too.
Oh, you did? Is that up there on Apple? What is
It's
it?
on
What
Apple.
Super IO? I think is it the full album or
16 songs or something like that.
yeah, Super
Yeah.
IO. Wow, that was a so that kind of goes into my backstory of what we're doing now. But before the Iron Age even existed, going back 5 years, me and my brother, who we've been creative together for like 20 years. We were in 2 heavy metal bands down here in South Florida back when MySpace, not even Facebook, MySpace was your only social media platform. So
Sure.
going back a while, right?
Uh-huh.
But yeah, we were in 2 heavy metal bands. The first one, that's my CD and our T-shirt and the shadow box up here is called Metal Rain. We were the biggest metal band in South Florida locally. We had the biggest show down here. It was called Metal of Models. It was a show I created.
Was this 90s?
No, early 2000s.
Early 2000s? Okay.
Yeah, so we played our first couple shows. Obviously, when you start playing shows, you bomb. You play in front of 3 people, and one of them's your mother screaming, "Good job, boys!" Like that was kind of like.
It's like my first few streams. My wife's the only one who liked them.
Yeah. So after bombing a couple shows, it's like, okay, well, like, what are we doing wrong? And what I figured out, because I kind of became the band manager, is we have to book our own shows and book the headlining spot for us, right? So I started organizing shows, going out, meeting bands. And then we were pretty successful making some friends and getting some good bands on our bill. And it's like, okay, well, what's missing from these shows? Let's go back to the 80s and look at hair metal. It's like, oh yeah, chicks are missing. So we created a show called Metal of Models, and it was pretty successful for a local show. We had national acts come to South Florida to play our local show. That's how big was down here at one point. Yeah. So
nice.
Had 2 record offers. We didn't sign them because we'd be poor. Band fell apart. No, not really a Yoko Ono story, just kind of shit happens story. But yeah, I had in the past 2 bands. Both bands got radio play. Took a break for 10 years, and me and my brother decided to get back into music and decided to do scored audiobooks. So before the Iron Age even existed, we were spending year-long. It would take a year to produce like one of these audio trilogies. And then we kind of that fell off. And when the Iron Age hit, I had this idea of getting back into metal. Because when I came back into music, I wanted to do scoring, electronics, orchestral, and I was practicing all that. But it was like a long time since I've done metal. So yeah, the idea, as soon as Eric July announced the Rippaverse, I'm like, the project's called Ruthless. I already know what I want to do, and we've been doing it since. So.
Cool. So you said you got record play down there with a couple of the bands, or radio station play?
Yeah, radio play.
Nice.
Yeah.
Did you tour?
No.
The
thing about music, especially if you're a small band, because we had 2 record contract offers, and when you read them, it's like, man, you tour and you're in the negative when you tour, and then you get back home, and to just stay afloat, you immediately have to go back out and tour just to stay even. You're really not even making money, so it's like it's not worth our time to sign this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, but you and your brother still do music together?
Yeah, in Ruthless, my brother he's the co-writer, and he does all the voice acting. He was the front man, so he's got a great voice. He's really excellent at creating these different type characters of voice acting. In the fantasy audiobook series that we did, the villain, his name was Sigma. To do his voice, he cut up a sock, and he took part of a sock and shoved it in his cheek. So when he talked, he would like build up the saliva and have this really kind of evil sound.
Like Gyra.
Yeah, he goes pretty well. He's
Marlon
not that,
Brando.
Yeah, he's not that. Well, maybe he is that sick. But yeah, he goes to great lengths to produce a good quality product.
That's awesome.
So back to Gary's review. Now, I didn't see it, and Lucifer Evening Star is saying, it is funny how Gary will tear apart most milquetoast tame piece of shit from CW, but when it comes to Eric's, shit, he is the complete opposite. Did he review it harshly last night, Dave?
You know what? This was my thing, and I made a video about it today. And the thing that I called him out on was the fact that he was saying that we can't expect something that Eric July makes to be as good as what the established people in Hollywood can make. And then that's when I paused the video and I was saying, now wait a second. You
Oh
guys
wait,
tell me.
you weren't his biggest fan at that point. You weren't being a ripetard. You were actually
Oh,
being honest.
I was being like truthful me, but still in a bit of a ripetard. I was saying like about Gary, like, wait a second, you've been telling us that Hollywood is a piece of shit now for 4 years, that they can't do anything right. So why is it that someone can't come into the space, move differently, and make something that's as good or competes with it? Like he kept trying to justify that we shouldn't expect that Yaira is amazing because it's not coming out of Hollywood. But at the same time, his rhetoric is always Hollywood is garbage. Everything
Right.
coming out of there is garbage.
Right.
So that's where I was catching these guys up on like trying to catch them on it.
But they also hired two sisters that have made movies to make this
Well,
video.
right.
I mean, there's no
Movies.
excuse. Yeah.
But like
they made smut films, right? But they actually have done it, and this is
Yeah.
the best we could come up with. So that's pretty bad.
Playing my character for a second, I can say, you know what? You can look at that Yaira video and you can say, this thing is a dog shit. You can dismiss it if you don't like it. But you can actually look at it and go, there is production value there. There is something that looks close to professional. I don't know. I'm like, I'm not unimpressed with it. I'm just kind of at a loss of why you would create it to push a comic. It doesn't really make sense.
Sure.
Like nothing he does, Eric July, really flows and makes sense. But why he would do this to push a comic is weird. It's just kind of like,
And why make
if
it
I was
why have 2 minutes of credits in a stupid trailer for a comic book?
but because he's buying into his like he's starting to believe that he is something now, and whether he actually believes it or whether he wants to believe it, he knows that this is how things are done. When you make a movie, you put something behind the scenes, and it's just a way of making them feel a little bit bigger than they are.
Feel important.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know. I know that Critical Drinker and Neurotic were on Piers Morgan recently, but if you go back a few weeks, Critical Drinker and Neurotic had an interview with I think his name's Benny Johnson. He's a conservative pundit. Did you guys see that?
Mm-mm.
Oh yeah, he was on that show. They went to the bar with Gary and had a drink at 11:00 in the morning. Yeah.
Yes. So I thought this was interesting. Benny asked, I think he may have asked about ISOM, and I guess Gary, which I used to be a huge fan of, but if we get into Iron Age and Comicsgate talk, I have a bone to pick with the FNT guys. It's shouting out Iron Age all the time.
Yeah.
But the Gary, unprovoked, because it was like a positive interview, there was like no pushback from Benny Johnson, started talking about ISOM and immediately was like, you got to give him time. He's just starting out, but it was completely unprovoked. So I think even he knows, and I think he's starting to try and separate himself, or at least hedge himself a little bit for being very supportive early on, which is fine. I think if you want to support him early on, that's fine. But now that he's hedging, it's like, okay, what's going on in your head a little bit. I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah, and like Wendy says, Gary's losing authenticity points every day.
Well, between this and between going on to Piers Morgan, I'm sorry. Like these guys have been shitting on the mainstream now. They call it, the access media or whatever. You're trying to tell me like Piers might not be in the circle, but he's definitely he's their opposition that they've set up. So he's in that mainstream media circle. And for Gary and Critical Drinker to go on to Piers Morgan, dude, you start to see that these guys are like star fuckers, right? Like, why are they?
Gary or Critical Drinker has a movie to promote, right?
Yeah,
I'll give him that. He does have a movie to promote, and Gary has a book to promote.
Yeah,
but why would you not promote it on JVP's channel? Support the Iron Age. Get people on JVP show because he's a small creator. Gary's this big guy. How many fans would go watch JVP's channel and maybe gets him 10,000 subs for one shot? But he doesn't do it. He does
here's
not
a crazy-
recognize anybody smaller than him.
Yeah, and the thing is Gary would be better off being friendly with EVS and going on EVS's show and pushing his book because there's more like-minded people in this audience that would buy that book. You go on to Piers Morgan and people, normies watching that show are just like, who are these fucking internet idiots who are like,
they don't know,
who are
nerd
like
culture.
complaining about Disney every week? Like, we need another one of these guys. No one's going to go into Piers Morgan and think, I'm going to buy this guy's book. He's
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Mm.
So like those FNT guys are losing credibility every single day right now because they're becoming everything that they've railed against for the last 4 years. Like they're starting to see that star shining, that they can catch a little bit of shine and they can get close to the mainstream. Obviously it's something that Gary wants, otherwise he wouldn't show up on Piers Morgan. I don't know whether he was on Tim Pool. He'd probably love to be on the Daily Wire, you know. Daily Wire is not really alternative media.
Yeah, I'd have a lot. I mean, Piers Morgan's. I mean, I know he's got reach. If he does, nobody likes Piers Morgan, not even England,
Right?
Britain, they don't even like him. So
Totally right.
Yeah, and whenever I think Piers Morgan, man, you got to go back to Alex Jones screaming 1776 will rise again.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, he just Alex Jones destroyed Piers Morgan's entire career with that one sentence.
Well, wasn't it also the case too where Ben Shapiro was on Piers Morgan like 10, 15 years ago, 12 years ago? And
Yeah.
Piers was essentially a leftist. Like,
Oh yeah.
hello,
Yes.
Piers Morgan is a grifter. So these guys are suckholing to a guy they know is a pure grifter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
It totally kills their credibility. They might as well just stay in their own circle, let people find them, but not go out into that mainstream world because it helps me to lose. It helps me no longer believe in whatever Gary's got to say, man. That's why I'm so down with it.
If they went on that show and gave Piers just like a little bit of shit or pushback, and I didn't watch the whole thing, so maybe they did. But if they went on there and they were like a little bit like, yeah, I know who you are, but I'm going to use your views to promote my stuff anyway, I would totally respect that. I have no problem with that.
But they would have
all
cut it out.
funny.
They would have cut it out. It wasn't live. They would have cut it out. Yeah.
So that was
Still,
pre-recorded.
though, I would've-
Yeah, there's no point in saying it because they're going to cut it out. They'll edit the shit out of that.
Oh, they didn't edit out Alex Jones.
So we have another musician joining us. This is Neon Thunderbird.
Neon.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Neon is actually making my intro music. So
Nice.
I do want to pull up something cool from JVP, if you don't mind.
And this conversation is great. So I don't think you have to switch it up just because I popped in. I'd love
No.
I
I want there's some people here, and I want them to see what JVP does.
Okay.
I just want the detractors in the chat to know that they should be giving Dave some super chats. This is all the detractors out there.
Yes, please. All right. So can you guys see the screen?
Yep.
Is it full screen or not?
I'm a
Let me get rid of us. Let me get rid of us.
Well, I would like to see everyone else's reaction.
No, this is not about our reaction. It's about something that's really cool. So, all right. Let me play it.
Do we have sound?
Yeah.
In the final days of 2022, the world was introduced to a tale unlike any other. That tale was called a heavy metal audio comic about a man named Ash and his guitar weapon, Shredder. One man searching for his family at the end of the world. In 2023, the story continues. Coming soon.
Yeah.
How fucking cool was that?
So cool.
Just, I mean, even if you're a metal fan, that is just great.
I appreciate that.
Fantastic. Did you
Headbanging.
did you play all the music yourself?
Yes, sir. I produce every little bit of every music, drums, any kind of synth orchestra, obviously guitars and bass. And most of the vocals are my brother, but I'll have like that ruthless scream in there is mine, and I'll contribute where I can. I'm not very good at vocals, but
So your brother's the vocalist, and you play the drums too?
yeah. Well, the drums are all done electronically, but
Okay,
there's little tricks you can do to make them sound real. Like once you like plop your drums, and I used to be a drummer for a long time, so I know how the set layout is, how to pan it, and you could do little tricks like change your velocity, drag the notes slightly off. Perfect, like a perfect in time, so it sounds a little bit more natural. There's things you can do to make it sound more real.
Jay, are you Logic or Pro Tools?
Cubase.
Oh, Cubase. Okay, cool.
Yep, Cubase.
So where did the story come from?
Story came from me. It's a nice, simple story about an event called The Short, which eliminates all electricity on the planet. Very mysterious event. We don't know what happened yet, right? I do, but you guys don't.
Coming soon.
Coming soon. Well, issue 2's out. You can watch issue 2 now for free. My product is released on YouTube for free. You can just go there and click it. It's low commitment, 20-ish minutes, and you can be done with it and move on with your life. So we try and make it easy on our viewers.
So you don't plan on monetizing this in any way at all?
I'm not sure yet. I have a day job where I make my money. And,
we all do.
Yeah. Yep. And to me, I just want to focus on making a good story. I just want to focus on releasing Ruth. Like, there's 2 issues out. The first one, I think a lot of people like the concept. The Iron Age kind of gravitated around it. I got a lot of feedback from a lot of other creators. There's just flaws with it, right? It drags. We didn't focus at a scene level of like, hey, let's make every word important. Let's use our economy of words so we're not wasting people's time. We did a much better job of that in issue 2. But I just want to make a good story. I'm not worried about the money aspect. I think when you add money into it, you kind of become a slave to it, and I don't even want to consider that yet.
You made a 24-minute video, dude. That's a lot of time.
It's a lot of time, yeah. It's so to produce one of these takes me about 6 to 8 months. It's a long time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you do the drawing too?
No, I can't draw. I contract an artist. So Sean Stevens did issue 1 and 2. I'll tell you what, we switched up artists. It's actually Dave, if you want, I actually prepared a little it's a 1-minute video to introduce the new artist for issue 3. I don't know if you want to play that on your channel or not.
If you want to share it or just send it to me in the private chat, I'll pull it up.
Sure.
Yeah, good job on the production, dude. It sounds real tight.
Let's
that,
let's see the best thing that ISOM has ever done, guys.
I did do this.
A Hero's Calling ISOM theme.
Yeah, this is before the comic even came out. I did this.
You did this.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a cool little hero song. I'll shut up now.
That's legit.
Never used either. I mean, I think that's use worthy in a trailer somewhere.
Did you produce that for Eric?
No, I just did it. I just did it to have fun,
right? Or fan concept. Yeah.
It's a fan concept.
Yeah,
Nice.
fan concept. Yeah. So, so that's if you look at my YouTube channel, you can see where I was in between projects of what we were doing before in Ruthless, because I'm like, I was kind of aimless. It's like, all right, I want to do music because it's like something I have to do. It kind of balances me. So I did a bunch of covers. I did like a Predator cover. I covered Misty Mountain.
We're not done yet, buddy.
You can make fun of me.
We talk about what people love, and people love Predator. That's one of their favorite movies. Arnold's favorite movie. The chat's made that clear. And
Get
then
in the chopper.
Yeah, we're gonna play. We're gonna play another love letter to Eric that he's too stupid to know exists. And it's
Hey.
So this one, I know what you're gonna play. This one was before. This was after ISOM 1 came out, before anything else came out. I think I dropped this like pretty soon after ISOM 1 came out, and this one I was going to enter it in a fan art contest, and he wouldn't take it because it was music, which is fine. But I was like, "Oh, come on, man! Like, it's pretty interesting if you
at least listen."
Yeah.
It's music and not a drawing.
It's not a bad drawing.
He doesn't even know what a good drawing is.
Well, he's a
there you
musician,
go.
so that's competitive. You can't do that.
Well, this is cool.
This is my kind of music, guys. I love fucking metal. Holy shit! That's for metal too.
That kind of like the chanting reminds me of like Bane's theme from The Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, a little bit.
It's just got it brings in a cool vibe.
It's real cool.
Anything that cool in Rippaverse?
Rippaverse has lots of cool stuff, guys. I don't want to get into this detractor.
Oh yeah,
talk.
they ship books. The
audio is cutting in and out a little bit, but I think that's Dave's dial-up that he's got over there.
No, that was that's because I'm trying to watch both screens at the same time. When I just watch one, it doesn't do it.
Oh, okay.
I've noticed in our StreamYard, we're gonna hear it. The audio is not going to be great, but if you go back and watch the stream, the audio will be pretty clear. So we won't get what the listeners are getting. The listeners should get a pretty good listen to it.
Thank God.
Do you record? Do you double track all your guitars?
Yes, sir.
Just two tracks.
Just two. Way back in the day, I used to quad track it, and
it's a little much though, right?
It's much, and at some point, I had broken my wrist and not known it, and I have like a chronic inflammation in my picking hand. And it hasn't slowed me down too much, but it has slowed me down a little bit. So I just stick to double tracking, keep it nice and tight.
Do you hard pan left and right? Each one hard pan left and right?
I will go between 90 and 100 depending on how I feel. And sometimes I'll adjust the pan in the track. I'll like pull it in or pull it out. It all depends on like what I hear and what sounds right.
But one's pretty left and one's pretty right?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, fair. Yeah. Cool.
Neon's our regular he's our musical expert.
I love talking music.
No, just another musician, man. I appreciate your work.
He toured with Hall & Oates toured with Hall & Oates for a year and a half. That's pretty good, right?
Did you?
Yeah. It was fun. It was crazy. I was by myself though with no band, so it's like if I broke a string or lost a pick, I was like really fucked. Luckily, I didn't do either one of those, but I was the whole time I was worried about don't drop a pick, and don't break a string. You know what I mean? In
Yeah.
addition to trying to like do music.
JVP, have you ever heard of a band called Apocalyptica?
Yes.
All cellos.
Yes. Amazing.
Unbelievable, guys.
Yes.
I'm serious. And they've been around since the 90s.
Yeah.
I never
I love
heard of
the
them until like
90s.
5 years ago. And I was like, what the fuck have I been doing with my life? These guys are
Yeah.
unbelievable. Check them out, Neon. They play
I've
some
heard them. No,
Metallica.
they're fucking great,
They
dude.
play those Metallica songs with those cellos, and you're just like, what the hell, dude? That sounds
Yeah.
better than Metallica playing this stuff.
Have you
And they
have you
never-
ever heard of? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
They never sing. Like one album, they bring a singer in for like 4 songs. Other than that, it's all musical and it's heavy metal with cellos. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Did you
There's
guys? Did you ever see Metal School, Jay? Like Metal School with Steel Panther or those guys?
Was that to me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Metal School. I know who Steel Panther is. Death to All But Metal is one of my favorite metal songs of all time. You have to listen to it, but I haven't seen that one.
I lived in Hollywood for
Sure.
a few years, and I used to go see them every week.
Knocking on heaven's door.
They're actually a legit band, though, like the Steel Panther
yeah.
guys.
Yeah, they're
Absolutely.
really good.
They're
Yeah.
actually legit, man.
So JVP, would you be interested in scoring things like shows, movies, things like that?
Yeah, that's
And
why I
have you
got back
done
into music. I want to
Right
I
on.
want to score something. So I don't know.
Old-
Do you guys know
Old
who
man
Eliza
Dave-
Blue is?
Old man Dave works in animation for Hollywood.
Really?
So you know, yeah,
Kind
he
of.
does.
Oh,
Yeah.
we're gonna be good friends after this.
Yeah, big time. Yeah.
So you can
As
tell
long as
from
you're
the-
not a detractor.
well, no. You could tell from the 2 songs that you just played that I did for Rip Reverse. I like big grand themes. When I write a theme for a hero or a villain, I'm thinking I'm no John Williams, but I'm thinking from the aspect of John Williams. It's like, okay, Darth Vader's theme. You've got your main iteration of it.
Yeah, I
And
was
then-
getting ready to say something here. Let's call bullshit on that because I saw something different.
Okay.
And we're gonna share this, and we're gonna play this.
Dum, dum, dum.
Not bad, right, guys?
Oh yeah, that kicked ass.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
I
not
did
over
bang
yet.
to that.
It's not over.
Oh,
Oh yeah, it is. Sorry. Now it's just an ad.
That was an electric guitar, JVP, instead of horns.
I actually did. I didn't just steal the Imperial March orchestra section. I redid the whole orchestra section with my VSTs and laid guitar over it. So all that's me.
Right,
So
but the
now-
parts that normally play horns, that was guitar, correct?
The guitar lined up with the horns.
Cool,
Correct.
cool.
Yes. Mhm.
It was great. We're gonna play the one last one that everyone wants to see, and we even get Arnold in the goddamn video. So here we go.
Arnold.
I think this is my biggest video.
Yeah, it's like 7,000 something views.
Yeah, I'm small time.
See, guys, this is who I find for your entertainment. That's why we're here, to have fun on a Saturday night. Fucking cool, JVP. That's awesome, man.
It's I just utilized the greatest scream in movie history. I call that the primal scream of all mankind. You cannot beat that scream.
I watched your 4-minute Westworld. Like you said, it was like an entry for the pro or on your video, like an entry video to play theme music for Westworld.
No, so that was a contest, and that's going way back. I am a way better than that video now. That's going back when I first started. That is not some of my best quality stuff, but yeah, I did.
But it's still timed up great with the scene. It's Too bad Westworld sucked after year one.
Yeah, it did. It was really just an experiment of, hey, I want to score. I set up my stuff so I can pop the video now into my DAW, which is where I do the music, and I can actually score exactly to the video. Let me kind of do this that was my first time ever scoring video. So.
What's a DAW?
It's short for Digital Audio Workstation. That goes back to the question Neon asked if I use Pro Tools or Ableton. I forget what he said, Logic. But yeah, there's a lot of different programs out there. But that's
Neon, you're muted.
Oh, that's where musicians basically produce all their music nowadays. So.
Yep. Just like with digital artists, like, you know, like, do you use Procreate? Do you use Photoshop? Do you use Clip Studio?
Yeah.
And hey, Andre, I checked out your video comic too, and I really liked it, man. Real like authentic, like Japanese anime vibe to it. Like the voiceovers were cool and stuff. Not to take away from what JVP's doing, he's awesome. I'm just saying, I saw yours too.
That's Vic Mignogna.
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah. You got Vic Mignogna do his work.
I gotta check it out.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, JVP, what's your plan with Ruthless? Like, do you have a story, a finite story you want to tell, or do you just want to keep this going? Like, it's obviously a passion project. Like, you're not really thinking about it in terms of like how you can make the money from it right now. It's the story you feel you need to tell. Like, what's the future for it?
Sure. Well, it's kind of gimmicky, but I'm referring to everything in comic terms. So, like, instead of an episode, I call it an issue, and then instead of a series, I call it a run. So the first run is going to be 8 issues. There's a beginning, there's a middle, there's an end. It's it's in this post-apocalyptic setting where all electricity disappears. The story is completely over the top, professional wrestling style, but we hope to like pull some heartstrings in there with some good writing. We'll see how well we can execute. I think we're going to do a good job on this 3rd issue. It's already in production. We've already started it. But 8 issues. There's a definite ending, and it's going to end there unless there's a clamoring of like, we want more Ruthless. If there's enough of a fan base where it's like, okay, let's keep doing this, then I actually have 2 more runs that we can do. But if there's not, I'll just let it die there and sail off into the sunset.
Do you have another story in your brain?
That's a tough one. I'm a new writer. This is the first thing I've ever written, and I'm only co-writing it. Like, I'm doing the story, and then I kick it off to my brother. He's done a lot more writing than me. He's a lot better at dialogue writing. I'm good at setting the scene up. I'm good at overall continuity of the story. Like, I think about all that stuff, but as far as dialogue, I'm not good. Like, my brother needs to really save my ass there. But
do you find? Have you always been close with your brother, or is this something that you guys? Okay,
super close.
And so obviously working together is just been fun, right?
You're like the Coen brothers.
Yeah.
Or sisters, right? Are they sisters? No, that's the Matrix guys. They're sisters now, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
How many Wachowskis?
Yeah, the Wachowski girls. Yeah.
How many people do we have in the chat right now, Dave?
We got 17, but Ethan's on, so that's okay. I don't care. We're having fun.
You 17 should check out JVP Music.
It's really good, right, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, like I'm just been looking through the Ruthless stuff, and like I'm impressed. I'm impressed by everyone that Dave's been bringing on, because like this is stuff I want to do too, and I have a feeling that I'm going to be inspired by all of you guys to get my button gear and get something cool going on soon. So I just think that everybody should check it out.
And go to Neon Thunderbird's website and check out his album. He's got the 25. He's got a 25 song album. You can donate to it. You never sent me the link to get my music either, Neon.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you couldn't find it. Okay, I'll send it to you. Tomorrow? I'll send it to you tomorrow.
It's fine, but there's some really good stuff there, and you know, he's not a metal guy. He's just he even says, "I'm not a genre. I just play what I hear," and I love that. I mean, that's what a musician is, right? You play what you hear at the moment.
The thing is that some people feel comfortable in a genre, like he feels comfortable in metal, and his style.
But he has an electronic album, dude. It's really fucking good. I listened to it today.
Oh no, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. And it goes along.
And I was shocked. I was like, "This is a metal guy," and I go to Apple, and it's all electronic. I was like, "This guy."
But what I mean is that some people feel really comfortable in a genre. They're a country artist that just like fold naturally into that, metal artist. But I just never felt like I fit into any of those. And sometimes you just don't have to, and it's fine. But some people feel really good about it. As long as it's authentic and as long as it's what they want, that's all I care about. But for me, it just wasn't authentic in any one of them. So I just kind of sort of went outside.
JVP, you got a new sub. Joe is great, man. He shows up to everyone. He's an Australian, so we got to forgive him. We don't know if he's real. He might be a fucking bot, but he's on every
we established that Australia is real yet, or
no?
My sister was born there, Dave. Okay.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. But
that doesn't prove anything.
Joe, you're only, you know, what, $53 super chats away from owning my flea from Fallout.
Pretty cool.
Joe's awesome. I love Joe.
He wants it so bad. Look at this. Yeah. I have the by the way, Joe, I have the box. I do have the box, just so you know.
Yeah, going back to kind of like what Neon was talking about with creating music. And this is really just for musicians, but you should create whatever you're emotionally charged to create, whether that's metal or something else. And unfortunately, I think the best music is created from harnessing negative emotions like anger and sadness. Like, I think that just kind of gives your music an edge if you can do that. So music production is difficult to do good because you need those emotions to kind of channel into it.
It's also way slower and way more arduous, and there's like thousands of little decisions and processes that you do when you're recording one fucking song. I don't think people realize how long it takes to do one song and how many actual functions that you do along the way, like how many decisions that you make. Like, is this a 0 or a 1? Is it, you're making all these little decisions, like thousands of them. Am I right, JVP?
Yeah, and really, it's a balance between math and emotion. That's what music is, right?
Yep.
So you have to be
brain. Yep.
Yeah. So it's not the easiest. And
your song, sometimes you have to think: is this for me or the fans?
You got to do it for you, and then hope the fans like it.
So this is a crazy thing. All right, Axl Rose, Guns N' Roses break up. Takes them 10 years to make Chinese Democracy, right? That album, Chinese Democracy. Everybody hates it. I fucking love that album. It took him so long to go in that album and make everything the way he wanted it. No Slash, nobody else. It's him and what he hears. And I love Chinese Democracy. And my wife, to this day, is always playing that album. It's really weird, man. I think Axl is super talented.
I was surprised by how much I liked it too, and I heard it and I thought like, oh, this isn't Guns N' Roses, and initially I didn't want to like it.
The first playthrough, I was like, yeah, this is bullshit.
Yeah.
Second playthrough, I'm like, holy shit, there's some good stuff in here.
There's a lot of Prince albums like that too, where the first time you hear it, you're like, dude, this is way out, man. This is out. And then by the 10th time you listen to it, you're like, holy fucking shit. Sign of the Times is the shit. You know what I mean?
Hey, chat, who's your favorite metal band? Let's get a list going. Who's your favorite metal band?
Iron Maiden.
That's you, Dave? Iron Maiden?
I think if I'm going to go back to metal, I like Iron Maiden. If we consider Black Sabbath metal, I definitely like Black Sabbath with Ronnie James Dio for metal. And but I love metal. I love all kinds of music.
Me too. I love country fucking music, man. Give me some like old country, not fucking today's pop music country. Give me some Johnny Cash. Give me some, George Strait stuff when it was early. But like my favorite metal band. It's so hard to call, man. There's so many I like. It depends on the time frame that they're in.
Dave, just name one.
I can't because I like 80s hair bands. So many good 80s hair bands, right? But my favorite was Rat. I fucking loved
like
Rat.
Rat was cool.
Huh? Rat was fun as shit. Way Cool Junior. All that stuff was so cool. But nobody talks.
Well, what I liked about metal in the 80s, and I mean, some of it was glam, but even things like
melodic.
Rat,
It was melodic.
it was melodic, but it also cut through to the mainstream where like right now metal is very much a genre that you don't hear people outside of being metal
Chris
fans
H, how
talk
dare
about.
you? It took me 2 times to listen to that album, and it was good. Not 10 times. Chris is a loyal follower, but we're going to have to beat him down for that one. No, thank you.
Old man Dave, you're totally right.
Yeah. And now metal is very exclusive to metal fans.
Metal was fun in the 80s.
It was fun.
Yeah.
It was
like,
fun.
I think we're all
Great
about
White?
the same age.
Remember Great White?
Yeah, exactly.
Great White.
Remember going to like school dances and they would play like Wham, but then the next song could be like, Poison or Rat or Quiet Riot or something like.
Yeah, Rock
there
Me
isn't
Like a
that kind
Hurricane.
Yeah.
But look at Joe. Joe's a Australian, and he's got 5 bands here. And you got Megadeth, Slayer.
Nice.
It's
Slayer.
not even Metallica. It's Megadeth, and I think I'm on the Megadeth side of that argument sometimes. It's like I like Mustaine. I like that crazy bastard.
Yeah.
And they threw him out of Metallica for being a drunk, right? Isn't that why they
an
threw him
asshole?
out?
You got to do a lot to get thrown out of Metallica.
Yeah.
Well, he was.
I opened for Wasp. You ever listen to Wasp back in the day?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
That was an interesting show. Very interesting.
That's pretty incredible.
So,
have you? Can I ask JVP? Have you ever made music for someone? Like have they hired you to make music for them for something?
yeah. So okay. So when I first started, the thing that I kind of got me back into it was I took an old song that we did called Freedom. I sent it over to a political podcaster, and he used it. He actually replaced one of his old songs. Since then, we became good friends. He comes and visits my house like 2 times a year. And to this day, like over 100,000 people listen to my music on a monthly basis. They have no idea it's mine, but they hear it on a monthly basis just from my podcast intros I've done alone. That's how I got back into it. But I stopped taking money because it was getting to the point where I was like, music is creation is so time consuming, creation and production. To do it for I think I would charge like $50 an hour. To do something that my heart wasn't into, it just wasn't worth the money because like my time is so limited where I can sit down and do it. I'd rather do something that I want to do than something I don't want to do and get paid for it.
What's your day job?
I'm a director of operations in the financial industry. I'm a corporate exec, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm in sales, buddy. I'm in sales. So I go out every day and visit customers. So I love Rob Zombie. I loved White Zombie. And even he's still making albums, guys, and some of the songs are good. But you guys remember Sepultura?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nobody talks about them. God damn, they were good.
Oh, Cara Fro likes Rob Zombie.
They were so good. But
Overkill.
But I like Avenged Sevenfold a lot. I think they're really good. I saw them this summer in concert. They sounded just like the albums do. So, you'd think that after all these years, a guy might have lost his voice. Nope. And, they even said on stage, they had that long delay between albums and they were actually thinking of quitting. They're like, they got families and all this stuff. Is it worth it anymore? And the band said, you know what? It's worth it. We're going back on tour. We're going to make another album. So they did. And, they have that Mattel song. It's got, if you watch the video for Mattel, it's just a Barbie doll that they're cooking.
Touring must be a blast, hey?
Huh?
Has touring must be a blast? Have you ever done that, JVP? I know Neon has. Yeah.
No, JVP said it cost him too much to do it.
Yeah. Well, I'm also kind of a homebody. I'm a family man. I got a lot of friends. I got 2 kids now. I didn't have 2 kids then, but like tour, my favorite part of, and I love playing shows. I love the ego boost of, because I was a lead guitarist. So I love the ego boost. I got my brother is the front man and he steps back and I step up for the solo. And it's great for the ego, but my favorite part, the part that's good for the soul, is creating music, creating something that's new that nobody's ever heard before. That's my absolute favorite thing to do.
Yep.
So when you're creating with your brother, do you guys fight much or anything?
No,
No,
we don't fight.
Oh,
We're
right
like
on.
one brain. So
That's so cool, man.
Are you like close in age?
4 years apart.
Really?
We're 4 years apart, but we think like twins. So
Are you the only kids in your family?
no, I'm the middle child. My brother's 4 years younger and bigger.
Oh.
I'm the smaller brother, and then we have an older sister who's a badass too, but she's not musical.
But no wonder you're the middle child. Nobody likes a middle child. Nobody clung onto your brother. Jeez.
Nobody likes it. Nobody respects me. I'm Rodney Dangerfield. I get no respect.
I got two middle child.
respect.
I have two middle kids, so they had it was all the same. It was all spread out the same. All the anger was, between all of them.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a new guest, ID Crisis. I think he loves this music talk. So here we go.
Hey, what's up?
Crisis.
Oh, I got to
Welcome
stop this
aboard.
other window. Sorry. I'm getting the echo. Got it. What's up, fellow babies?
What's up, ID?
So who's
How
your
you guys
favorite
doing, man?
metal-
You guys I love this banter you got going back and forth. There's a wide array of awesome coolness going through here, like comics and music and metal and whatever BTM is drinking.
We
That
talk-
yellow cup.
We are.
You know,
well, that's
David,
water,
old man
but
David
I'm
was
drinking some
talking-
Heaven's Door single barrel.
I saw that before.
It's
I'm going with Russell's
120
10-year.
proof. 120 proof.
Okay. Well, I know you can't see it from in here, but I didn't spend a lot of money on this, but this is a Kraken rum inside this here flask.
Oh, that's
Oh,
good
cracking.
stuff.
Okay.
I have it in my liquor cabinet. Yeah.
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 It's
I,
like a
I've,
solid rum.
I've seen people.
I
say
like
they-
it. I
getting
do. I
stuff
like it.
that.
There's a really good bottom shelf rum too. Like Blackheart. It's a really nice label. The pirate chick on there is very hot, even with the one eye. She's got the eye patch on there, but it's still like, I'm going for that one. It's. I don't grab anything off the bottom shelf except for the Blackheart.
But old man David, what you were talking about, I think that's what's cool about this community is because, like scoring each other's projects, working on independent art. I like to do video editing a lot.
Yeah.
I like to do voiceovers. I also do scoring for people. I'm thinking about doing Andrew's project. I really like it. I'm doing Dave's intro. He's JVP's doing a bunch of stuff. I think having a friend group where you actually like help each other out, get each other gigs, also just hang out as friends and drink whiskey and stuff I think that's the shit. Like I've never found a community until now. I'd say about 6 months ago when I kind of came to Comicsgate and sort of started getting into this because I was really disillusioned with the FNT crew and with Ripa and all that stuff. And so, but I've never been like, hey, come on to my show and be accepted and let's talk about your music and your experiences and fucking. But I also want to hear other people's stuff too. I don't want to just talk about myself, but I'm just saying, like, it's nice to be around a crew like that. So, I think
this is all universal stuff too.
Yeah. And this is awesome space that Dave's created because it would be so easy to get into these chats and just continue to rail against, let's say, the Eric Julys and all that stuff that's going on because it's so out in the open right now.
Boring too.
But it is boring, but it'd be
once in a
easy.
while,
That's why I'm saying that it's awesome that Dave, like, he brings on musicians. Like, there's just a lot going on here.
If
there's
something I love more than comics, I love music more than comics, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Music, your life, dude. I mean, there's so many times I like 80s fucking British pop bands. Okay, there's so many.
All of us like all kinds of music. I'll bet.
Yeah.
May I throw something out there?
Yes.
I was talking about a favorite musician of mine, and I cannot remember if it was a chat or in a on Twitter or whatever, but somebody turned me on to Richie Kotzen, and I had never heard of him until like a week ago.
Oh yeah.
Can you believe that?
Good player.
I'm 53 and I'd never heard of the guy before. And then I turned into I'm looking at it on Richie Kotzen, Kotzen. He took over for C.C. DeVille and Poison for a little while. And then he did a thing called Smith Kotzen with Adrian Smith from Iron Maiden. Some of the best music I've ever heard. And then the Winery Dogs, which is Mike Portnoy, if that's correct, I want to say it sounds like Mike Portnoy was the drummer, was the guitarist for Dream Theater, right?
Let me cut in just for a second. Kara says Tears for Fears, guys. Kara, did you ever hear that song? Sowing the seeds of love. The seeds of love. Sowing the seeds.
I will listen to Tears for Fears 1,000 times before I play fucking U2. I hate fucking U2, but I love
like
Tears
them either. I mean, they got a couple of good ones. They had like one good song that I really, really dug on the Joshua
Sunday
Tree.
Bloody Sunday.
Yeah,
Sunday Bloody Sunday.
No. On the Joshua Tree, it was I took the poison. Boy, that's the song that I relate to.
Yeah, they used to be good before they got to be like globalist assholes hanging out with the Clintons and stuff. They used to be really good.
When I
think it comes down to because you have to either there's a very, very few times in life where the have to do something is the same as the want to do something. And when somebody tells you have to like them, that's the first thing that turns me off.
Can somebody that streams besides me tell me how to set up notifications when you create a stream? I don't know how to do it.
Oh yeah, I can tell you, Dave.
I thought it was on their end.
Dave, are you talking about setting it ahead of time?
Yeah, like when I'm like Suit says, dude, YouTube isn't notifying me. I don't know how to set up notifications.
No, it'll automatically notify if you're setting your thing like an hour or two from now, like you said it.
Yeah.
It should notify them. The reason it's not notifying them is not your fault. It has to do with YouTube playing shenanigans because you're like right leaning.
And
so
that's
what
you know what I mean? Damn shenanigans.
Have I ever talked politics?
No, but I'm just saying they probably know what yeah.
There's six.
I think
old
we
white
talked
guys
about
on
Nancy
here. What do you think
Pelosi
was
the
gonna
other night.
For a
This
second.
is a sausage fest.
Andrew's really nicely holding his hands up. Mr. Cotter. Oh, Mr. Cotter.
Teacher. Like speaking of like a music and comics, like have you guys ever heard of the anime JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that a bunch of characters are named after famous bands?
That's right. I have heard that. My son is into it. Can you give us an example?
Okay, so the main villain, his name is Dio.
Nice.
Right.
Yeah, and his character name is Dio Brando. And there's a character named Robert E.O. Speedwagon.
Pretty cool.
I hadn't heard of this anime, but now I kind of want to see it.
Yeah,
oh, it's crazy.
Another character, Will Antonio Zeppeli, Led Zeppelin, and Tom Petty.
That's pretty basic. Yeah.
I loved his work in The Postman.
Yeah.
Nah.
Oh no, the character name is Ton. No, the character name is Ton Petty. Because copyright.
Man, that threw me off for a little bit there.
Dude, you know what band is underrated as fuck? Is Toto. Toto is an underrated band. Dude.
Has anybody seen Hired Gun, the documentary on Amazon about session musicians?
Oh yeah.
Now, that dude from Toto is in it. His name is escaping me right now.
Oh but, yeah, no.
He was working
on everything. They play on
working
everything.
with
Michael Jackson,
all Baxter, but the
you see the love
did the solo work.
See the love I get in the chat.
Just another guy. You're too funny, man.
Yeah. And then this guy Joe is like laughing at it. So I'm gonna stop putting your.
I don't know. I would take it as a compliment. I mean, those kids are, from what I understand, they're very pretty. And well, like Dave, and I'm very pretty too.
I think you're talking about Lukather, the session player. I think you're talking about Lukather.
Oh.
Probably, yeah. There's like the scene where he's talking about who's the guy that did the guitar solo for Peg. He's for Steely Dan, and he was telling he's gonna hate that I'm telling you this story, but we were working on that. We were working on that song, "Let Your Love Come Around," and he jumped off the. He's one of those guys that has to disrobe completely before he takes a shit. And he comes running out of the bathroom. He comes running out of the bathroom going, I got it. Turn your lover around. You don't remember that? You have to see.
I remember.
It's one of the most memorable parts of the entire documentary because of that story. But the guy from Toto is telling it.
Isn't that George Benson or something?
Yeah. They were writing a song for George Benson, the guy.
Oh shit! They wrote that song. I thought that. Okay,
yeah.
You
go through that. Go through that again. Hired Gun is I've seen it like 3 times. It's amazing because a lot of the times the music that you hear on the album with the picture of the 4 or the 5 guys in the group they're not always playing all the music. Sometimes they got to have somebody come in, a session musician, and
Oh no, that happens all the time.
Dude, was it Chris? I can't remember. Is it Cook with the guitar player for Five Finger Death Punch? He was a guitar player for Mandy Moore, and then she went into movies. He lost his. It's a great documentary. Hired Gun and Amazon.
Another good documentary, music documentary is Running Down a Dream. The Tom Petty. Oh, that's probably the best.
Has anybody seen Five Finger Death Punch live?
No.
It's supposed to be amazing.
No, they fucking blow balls.
I never liked them.
They suck live.
Live, they do.
Yes. I mean, we went and saw them with Shinedown, okay? Shinedown was our opening act.
Yeah.
Shinedown tore the roof off the place, right? And then this little fucking 4'8" dude comes out in some jogging suit from Five Finger Death Punch, who's a lead singer, and he sounds nothing like his albums. And my wife says, I just have to hear one song. I said, I'm out. I said, I can't take this shit. It was a second song of their set. It came on. And she said, you're right. We got to go. It was bad. They're that bad.
Well, at least you guys are evenly yoked on that.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, man, they're terrible. But somebody sent me a comic today called The Great Cyclopean. And I don't know. I haven't seen this. And I'm going to play it because this is what we do here. We promote different stuff. And
we move differently here. We move differently.
Oh my God.
Be great.
7 issues.
You can see the writing on the pavement. Young kids, they're growing up in basements. Online, a whole new generation. I'ma make mine, so you better go take it. Always, they need a new replacement. Decentralized, can't contain it. We're changing lives, yeah, upgrading. Call it suicide of the younger generation. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling them wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough.
Can I jump in real quick, David?
That was pretty cool, though, guys. The first 6 issues are free.
Now, who is this, YouTube, by the way, David?
On Trash something. Yeah, go ahead.
David, who is this that you just showed us?
That was Gyra the Comic, or I'm not Gyra, the Great Cyclopean.
They actually know how to write a song. I mean, that was very like it was kind of punk pop and stuff, but like the melody was great and the voice was raw. They didn't try to do too much with the distorting their voice and stuff, and it had an old school kind of punkish pop edge to it. So whoever did that actually knows what they're doing.
Reminded me a little of Rage Against the Machine, but without being too heavy. Like, and I used to love Rage until they fucking turned into wackadoos.
Yeah, they did. They did.
They really did. But back in the day, and we were so dumb. They were hating America back then, but their riffs were so good. You're like, beating your head against the wall, man. You know,
they were the shit.
Leftist values.
Yes.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is everybody's favorite live concert they've been to? Starting with Dave, BTM.
The Who.
The Who. Yeah. What year?
1992. 1991. Yeah. At RFK Stadium in Washington, D.C. The Who.
Nice. Let's go to Andrew next.
I am actually not much of a music person, so I've like never been to a concert.
Okay, well then just tell us what your favorite sexual experience is.
Don't say it's a lot like my first concert experience.
When you touched old man David's penis, that's
tell us why it was your right hand.
ID, what about you? Did you have a good favorite concert, ID?
All my favorite shows that I've been to, I'll say I've been to see Big Wreck more times than I've been to see any other band.
Big
And
Wreck.
other than that,
Are you in Canada?
No. I grew up in Buffalo, and then I moved to Pittsburgh. They've come down. In fact, they're going to be down here in June, and there are always these little intimate venues. But they're out of Toronto, so whenever they tour for an album, they'll go to the Town Ballroom in Buffalo, which is a great venue. It's really made for sound. It's like where a lot of old crooners used to go play, and we always do the VIP package, and
it's always worth it.
My wife's from Buffalo. ID.
Yeah, man, it's not a bad place. I mean, when you find out, really,
I've never been there, but that's where
What about you, Neon?
Yeah.
Well,
best show.
I'm going to have to go with Hall & Oates only not just because I was on the tour, but because I got to see 50 of their shows backstage, like backstage. And so it was really cool and personal. But if I had to pick a second choice, it would be the Neville Brothers at Tipitina's Club in fucking New Orleans, right during Mardi Gras. So
that would be insane.
In 92, I went down to Mardi Gras. I took the train, the train they call the City of New Orleans. I actually took that train. I went all the way from Portland, Oregon, all the way down through Texas. Texas took like 2 days to get through. Jesus.
No shit.
And then you get down to Louisiana, and like from Texas to Louisiana, you get on the train they call the City of New Orleans. That song, that's an actual train. Yeah. And then so it took like 3 days to get down there. And actually met a girl on the train on the way down. I was a young man.
I figured it was going to be that's why it was the best show you ever been to.
But
DTM after dark.
Yeah, but the Neville Brothers were like, because I liked Aaron Neville, and I like that weird tremolo voice that he has. It's like so beautiful and warm.
It's really
his vibrato is almost in the form of a triplet. So it's like, if
he has that quality that the Bee Gees do. It's his voice is its own instrument.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's like tremolo. He goes, whoa.
Oh, Chris likes Mastodon. Nice. What about JVP? Best show?
Is it one where I was just a regular viewer, or one that I played?
You attended.
You attended. All right. It's going to have to be my senior year of high school. Pantera just released Reinventing the Steel. Pantera is my favorite band, and it was the first time I saw Pantera live, original lineup, Dimebag, Vinny.
So, wow. The most fun I had at a concert was when I took my son to see Volbeat in Chicago at a small theater when Volbeat was still big, and they opened for Metallica and all that stuff, but they were soloing at this small theater that held like 1,000 people, and their sound was unbelievable, and my son was just like singing every song. So that was fun. That was the most fun I had at a concert.
That's awesome.
I don't think concerts are as fun as they used to be nowadays, though, for a couple of reasons. One, you're worried about your safety, because whenever there's big groups of people now, it's like, is there going to be a mass shooting? Is there going to
move to Canada?
It's fucking crazy.
You're all reminded me of I got to see Faith No More open for Metallica, open for Guns N' Roses in Rich Stadium in Buffalo.
That would be pretty cool.
That was absolutely nuts. I mean, it was a freaking super hot day. But
the longest concert of your life, too, right?
Axl Rose took forever to bring that band out, and it turned into this thing where, in order to keep the crowd, because I mean, there were like I can't call them mosh pits that showed up because I was in the stands. They weren't mosh pits that were showing up on the field. They were like circles of death, where it was like King of the Mountain, where one person was so drunk and stupid that they got in the middle, and then somebody would and I'm talking about like, we're watching this thing like it's WrestleMania, and I'm like, that guy's never gonna walk again because he just got wailed upon from the back, snapped his spine or whatever, and then all the plastic cups that they served the beer in, it was like this weird, like, have you ever seen a wave?
Yep.
Imagine that, but it's all of the empty beer cups being thrown up and down, and then the whole thing, you can just see it going around the entire stadium like a giant plastic cup fight, all because the next act wouldn't come out. It took like an hour.
Yeah. He's notorious for that.
He is. Yeah,
I've heard 2 and 3 hours at some concerts. Like,
he's notorious for that.
Felt like an
eternity. Wasn't there a huge thing where it was in Montreal? Was it Guns N' Roses? They didn't They were supposed to play, then they didn't. Then there was a huge riot.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was Guns N'
It
Roses.
was basically it. I mean, the guys that were running the cameras at the show, you're trying to entertain the crowd because there's no show happening. You have to show them something. So it was resorted to. Guys had their girlfriends on their shoulders showing their tits.
Okay, that's all right.
Okay, right. Unless
listen to this, Andrew.
But there's a reaction from the crowd. So they're either getting cheered or they're getting booed. Imagine
bits. Yeah, right.
Exactly. Imagine that you're because the camera's pointed at you. The camera guy is choosing who this is going to happen to. It's not up to you. It's not like you're raising your hand going, do me. I have beautiful ones. I'm going to let my girls out. Pointed at me. They pointed at.
That reminds me of my Mardi Gras story. You brought it full circle now.
Right. When they pointed, I felt so bad because I was with my girlfriend and I wasn't starving for attention in that area, but we were both looking at each other like, oh my God, that poor girl. She pulls her shirt up. I'm like, I've got bigger boobs than she's got. And imagine 80,000 people booing you.
Yeah. I like little boobs. I like kind of flat-ish girls. I always
but you were like the one guy in the entire stadium that she couldn't hear. What an ego-crushing event that must have been for her. I felt so bad.
I gotta ask. So you sent me the link, but is there a video for the campaign? Because all I see is just like an image. If he has a video, I want to play it. If you know where that video is for his campaign, let me play it. And then he also says Frank Sinatra.
Oh,
you ain't that old. You're not that old, suit.
You can't.
That would be pretty awesome.
Yeah, it would. I saw Sammy Davis Jr. when I was a kid.
Nice.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah.
On All in the Family.
What was it like? What did you think as a kid?
It was a fucking like casino bar with my mom, right? And it was so cool. Yeah. It was so intimate. I was like, the Candyman can. I'm like, yes, I'm 6 years old.
In love and makes the world taste good.
Yeah, how could I not? I mean,
did you know that he was a very vocal Satanist
and black?
What? And Jewish?
Yeah, no, he was a Satanist. Like he hung out with Anton LaVey and proclaimed like Satanism as his religion. It's really interesting.
Really?
Oh no! So
look into it.
So when the Saska sisters get to hell, they get like on rerun.
They're like, "Hey, welcome!"
Over and over and over.
All right.
They channel him. They channel him.
Right. So JVP, are you working on anything right now, JVP?
Yeah, Ruthless issue 3, 2.5 minutes, almost 3 minutes into that. We're about to kick the notes off to the new artist, who I'm very excited for.
You sent me the link for that, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't open Dropbox, so you need to probably just.
I'm late to this. What is Ruthless?
One of the things that
you want to see Ruthless?
Just to talk about JVP for a sec. One of the things that I think is cool that a lot of people just pass over and gloss over in the era of how many millions did you make on your comic bullshit, right? In that era where money is king and popularity is important and how many followers you have, working on something just for the sake of making it awesome, like what he's doing, is fucking cool. It's the coolest thing you can fucking do, and fuck everybody that has a problem with that. That's what I believe. That's what I do. That's what he does, and I respect independent artists. And we need to start getting people's eyes and views on people like Andrew, Old Man Dave. You know what I'm saying? Independent. We got to stop with this whole how many followers do you have and how many other people like your stuff. No.
Yeah, the royal people
to tell you whether you like it or not. If it's good, it's good.
But it's going to take people like us to start channels.
You know what I mean? I'm just passionate about that. I think that's fucking cool what he's doing.
Well, when
not expecting any money and just focusing on it being good. God damn.
Can I ask JVP? Do you agree with this statement that when there's no money involved and you're doing your or anybody on the panel and you're doing your craft for yourself, that is the best work that you've ever done?
I don't know.
There's no money involved. There's no timeline. There's no due date. There's not anybody else's input involved. It's just you doing it for the purity.
I'll quickly answer that to say I've worked on big animated projects, and my dream was always to do that. And I expected that most of my creative fulfillment in life would come from working on these projects. And don't get me wrong, I've enjoyed my time in the animation career. But when I'm sometimes just sitting at my desk, drawing on Post-it notes, scribbling, that's sometimes the most fulfilling artistic moments I've had my whole life.
That's a JVP answer, though. I think he wants to get paid.
It's it's very freeing to not have to worry about that aspect. Now that said, there's a lot of really great artists from. I mean, I fell in love.
Provided
with
you have the time, yeah.
I fell in love with Comicscape because some of the level of artistry, which I can't draw for nothing, but some of the level of artistry I've seen in my favorite comic, independent comics, Kozor from the Barton Brothers.
Oh shit!
And
yeah, I have that black and white version of that.
It's just some of the art's just so amazing. Those guys do it for money. I mean, if you can, I think it all depends on how bad you want to do the project. And if you take a project for money that you don't really want to do, I think that's where you get in trouble. So as long as you're doing a project where your heart is in it and you're like, I want to make this badass, even if it's not my project, I think you'll do great work. For me, I don't do this for a living. And it's kind of a cop out, and I can see where maybe, and luckily my product's different where it's just a YouTube video. I'm not giving a book out and trying to undercut people that are doing like physical comic books. So I think I can kind of skirt that, right? But it's very freeing to not have to worry about the money aspect. I can just focus on the story. I can put it out. It's going to be worth your time because it's free, right? So you can't call me a grifter. It's very freeing, and that's just kind of how I'm doing it now. I mean, if it blows up and I get like 1 million people like make a fucking ruthless animated show, right, here's $500,000, absolutely I would do it. I'm not even close to that yet. So we'll see what happens.
Well, yeah, but like you were saying before, the best moments that you've had while you were playing is when you're playing an original song.
Yes.
And nobody
I want to
paid
create
you to
original
play,
yes.
Nobody paid you to write it.
Yeah.
But you still that was the one that you had the most passion creating and then playing.
I'm tired of cover band. I mean, cover bands are fine. Like I know a lot of people that are my friends that play in cover bands. I'm not putting them down, but I'm personally, just me personally, I'm tired of covers and I'm tired of cut and paste consciousness. Create your own shit, make originals, put your stuff out there,
and that it has to go for like movies and TV too. Like how many times are we going to like recreate something? Like when you know how many times a $6 million man has been in discussion with somebody?
See, this is why Dave's show is awesome. Is he's showing us alternatives to all these reboots. Like, so if we were on FNT right now, we would just be talking about how everything
Hollywood
out of Hollywood is terrible.
Yeah, exactly.
Here, Dave is introducing us to new musicians, new artists, new comics, and I think it's totally valuable.
It is fucking great, Dave. You've done a good job, man. You were planning on just doing this like solo, and now you're turning it into a thing.
No,
the smartest move you made was sending me a link.
You're not.
There we go. All right. It took a second, but you finally bought into the joke. Thank you.
You know what pisses me off about FNT? So and I know
everything.
I know Comicsgate has been trapped.
Is what doesn't piss you off.
Yeah, fair enough. I know Comicsgate's been like kind of trashing like Royce from A Drink with Crazy. I love that dude. That guy.
Royce.
If it wasn't for Royce and Richard,
Royce.
That's who I was talking about earlier. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, not Merchant Royce. Those are two different guys.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I like those guys too, though. But no, A Drinker Crazy, he promotes all Iron Age products. Richard from Iron Age Media, he has a website and the magazine. We actually just did an EP. We had 5 different artists record 6 songs. It took us about 4 to 5 months to do it, and the CD's just going out now. But they've caught some shit from Ethan, and some of the criticism might be accurate. But I like those guys because they actually spend their entire online presence promoting other indie creators. What pisses me off about FNT is aware of A Drink with Crazy and Iron Age Media. They're aware of them, and these guys cover everything in the Iron Age, all the small creators. But they'd rather cover Echo on their show when Echo's released instead of going to those guys and be like, hey, what's the best small time Iron Age product that we can promote on the show? Let's get like one, even if it's not me, let's get one guy some views. I mean, that could change somebody's trajectory online.
I have something to say about that.
I agree.
We got to get back to Ruthless though. I mean that question was never answered, but I don't want to interrupt you though. even though I just did.
No.
I was done.
I just wanted to expound upon what JVP was saying, which is like it's all about what sucks as opposed to what's great. It's all about how the old model is dead as opposed to what the new model could be. It's all about
the perfect example.
Just let me finish this one point. It's all about destroying as opposed to creating. And so that's what pisses me off about FNT is that a lot of those guys don't have fucking talent for fuck all. They don't have talent to do shit. And they're talking to all this mad shit about how everyone sucks. And yet they've never been through 6 months working on 6 songs like I have, like JVP has, and like Old Man Dave has with his animation and Andrew and so on. So it's like they don't understand the fucking. I know I'm being a little passionate, but like that's okay. That's just how I am, and I think that's okay.
Preach, Neil.
I love it.
Preach.
That's
but I think
okay. All right,
don't
enough passion. Let's get to Ruthless. Here we go.
Dave doesn't like passion.
Shut up.
He's about the business.
Dave, you cut me off
say the shut up more
speech.
passionately than that.
Shut up. Final days of 2022, the world was introduced to a tale unlike any other. That tale was called a heavy metal audio comic about a man named Ash and his guitar weapon, Shredder. One man searching for his family at the end of the world. In 2023, the story continues. You gotta be ruthless! You gotta be ruthless! You gotta be ruthless! You gotta be ruthless! Live, kill, die! Coming soon.
Cool. So
he did all the music for that ID.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Have you been on Metal Movies and Brewskis?
Yes, I love that dude. I went on the show.
Matt, he's I don't know if I've heard
And we got another passionate guy in the chat. Suit makes a lot of content, right? He makes nothing off this content.
But Dave, you cut me off. Like, did I not make a point though? Do I not make a point? I mean, do you not agree with me?
No,
you make a point.
Yes, you make a point.
Yeah, it's just like.
I mean, don't you get tired of hearing what sucks instead of what you're creating and what
That's
could be?
Why I fucking quit, dude. I already knew it sucked, that's
my main point.
Yeah, I just got tired of being reinforced on how much it sucked. Yeah, I know.
What makes it worse? What makes it worse is when those guys with these huge channels hail the Iron Age. They'll only do it for another YouTube creator who has a big channel doing an independent product
called Razor Fist. Yeah,
it's the only time they'll hail the Iron Age. I think it hurts the smaller guys. It's
totally.
It's
because they think Razor Fist is the only Iron Age dude.
And I think Razor Fist deserves to hail the Iron Age
guy who's producing Iron Age stuff. Did he coin the phrase, or was that somebody else?
He made it popular, and look, it inspired a lot of creators to kind of gravitate toward that. And the Iron Age is small, and if you take all the big YouTubers out, which again, outside of Razor Fist, I think they should all stop using the term, because it just makes us look bad. The smaller creators.
Well, yeah.
And, when we get shit on, it's like, okay, I can kind of understand why these established creators and comic skaters shitting on Iron Age guys. A lot of what they're saying is correct, but there is this hundreds of creators working together, and I see it. I've been working with these guys for 2 years. I've done trailers for 8 people, trailer music for like 8 people. We did the EP together. I've had people criticize my stuff, and I've gotten better because of that. All these guys are working on the back end.
Way. That's insane. You got better.
Is JVP your handle on Twitter?
Yes, sir. J_V_P_music.
Okay. Hey, JVP, can you kind of just explain to us what Iron Age is?
Sure. Let me take it back to the beginning. Eric July releases Rippaverse. None of the comic books are out yet. Creates a lot of excitement online. That you can't even argue, right? Creates a lot of excitement online, and like, okay, I know a lot of indie creators are going to push, and we were already doing our thing, but it's like I've been thinking about doing Ruthless for a while. I didn't have the name yet, but I had the concept. I wanted to make it metal. I saved it that the day they announced Rippaverse, that's the first day I saved my Ruthless file in my DAW, right? From that, Iron Age Media spawned up almost overnight. A Drink with Crazy already had a channel, but he completely changed his to cover Iron Age products. That spawned up overnight. I'm a creator who's been on the radio. I played with major bands in the past. I found the success that I was looking for. I was never signed a big rock star, but I played the big outside stage in front of thousands of people. That's good enough for me, right? Getting back into it after a 10-year hiatus is kind of just like icing on the cake for me. So that happens. Razor Fist comes out. He kind of gives the excitement a name, Iron Age. Everybody's like, all right, cool. This is fucking cool, right? So you have all these small time creators that band around it and just start releasing stuff immediately, quicker than these big YouTubers. There's again hundreds of writers and creators and not musicians, but there's like 8 musicians in the Iron Age, somewhere around there. And we're all releasing this stuff over the period of 2 years, all these different projects coming out. And to me, I think the best way to look at the Iron Age is a movement of small creators looking for their audience. I think that's the best way to describe it, because that's where you're going to find
the
a lot of the
mainstream
value.
of comics, right?
Outside the mainstream of comics and outside the mainstream of the YouTube sphere. Those guys should just separate.
Are Iron Age
from us.
like are Iron Age guys like, are they people who might have been into Comicsgate but don't really want to associate with Comicsgate, or is it just something that just sprung up naturally with these creators?
I can speak for myself. When I found Comicsgate, when Rippaverse launched, fell in love with it immediately, started back in books. I would not. I mean, if somebody called me Comicsgate, I have no problem with that. Associated with Comicsgate at all. I don't call myself Comicsgate because it feels to me like Stolen Valor. I don't put out a physical book.
Like a Comicsgate and Iron Age are adjacent to each other.
They should be working together.
They are. But I honestly like what EVS was saying before. It made a lot of sense. Like, nobody was calling themselves the Golden Age during the Golden Age. No one was calling themselves the Silver Age during the Silver Age.
Oh yeah,
I understand both sides of it. It's a demarcation of, we're getting away from crap. We're doing more passionate things. We might not make all the money. We might get lucky or whatever, but still it's an on our own terms thing.
Yeah, like I've got to say, I don't necessarily understand the reason for the branding, other than like
just because it's branding.
Yeah, like to me, they feel like similar creators that would end up in Comicsgate, but then maybe they don't want some of the baggage that's attached to Comicsgate. So you go,
but when you consider where the baggage is coming from, they are kind of the same thing. In other words, I always considered Comicsgate, and then maybe to a lesser extent or a more diffused extent, the Iron Age it's not a club. It's not like America has borders, but like Reagan said, you can find Americans all over the planet. They just don't live here yet. So in Comicsgate, the Iron Age is more of a state of mind than it is a club that you belong to. No one tells you that you are in Comicsgate. You are or you're not, and it's like being a Christian. You'll know them by their fruit.
Right. Yeah. And so the content in Iron Age, so like Comicsgate, you're kind of knowing that you're not getting what the mainstream is giving you, which is like, LGBTQ this and all this kind of agenda.
Yeah.
Does Iron Age? Does Iron Age have the same kind of thing too? Like, if I buy an Iron Age book or listen to their music or whatever, should I expect similar type of storytelling, or is it just all over the place?
It's just independent artists, but it's just under a different banner. They're just that's all it is. But like,
it's under a different banner that is not rainbow colored to begin with.
So you're going to have a range. You're going to have a range of quality in the Iron Age. You're going to have really bad, and you're going to have really good, and you're going to have a whole lot of stuff in the middle. To me, I think. And when Razor Fist coined the term Iron Age, there was no talk about overthrowing the mainstream, which I think that started getting attached to it, because I know Eric July can be kind of bombastic in some of his wording on how he does his videos, and that kind of got tied to the Iron Age, but it was never meant to be that
way of putting it, but I agree.
When Razorfist coined the term, he basically said it's not going to be the prettiest, and what he meant by that, he elaborated on it, I think later on, is we don't have the budget to make our stuff as pretty as the mainstream. We just don't.
But
when I was doing my comic book review videos in the very beginning, and I took them all down because I didn't think I was any good at it. I was getting a lot of, I had Cyberfrog, I've got one ISOM book and a bunch of different stuff, and I would try to review these things, and I always referred to those young guys as, this is garage band stuff. And one of the reasons why I wasn't able to, like, I couldn't critique them the way that I wanted to, because I didn't want to step on creators that were new to the game, knowing what that would do to, and of course I'm thinking like, well, somebody might see this and they might take it the wrong way. And that's one of the reasons why I didn't want to do it anymore. But that term, it's garage band, Kill 'Em All does not sound anywhere near as good as new stuff because it was never produced. Bob Rock took that Black Album and made it what it is. And then he ended up playing bass for Metallica for a while. I don't even like Metallica, but I like Bob Rock. Bob Rock did some great shit. I mean, look at what he did with the Motley Crue 94 CD. Amazing. Some of my favorite music that nobody likes because it's not Vince Neil. It's not this thing that it's supposed to be, but it's some of the best shit I own. My point is that I like JVP was saying, you can find some diamond in the rough stuff and you'll know it when you see it, because the art might not be, but the writing is, or the writing might not be, but the art is. And because this is new, relatively speaking to everything that we've got around us, it's a new thing. Crowdfunding is relatively new and it's still finding its feet. It's still learning to walk and run, and everybody that's creating and buying and doing critiques and all that stuff need to realize that it's still fairly new. It's like
does Eric July consider himself part of the Iron Age?
Hand.
No, Eric July is above all this bullshit, guys.
Yeah, he's better than all of us.
You know what?
Guys.
You're right. I forgot about that. I take back everything I said.
Amazing.
Yeah, Eric July he's above Comicsgate. He's above Iron Age. Eric July is in his own sphere.
Yeah, all hail Ripperverse. Yep. All hail Rip Ascend.
But that's what Eric thinks. He doesn't know he's not any better than 90% of the people in Comicsgate.
See, that's the thing. He's a professional YouTuber. We can say that about Eric July. And he's an amateur comic book creator, but he's got the sales of a pro company. So he buys into the fact that he's professional, but he's really just a guy doing his first book ever.
Let's look at a real professional who made a professional Yaira trailer. Okay, this is our friend Suit. He made a fantastic trailer for Yaira.
Suit's work is really good.
That actually makes sense. Let's go.
This is the minute thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, here we go. Fucking Starlink after 10:30.
This is sacrilege. I only acknowledge the real Yaira trailer.
I love it. That's great.
I hope Eric's not watching this.
Ah!
Love you, Eric. Love you, Saskas.
Fucking devil sisters.
Welcome to Texas. My name's Isom, and I'm one of the few superhuman.
Dang it.
Okay.
Dial up.
You're trying to tell me this is better than a real Yaira trailer? Thank you. Proving that it isn't.
This is like Gary trying to read out loud.
You're probably right.
It doesn't matter who plays it. It's still going to come across. If you try to share the screen, it'll do this.
I don't know.
Meant to be
let's come back to it. If it's not working let's come back to it.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
Forever.
Dead air.
I got too many windows open, I guess.
I had this problem when I tried to run PDFs to my editor. I'm like, this is what I've got so far, and nothing would show up on Acrobat. And he's like, StreamYard pulls a lot of CPUs, man.
Yeah, I have
you should only have like one window.
Let me try this link.
Yeah. You should only have one window open, Dave.
Look at that.
You took it like a chomp.
See, I always considered those two crosses to be the
Texas.
thieves on either side.
My name's Isom, and I'm one of the few superhumans around here. They call us
Isom sounds like an old
XMs,
white man.
short for exceptional. But I gotta tell you, some days, I don't feel that fucking exceptional.
Adapt or die.
That's Yaira. She ain't even
Not
from
her.
this planet.
Not really her.
And she's the one that threw my black ass across the sky, falling onto that parked car.
Secure the area until Alpha Corp can arrive.
Shit's about to go down. And it won't be me saving this shithole of a city.
Days from the sky. Perfect. Yaira.
Much better.
Oh yeah.
Ah, come on, guys. That other trailer was way better because it was real and by Sasuke sisters and Eric July.
Somebody else had chopped this thing up.
Better pray. I'm on your side.
Ugh.
Now here's my thing.
I think that way to go, suit. That's awesome, dude.
That is good. That's cool.
Yeah, way to go, suit. Yeah,
much better.
Eric doesn't like it.
Sounds like what was it? Yes, suit. Way to go.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
you know,
it's way
man
better.
have a fight online. You know,
I have to.
Go ahead, Dave.
I have to suck up to Eric July. I mean, I have to support my man Eric July because he moves differently. He moves different, and he's got $1 million business.
I just realized something watching that trailer.
I'll be right back.
Eric edited that fucking trailer like he did his book.
Oh yeah,
right. There was no editing involved.
No.
I actually wrote a little treatment for it. I don't have anything to show or anything, but I wrote a treatment, and if I would have done it,
Look at JVP. He's like, I don't hate Eric that much, and you guys are.
It's
being
I'm
mean.
sorry. Do you have a
Eric
No. I mean, I might catch some shit, but I don't like. Nobody dictates what I do.
Okay.
I don't operate on the sense of if somebody doesn't want me on their show anymore, I don't care. Right?
Okay.
JVP is metal. All right,
Yeah.
he's metal.
Here's
and
what
metal
I'll
does
say.
not back down.
Here's Eric. Eric definitely has made a lot of missteps. But the most, to me, the most disappointing thing I saw was after it really started ramping up with Trash Cast, and Eric was talking about Horseman, and he made a comment of
Horseman.
Anyway,
yeah,
he made a comment of how he's going to step back and let Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett do their thing. And to me, it's like, no, I don't like to see somebody give up creatively, even if they're taking a beating. Like that's how you get better as a. I bombed on stage live. Like somebody criticizing me on the internet is shit comparing to bombing live on stage, seeing faces look at you like, oh my god, these guys suck, right?
Or having 80,000 people boo at your tits.
Yeah, exactly, right. That's rough to deal with.
Not my
But
tits.
it's disappointing to see him seemingly take a step back creatively. He's taking a beating. And it's sometimes it's kind of hard to watch because before I got back into being a creative, I was a libertarian for a long time. So I've been following Eric for over a decade.
Yeah, right.
I was never a simp. Yeah, I met him in person.
That's the problem with hiring the Saskas. If you follow him long enough, and he hired these girls to run his lore, the lore of his universe,
the lore of his self-insert universe.
Here's what I'll say about the Saskas. I'm 40, so I'm not that young. I'm not that old. When I was 20, I did some dumb shit. I'm sure, as we all have, right?
Did you make out with your brother?
Huh? I know.
Not only was that awesome,
that was pretty okay. I'm not gonna lie, that was rough to watch. Here's what I'll say though. I can be forgiving, but as a father, if I'm out with my kids on a sidewalk and I turn around and somebody's in a van taking a picture of my kids, they better pray there's no traffic and a green light because then they will get chased out.
They're posting
That's some serious
it
shit. Yeah,
they're posting it on YouTube from the rape fan.
It's
you.
Let's steel man it. Let's take the rape van out of it. Just my scenario: somebody in a van taking a picture of your kids when you're out. I mean, that's not good.
See, that's so my question always comes back to
because you're going to be the one that goes to jail, and since they're the criminal, there's going to be a DA out there that bails them out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Go ahead, Dave.
Sorry, I just feel like Eric could have hired anybody. Like, he's got the money, he's making the money. So the thing is that people that are actually interested in comics and are actually good at it would pick up that phone call. Do you know what I mean? And he also has access to people that he could say to Nerdrotic, hey, who do you think I should work with? You know more about comics right now, whatever. So I just don't understand how the Soskas, like, to me, their connections to Hollywood are
yes.
It's that whole
that?
goddamn Black Widow run, dude. They loved
Yeah,
that. He loved his review, and he couldn't get over that, dude.
When you have and I'm going to say it, a personality disorder the size of Eric July, it's not hard to
I'll be right back, guys. Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah.
It's not hard for especially twins. And I swear, I don't understand the attraction. They remind me of those Aphex twin people running after the old lady in the Come to Daddy video.
Well, you know what?
But but they're going, oh, you're awesome. And that's all he wants. He's like a black hole of just suck all of the emotion and
they call that emotion. They call that an emotional vampire.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Like, I think he made sense. It made sense for him
at this point
to hire someone like Chuck Dixon. Like, that makes sense. Like, Chuck Dixon's a great writer. And if you have access to someone like that, hire them to write a story. Although
he's also a capitalist, though. He also knows how to run a checkbook. These guys need to get paid.
Now,
there's a point, like, anytime, like, he wants to run the business. Well, I have a business. I'm friendly with my customers, but at the end of the day, they know that there's where friendship stops and the money starts.
See, I have a reason why I think he hired the Soskas, and I'll tell you, I think it's the same reason I get so much work from American companies, is because I'm a fucking Canadian, and you can pay me, like, let's say my job, the equivalent to my job's pay in LA is $50 an hour. You can pay me $50 Canadian an hour, and that's going to be on your bottom line. That's going to be about $27 American.
Oh, really?
So I think that's why he's hired the Soskas, because they're here in Canada. I think they live in BC. I'm pretty sure.
I think it's more primal, like when ID Crisis was talking about, let's just call it psychological projectus, if you will.
Yeah.
But I think it's more primal. I think it has to do with ego, and it has to do with them love bombing him and him going, oh my gosh, this could be one and sort of an entry point into Hollywood that I don't have. I don't have those contacts. And two, the love bombing of two, like, I guess, semi-attractive sisters they're sort of like, I'm all about you. You're like an amazing personality online. And, do you know what I mean? I think it really comes down to those things.
I think that Eric and those two succubi are dealing in different currencies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it really is that simple. It's ego. Everything about what he does is motivated by ego, in my opinion.
No, he's a mark. And they're have you ever seen The Sting?
Yeah.
He's a mark.
Yeah.
And they're the con men, women, whatever. They're the con they thems. And they're well, but he's a mark, and they're gonna get paid, and they're gonna, like a leech, they're gonna suck this money up they're not responsible. They're not responsible for the PR that he has to do whenever this whole thing goes tits up.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that, like, that trailer was so bad.
But here's my question.
On so many different levels. Go ahead, David. Go ahead.
It's bad, and I want to hear what you guys have to say. It's bad, but, like, let's say like he said, he filmed it over one day. I'm gonna say he spent about $75,000 Canadian on the whole production. That's my guess. So but it isn't terrible, considering
it's terrible.
It's terrible.
No, but when you consider you filmed it in a day, and it was like, there's things wrong with it. But I just.
Well, I do my music.
If you told me he filmed that over 4 days, and then they had a great editor and a great creative team, then I'd be like, this is dog shit.
No. The whole concept is wrong, though, from the beginning. They're like the craftsmanship doesn't matter if your whole entire concept is off. Like for one
they
thing,
could have had that done in a day
let me
done
just
it
finish.
well
Let me just finish.
if it was front loaded with good writing and a plan, which they didn't have.
That's
but
what
he had a 2-year. He had a 2-year thing that he wrote to plan out the whole Rippaverse, guys. Remember, he said this. He has the whole Rippaverse planned out.
I jumped on Neon. I shouldn't. Go ahead, man.
Well, I just want to finish this point. Is that because I totally dig what you're saying, ID. Like you and I are in agreement about most things here. I just wanted to point this out that the whole concept should be, in my opinion, about the main character and not about all these other random characters that don't fucking matter. Okay, let's start with that. This is free. This is not a budget issue. This is just talent / good writing. You should focus on your main character as why is Isom there? There's production value and like probably $30,000, $40,000 spent on that one scene. But why? It doesn't even matter to the whole, it doesn't really tie anything. And everybody already knows about Isom because you've already done that kind of marketing. You've already put that money into marketing Isom. You've already sold 3.7 million on that first comic. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I think it seems like he's trying to kill 2 or 3 birds with one stone and missing the shot.
Right, but it's not necessary. He's already done that marketing. Leave it alone. Focus on the main character. So that's another thing that's free, that doesn't cost anything. That actually it saves you money if you don't include Isom in this situation. Right.
That's why I like what Andrew and JVP are doing, and then Salty, who comes on the show too, is like you guys are building out your comic book world empire story, but you're not over expanding in any kind of way, and you're not like I if I was to say to Eric, like I would have just kept focusing on Isom and introduce these characters in Isom books, then have those characters roll out into their own books if there's demand for it. And I think that like Andrew, by working on his story and not trying to work on 7 other stories at the same time, and JVP is obviously doing it with Ruthless, where it's like, yeah, you get this issue, you get that issue, and you're going to be able to follow the story. And if there's something inside those stories that could spin off to another idea, then great. And I just feel like that's the most natural way to do things.
But now that
you can hint at all that stuff, you can hint at all of it. But he's trying to use birdshot to kill a deer.
And then you got people like Alan Embry making books like this, Blood and the Sword.
I back
it's
that.
$5.
It's $5. That's fucking amazing.
Yeah. You know what? I was going to point that out. I think and it's hard to say where Eric messed up because he's making.
Richard Embry. I'm sorry, not Alan. Richard.
Richard.
Yeah.
Who's Alan?
If Eric would have put a 50-page book out as opposed to a 90-page and charged $25 for it, right? It's a lot more affordable. Isom 1 was the first comic book I bought maybe 20 years, long time. I mean, I was a little bit into comics in my teens. I had a great Marvel card collection, every freaking hero and villain you could think of. I had a decent amount of comics, fell off of it, bought Isom. My kids saw it and they were interested. So I started taking my kids to the comic store. We started buying back issues. I can go to the comic store and get really decent back issues. If I go back, early 2000s and before, I can get 4 or 5 for $20-$30. And then we come home and I read it with the kid. I make sure it's okay to read with the kids first, and we bond. That's how we bond, right?
Yeah.
So if he would have released,
treat them right. You gotta treat them right, man. You gotta make sure you turn the page with tweezers.
Yeah,
sterile tweezers.
There's a saying: anybody can eat an elephant in small bites. So if he took that approach, he would have made a lot of money. Still, he would have got a lot of backers. He could have put out more books, and probably made more money than he did with these 100-page graphic novels. If he took that approach.
It's so sad, and the thing that sucks is it's in everyone's face except his. He just won't accept. All you needed was one good story, one good
I think
book.
he's starting to listen.
He has no choice but to.
Well, yeah, I think that's why Yaira's latest being.
But he's doing
redrawn.
2 things at once right now. He's trying to listen. He's trying to correct without overcorrecting, and also save face, because that's the most important thing to him.
I think he's getting bad advice too. He's getting bad advice because a lot. I know you make fun of the term. He's moving differently. He used to be aggressive. Eric July made his name online because he was straight up aggressive, and a lot of males respect that. You shouldn't be aggressive for no reason.
I agree.
You have to be aggressive.
Well, he was angry for the same reasons that the rest of us are angry at the state of things.
Yeah, now it's more passive aggressive. Now he'll put a shirt out that says 3D assets in his campaign.
Oh my god, it was such a fucking unowned
cell phone.
He needs to pick a direction because he's got all these people in his ear. He needs to be aggressive and stick with what made him who he is online.
Yeah.
Or he needs to step back and really act like a CEO and not engage in any of it, and tell his workers not to engage in any of it either, because that makes a reflection on
Did you watch me with Chris Bacon tonight? That's exactly what I said. I said, look, stop making fucking videos bashing Marvel and DC every week.
Yeah.
Stop going on a weekly podcast with this British guy who's people just clip the shit out of it and mock you every day. Yeah. Stop it. Just run your comic book company, have a Ripaverse Twitter page, and all they do is promote the books and shut the fuck up.
Well, what do you think?
Don't give us ammunition. Don't give us ammunition.
Or go full bore.
Or go full bore and then get rid of the comic book company. Like one or the other. You can't do both. You can't be both personas. You can't.
What do you think compelled him?
Right, you can, but you have to realize that you're not doing it right.
Right.
And
you have to you can't worry. If you're making $3.7 million on a comic book in a 40-day campaign.
Yeah.
He's not making $3.7 million on YouTube. Shut the fuck up. Let us just believe that you're this guy that created a company and you got off the internet and you hired the right person to be your operations guy. He's the guy that's going to hire the right writers, the right directors, and you're just going to be the face of the company. And nobody needs to hear. I mean, you hear from Bob Iger when he goes to these, stupid functions with all the other CEOs of the world, right? We don't need to hear from the CEO. But no, Eric has to have a double message all the time. And that's his problem. He will never, ever get a Saska Sister fan to buy his fucking book. Because
they knew who he
was.
Watch
any of his videos, they know he hates the Saska sisters truly, based on 10 years of videos.
On a principle level, he hates.
On a
he hates what
political
they stand
level.
for.
No, not a political, on a religious basis too, right. Dude. He's a religious man. He claims to be.
He's not.
No.
Well, but exactly. And that's the kind of stuff that's coming out now.
I will say, though, there's certain ways to do it. If you look at Dana White in the UFC, Dana White will go out and say whatever the fuck he wants. He doesn't care. And it works for him.
Yeah,
there's ways to do it.
Because he's not the guy writing the fucking book.
I know, but I'm just saying there's ways to do it. If you're going to be the face of something and you made your name because you were aggressive, there's ways you can do it and still be aggressive. What I think hurts him is this new passive-aggressive approach that he's taking because he's never been like that. And I think a lot of the people that have known him over the years hurt him.
The video he made the other day where he had to clarify things and he has to talk about
that's bad. That's a bad look.
About how the Yaira video
it is such a bad look. JP, you're right.
Some people thought it looked not great, and that's all right. That's not what that's. And I just thought to myself, dude, you don't need to say any of this. All you have to do. Sorry, Dave. I'm just going to finish.
No, go ahead.
All you have to do is stand up for your work if you fucking believe in it. You can just say, I wanted to give the fans something cool to look at for Yaira live action, and I hope you like it. And that's all you have to say.
Why does he have to tweet, hey, don't forget we got these $1,000 fucking boxes available?
Yeah.
That's pretty
hard. The trailer really fucked him up, though, because the thing is that
no,
I really genuinely thought that, okay, I don't like the Saskas because
that trailer did fuck him up.
It did. Yeah. I didn't like the Saskas because of the kind of what they represented. Like I saw their past work. I didn't like the sort of Satanism light that they were into and stuff like that. I'm not a religious person. I personally am not a Christian, although I respect Christians and work with them all the time. But like, I'm not a religious guy because I'm just kind of a maverick. I don't really like collectives in general. But at the same time, I totally respect people and their opinion and their religion. But what I'm saying is, you can not be religious and still have believe in natural law. You can not be religious and still believe in general morality. And like the the integration of the non-aggression principle with the right to self-defense. You know, between the two of those, that is the balance of the force that George Lucas was talking about. That is general morality. But what I'm saying is, like, I didn't like them as people. I didn't like the kind of like smut that they were bringing into this whole situation. But at the same time, I at least thought they were going to be talented. What this trailer showed is that they didn't even have that they were bringing to the table.
And you know, it has nothing to do with the quality. Look at Evil Dead 1. Look how, I mean, Evil Dead 1 is legendary, and it's made on a nothing budget. It's about the heart. It's about the thought put into it. I can totally get past bad CG or bad effects if everything else behind it lines up. And oh geez, what's that?
The Crow is a great example.
Godzilla Minus One is the most recent example of a $10 million movie that competes with anything Hollywood puts out.
Sure.
And I walked out going, I can't wait to buy the fucking 4K. And then they said, like a month later, we're coming out with Godzilla Minus One, Minus Zero. So you get the black and white version too.
Just based on reputation. I haven't seen this movie, but just based on the reputation of people whose opinion I trust, I understand what you're talking about. And it's the same thing. I've got it. I know. I do.
Shame on you.
No, buy it on 4K.
How
much time have you got to explain what my schedule is like?
Sure.
It's a miracle that I'm even here right now.
What does ID do? Can you talk about yourself? I don't know you.
What I do for my 8 hours a day for King and Country, or what I do on
yeah.
Now let's start with your day job.
Yeah, I work in manufacturing. I sandblast, acid wash, polish, or a variation of those things. Medical implant devices.
Nice.
Yeah, so I'm 2 weeks, 8 hours a daytime, 8 hours at night. And
what about your creative pursuits?
I do custom paint and pinstripe.
Oh,
yep.
Motorcycles
on motorcycles. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. In fact, I see some music people there. So I was gonna go through here real quick.
But I do think
share if I can share some stuff that I've done in the past.
Yeah.
And like Tiffany says, when people give me the heebie-jeebies, I trust my gut, of course.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
But they also don't have talent.
It's an interesting fact that there are just as many and very similar neuro connections in your stomach as there are in your head.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's why they say trust your gut.
Yeah. Right.
That's why they say trust your gut.
There's some airbrush. You want to share my screen, Dave, real quick?
Sure.
Let's just kind of go through these and this one is from a while ago. Guitar I was working on for a guy.
Oh,
I've got a lot of pictures of this, and this
oh
is
my
from
god,
an airbrush that and I had something to copy from, so I was basically being a human photocopier on this one.
Looks like art in my uncle's basement in the 1980s.
Yeah, like that custom van stuff on the side of the.
Love it.
Let me get through this real quick. There's a bunch of these.
Where's your Elvis Velvet?
I really like this guitar. Thumbnails, because iPhoto has changed the way it does things. Okay.
PPG.
Yeah, PPG,
nice.
Pittsburgh plate glass.
Yeah,
they're big around here. So every once in a while they'll do some promotional stuff, and I got hired to do some of these.
Those flames are awesome.
Through
guitars,
through a body shop customer of mine. This is a
JVP.
restoration. So I think, is this a Jackson Flying V? I think, or is it something else?
That's I don't know if that's a Jackson from maybe I can't tell.
But the leopard skin down there needed to be replaced, so I had to and that's basically what this is just a
refab.
And there's I was really surprised with when I went through looking at how many pictures of guitars. Like, you take pictures of your work and you don't realize how much of it there is until you go back and see all the pictures that you took. This guy, his clear coat was going away, and he didn't know why. One of my favorite ones.
Why does it go away? Why does clear coat go away?
Because the cellulose clear coat, a lot of times it'll just wear off because you're playing it and you're rubbing it off.
You said rubbing it off.
Yeah.
Stroke me.
I'll show you some pictures of this one real quick, and then I'll let it go. But this is a friend of mine gave me this Yamaha that he wanted to have painted, and it was in like really bad shape, so I had to put some fiberglass on it, and then an SC300H. He said it had sentimental value, and I started to get into it. And this is a work in trade. This is the guy that was he put my website together. If you want to go see it, idcrisisdesign.com. It's got all my work on there. But I had to learn. I don't know if you can see it in this picture. Down at the bottom 2 tuning keys, you can see how the wood is split.
Yep.
Yeah, I had to figure out how to fix this, and I'd never done it before. Gorilla Glue, dowel rods, clamps, and then I got into painting the pearl on it the way that it's supposed to be. And by the time and the great part about this was, I was painting a guitar for a luthier, so that by the time I was done painting that white guitar for this other guy, I gave a discount to the one guy so that he could get all his spare knobs and pickups out and finish the one project. You know what I mean? It was like a nice kind of what do you call it? A work in trade, like a 3-way is a really bad way to put it, but that's basically what happened. I was doing work for one guy so that he was doing work for me for my website, and I was doing work for the other guitar who actually knew how to put one together, so that by the time I got that Yamaha, I was like, it had all the nice knobs and the pickups were all polished, and this guy like we all appreciated each other's craft. And I think I came out ahead because I got the website and a really, really nice free lunch. But anyways, that's some of the stuff that I've done on guitars. But there's been other pinstriping on cars and motorcycles and stuff. And now I'm getting back to the thing that got me into artwork in the first place, which is a comic book.
Yeah. You're doing a hell of an operation, man.
Dude, I'm telling you, I honestly believe that the reason I got into custom paint was because comic books were too intimidating.
Yeah, right.
In other words, because when you're working, and I don't want to insult my customer base, but the people who read comic books are way more critical, and the people who work in comic books understand all of those basic things like color, composition, camera angles, anatomy. Like, you need to learn how to draw everything. A TV set, a city, perspective, all this stuff. There are so many disciplines, color theory. There's so many disciplines that go into making a comic book. But when you're doing something like, when I got my start with airbrushing t-shirts and then pinstriping later in like 2004, there's your customer base are car owners and bike owners, and mostly what they know is what they like. And
Dave, I saw your message.
Okay, great, guys. I have to jump. My daughter needs to go to bed, but I've absolutely had a great time tonight.
Back, we'll be here.
I had a great time talking to you too, man. I mean, I was totally fooled. I really thought that it
was great. But
was that on purpose?
Am I the troll or am I not?
You're the troll of trolls.
So, guys, my comments were like, Dave, you got to watch out for Old Man Dave. They're all a network. He will destroy your channel. And I finally had to put a pinned comment in my video like, guys, go to last night's live stream, go to 1:31 and 37 seconds, and you'll see how this all started.
Yeah, because I was like, not only are you well groomed, but give my compliments to your mom.
Yeah, she's still got where she's making a Yaira costume for herself. So,
oh my god, you totally got me, dude. Seriously, there's a tweet out there that shouldn't be out there now. I feel bad.
Yeah,
I totally bought into it. I bought into the entire thing. Like, what the hell?
Is good conversation, bro. We'll see you next time, David, for sure.
Yeah,
it was nice meeting you, man.
We'll be here, buddy.
Cheers, guys.
We got to do something before. I think Andrew is probably going to go pretty soon. He had a Zoom call, and we're going to play his comic for you guys.
I I might actually cancel with them. You know, like there wasn't like much to talk about. Like,
you want to play your video?
Yeah.
Okay, before
right.
you play Andrew's video, let's say goodbye to David. I got one, and then I got to go too. But I got one thing to say before I go. So, David, take care, brother. We'll see you next time.
Good night, best friends.
Yep, can't wait to do it again,
Dave, man. Nice
and then before you play Andrews, because Andrews deserves to be watched. It's I just saw it today and I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, it's cool. Shit.
But let me say one thing before I take off, and basically my point was great hanging out with you guys. I might get passionate here and there, but you know that's what musicians do. It's like you can't really write good songs if you don't really give a shit about things. You know, am I right, JVP? Like
100%.
There's nothing wrong with being a little passionate once in a while. And,
you have to scream into the mic. You have to scream into the mic, or no one's going to buy it, man. They're not going to buy it.
But what I was going to leave with is like, you know, like if I did that trailer, it'd be like, in my head, I would just focus on the one character and it'd be like, in the forest in like northern Sweden with snow everywhere, and there's like bears and white owls and maybe a cougar or something like that, crazy wild animals, and for some reason they treat her like they're one of them, you know. And this is Yaira, and then you see her in like hiking gear with a backpack and stuff, just hiking through the forest, and the animals just treat her like she's one of them. She's trying to get back to nature. She's in a snow cabin, you know. She's studying her science by campfire in the cabin and stuff, and she's out here in the snow. And then she gets a distress call and takes off all her gear. And then she starts glowing. First, her eyes glow. Then her hands start emanating like the ice powers and the force field. And then she just takes off and flies away. Cut.
If I would have made that video, I might have showed
trying to get a job.
But
if
I'm just saying, go ahead.
If I would have made that video, I would have showed the fucking comic.
Yeah. Well, maybe. Right afterwards.
Right? But let's show the comic.
But wouldn't that have been a better focus on just the one character? Forget about all the projections and the fucking HR meetings, and nobody cares.
No, right. No, I 1,000% agree. But let's show the comic. It's a comic book.
I agree. Yeah, right afterwards, show the comic, and don't show the two minutes.
I would have started out coming. I would have started out coming May 15th, 2024. Yaira, and I would have showed a book, and then maybe some like 2 minutes of the shit that they did, and then. At the end, the credits are like pages of the comic.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
A good idea.
That's good. And Neon, you know what? You could squeeze Projexis in there if she gets a message from them, and that's the reason.
Right. That's what's on her phone is calling from Projexis. You could see like the
But let's show
that's all you need.
That's all you need. Nobody cares about the HR fucking meeting.
Yeah. Now, I'm not trying to get a job, but I suspect that you are.
No.
And if you do end up landing $1 million contract. I want to cut that because I came up with a cell phone idea.
No.
Neon is making my intro music for my channel.
I wouldn't work for any salary. I would not work for Eric July for any salary.
Don't say that, dude. You never know that.
No.
Never say that. No, you never
can say be a capitalist pig.
Am I right, JVP? You never say never.
Nope.
I'm a metal guy. I'll never sell out. I gotta take me outside here.
It's okay to be a capitalist pig, but you have to say it in that Russian accent.
Company, JVP.
Oh, I do. Yeah. It's not music though. Like when it comes to art, like I've never sold out with metal.
I can tell. And I can tell.
Yeah.
No, but he works for corporate America.
Oh, I do. Yes.
Yeah, but that's his day job. Like when it comes to his art, though, he doesn't sacrifice his art or.
Oh, well, you can't. Even if you worked for him, you wouldn't sacrifice it. You say, "This is what I want to do, Eric," and if he says no, you say, "Well, I quit." I mean,
no, but some people would feel that way, and like Chuck Dixon and all those guys. Like I don't blame them. You know, they don't feel the same way I do. I feel like I can. I feel like I can see into his soul, and I wouldn't work with him for any money on the world. So for me, it would be selling out. For Chuck Dixon and other people, it wouldn't be.
Well,
so I'm not blaming them.
What you're saying is it wouldn't be selling out. What you're saying is it would be selling your soul.
For me, it would feel that way. Yeah. Yes, but for them, it wouldn't feel that way because they don't feel the same way I do. But
because they've been doing this shit so long, they're guns for hire. They're guns for hire.
You just got to stick with your own intuition. And my intuition is it would be a shit show. And I wouldn't do it no matter what because I don't believe in that, bullying. But
Neon, what if he said, you have free reign on all the music for everything we're doing, just make it. And I will never say no to what you're making.
Man, you're talking about we don't own any of the music, any of the copyrights, anything.
I turned down $250,000 record deal like flat, and I never got another offer after that. So it's like I've actually turned those offers down, and it's like, and I don't regret it because
you don't have to sign any NDAs.
Yeah, they were trying to turn my music into hip hop, and that's fine. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with hip hop, but it's just not me.
The warehouse.
Are you going to tell us? NDAs. Are you going to tell us what's on your rack in the background there?
Oh, I've showed them before, but it's just mainly a bunch of jazz masters, and then like one semi-hollow that's like a 335 style.
What's on your rack, JVP?
So my most so any guitar up there I can go without, but that center one in the middle where the light's over, that's a Washburn. That's a Dime ST Pro. That's a Dimebag Signature Series Washburn. I think there was between 1 to 2,000 ever made.
The black one
has been with me for 21 years, and I'm not a materialistic guy. But if somebody damaged or sold that guitar, I would treat it as if they would damage or stolen my children.
Dude, seriously, you remember that? That was at Nigel Tufnell's Fender. That one, don't even look at it. It's just for looking at, but don't even look at it.
Yeah.
Right before he explains that this amp goes up to 11.
Is that the black one you're talking about, by the way?
With the light, the light shining over it.
How many of you guys have this?
I don't.
A Batman marionette? You're a psycho.
Dude, I found this at an antique store.
I feel like I've seen that before.
No,
I don't think I have, because that's not from the TV show. It doesn't have the yellow oval.
Look at that.
The mask is the same. Oh, what does it say? When do you pull the string?
Oh, I don't know. I've never tried. No, it's a cord to keep his cape up.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like
So I found this at an antique store. I found it at an antique store / toy store here in Illinois where I live. And he didn't want to sell it because it's made by DC Comics.
Okay, he didn't want to sell it, but you have it. So did you kill him?
It's made by DC Comics Gallery, and there were 600 of those things made.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's really cool. And I had somebody in my comments say to me, could you do a toy review of that thing?
He's still not telling us how he got it.
I offered him money. Yeah, that's all that you could do, right? So, my wife looked it up. My wife looked it up on eBay in the store. She said, "This is what it goes for." So I said, "How about? Oh, look at that!
Look at that! You appeal to his venality.
It's not exactly black. It's Starburst. I think it's called.
It's got a woven pattern in it. Looks like.
Yeah, it's got Thunderbolt.
Look at that!
Fret markers.
That's over Tigerwood.
Yep. Solid body.
Oh my word!
So.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
That is amazing.
Everything in Ruthless is recorded with this guitar. That's it.
And what did it cost for that guitar? If you don't mind me asking.
21 years ago, it was $2,000. I don't even know what it is now.
Probably about $5,000.
Well, Dime died on stage. Yeah. So and it's a Washburn, which he was with Dean most of his career. He was only with Washburn a short stint. So I don't even know what this thing's worth. I would never sell it though.
No, it's like the guy asked me on my in my chat. He goes, where did you get that? And I said, well, I got it. He goes, well, who made it? And I said, DC Gallery. And I said, you can look it up on eBay because you ain't buying mine. I'm 93. I'm 93 or 600. So I'm pretty happy.
Okay, guys, I'm next to go off. But Dave, you're freaking awesome. Thanks for having me on for the 5th time or whatever. And we do this whenever, man. I'm down.
How do we find you on Twitter, Neon?
Say again.
How do we find you on Twitter?
Oh, just at Neon Thunderbird.
And
you hit me up and follow me, and I'll follow you in return. Absolutely.
Quit getting strikes.
I know.
All right.
Are you the lightning bolt?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's had like 5 viewers on his fucking live streams.
Well, I stuck up for Katie, and they were really on to Katie. And then it's not her fault. I chose to do that, and I totally believe in it. We'll do it again. But I stuck up for Katie, and she had a lot of heat on her.
Eric's on Flashcast with 2,100 viewers. EVS has 2.5.
Dude, he's pulling new people in. I was he had a Paul. I can't. The guy that did the work on Rock and Roll last night. He pulled him in.
Oh, he was so good, man.
Yeah. Hey guys, I gotta take off. So let me.
Yeah,
say
man. Neon. It was
nice meeting you, man.
great talking with you. I really appreciate it.
Great stuff, man. Great music. Your stuff's
Neon,
real
where are you going? You have no life,
dude. No, I have to work on your song, bro. If I don't do this, I'm not gonna get it done in time.
That's discipline.
I'm working on the drums right now.
Did I put a fucking time delay on you?
No, but I'm just.
No?
I did. I put my own time delay. I got 10 days, and I'm.
But you're having fun hanging out. Just
time
stay.
Is money, man.
Around.
Time is money. That's discipline.
Unless you got
drum
lady at the night showing up. Just say
drum work is always miserable. Drum work is always
it's
miserable.
the hardest part. It's the first thing.
You just sound like your drummer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. You got a lady of the night showing up.
All right. I wish.
All right. Thanks, Neon.
Okay. You
if
guys
you
are
want
the
to come
best,
back,
man.
if you work on the drums, we'll be here because I stream for like fucking 8 hours.
I know you do. You go hard in the paint, brother. I can't believe you. I thought I was a night owl until I met you. I'm like, holy shit.
Andrew, I stream for 8 hours and get up at 6 a.m. and go see customers.
And I don't even have to work tomorrow. It's like, dude,
Yeah.
I don't know how you do that. Andrew, I really like your stuff. We're going to talk
older
more.
than every guy on this panel. Just so you know, I'm older than all of you. All right.
No, I don't know, man.
All right.
Combined
over here.
Combined.
I'm older than all of you. All right.
All right. Peace.
I just look good.
He's out.
Living proof that dinosaurs once roamed the earth.
All right, so let's play Andrew's book.
I have it.
I got it. It's right here. Here we go, guys. Let's watch this, and it's like 10 minutes long. If you need to go pee or whatever, go ahead. But it's really good.
I am a huge fan of that logo, by the way.
Give me your wallet, old man.
No, you can't have my wallet.
Give me your wallet.
Hey, leave that man alone.
And what are you gonna do? You stupid normie! You made me lose my money!
This is totally not real. This is just a dream. That guy hit me so hard I started to hallucinate.
Fear not, Jaden Theologia. I bring great news to you. Your Lord Elohim wishes to see you.
See me? Why?
You shall find out in due time.
Seriously?
Elohim wishes to meet you at the tallest mountain outside of the city. You'll find him at the lake near it.
Elohim? Mountain? Why?
I'm an angel. My only job is to deliver the message. Now go and meet him.
This better be real, or else I might already be losing my mind. I knew it! I'm going crazy!
Who are you?
I am Elohim, the creator of all worlds.
What do you want with me?
To put it simply, I have chosen you to be the embodiment of my justice.
What does that mean?
All shall be revealed. But right now, I need you to get into the lake.
Get into the lake? How does that work?
No one gets to choose their origin. You just have to trust me.
And if I refuse?
The choice is yours. But it certainly beats being homeless, sleeping around garbage. But take this path. You shall be reborn as Melchizedek, which means King of Justice.
So cold. Why does it have to be so cold? So, is it supposed to work now?
Bathe in the water.
Bathe? Like my whole body?
Quit complaining, just do it!
Why did you edit this, Andrew? Your first one's really good.
What is it?
This guy needs help. I just found him like this.
What's with the outfit?
Hey, what happened to you? We need to take him home. He could be dying.
Why our house? He needs a hospital. Plus, you can teleport.
We are too far away from city. Plus, our house is closer.
Fine. This better not be the hormones talking.
What's that supposed to mean?
The only reason you want him in our house is because you find him attractive and just want a boyfriend. Hello? Can I help you?
No, you can't. I'm here for him.
What do you want with him?
That's confidential, ma'am.
Let me guess. You are a hitman.
So you know who I am. You must have experience.
At my age, I've experienced a lot of things.
At any rate, I'm going to need to ask you to step aside and let me do my job.
We are not gonna let you take him. Right, Uncle?
I would, but my powers are not as strong as they used to be.
Uncle!
Enough! I'm giving you one last warning to step aside.
Let me handle this.
You know why I'm here?
Not really. Should I?
My client hired me to take you out.
And who's that?
Confidential.
I can assure you I'm no threat. I haven't even done anything to be a threat to anyone.
Doesn't matter to me as long as I get paid.
A power suit? Where did he get that?
Stay out of my way!
Ava!
Look at this insane amount of work.
You're the vocal talent on this, correct?
I wouldn't have to if she didn't get in the way.
Is that all you got? Oh, man. Huh. It barely hurts. Neat.
Finally, got you to hold still.
Oh, no. No!
I told you. I told you not to interfere. I need to get you help.
Look, it's gone.
That's amazing. Who are...
Uncle! What do we do?
Teleport us back home, obviously.
Well, well, Elohim. You finally summoned your champion. Now, we summon ours.
Let's stay on the credits.
All right, Andrew. So there was only 2 paid voice actors for this whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Vic, Mignogna.
Mignogna.
Yeah.
Mignogna.
And
That's
JP
such an
Wright.
insane amount of work, man.
Amazing.
How good is that, guys? It's really good. And I'm not even an anime guy or a manga guy, but that's really good. I mean, from the first 10 seconds, I knew who this main character was, right? It's like, okay, I get it. And then he went on his Lord of the Rings journey, religious journey to the top of the mountain. It was fucking great. I just wish more creators paid attention to stuff like that because it was really good.
I like one of those storytelling devices that are really awesome is when you take somebody out of their real world and take them to this other place.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then you forget, you know, you have to remember the entire thing. Like, oh yeah, this started out in an alley.
No, Aaron Taylor, I have not seen Divorce Dads by Graham Barrett. Have any of you guys?
No,
no, I'm not familiar, or
And,
maybe I don't know it.
Joe is giving you plenty of applause there, Andrew.
Yay.
Can I ask you some questions about your design decisions? It looks like you've got a evil peace sign on the bad guy.
Like it's like it's based on the peace symbol because the peace symbol has a history.
Right.
Has a history of being the most anti-Christian symbol out there.
Yeah, I kind of figured that's where you're going as soon as I saw it. I'm like, I thought it was kind of brilliant that all you had to do was put some points on it. I'm like, I think I know where this guy is coming from.
Yeah.
And it's esoteric to other people who don't know what that means. But I was like, it's
just
neat.
Just the chicken feet, in a circle. No.
Yeah. No, it's something else.
No, it's not the chicken feet. Amidst the cross that Saint Peter was
crucified on, upside down.
Yeah, upside down, and the arms broken.
Yeah, right.
I got a question because I deal with, I have visual, I have narration, I have music, right, for my project, and it's taken me a while to kind of like refine my process. How do you and I do full color art, but it's not nearly as many panels as you have. How do you map out your panels to the writing? Like before, like when you sit down with a blank sheet of paper, what's your process for mapping out like all of those like there's so many panels there and all the movement and everything. How do you map that out to organize it before you actually get into the production?
Hold on, Joe or JVP. Andrew, how many pages of a comic would this be in the 30s, right? Isn't what you told me?
In this chapter, like this was 32 pages of comics.
Wow.
So answer the question that JVP had. How do you map it out?
I don't script my comics. Like it's a comic strip. This panel, that panel, that panel. I scripted like it's a movie script, and that way it gives me absolute freedom in how I want to lay out the comic. And my thought process is I want to show everything. I don't want to skip anything. Because especially on the action scenes, I want to see every punch, every kick, every key blast thrown. Because I see a lot of like DC and Marvel where they really cut corners. And it's really not their fault because they're under a tight page limit. But when you're doing indie, like you have absolute freedom. I don't have to do a 20-page first issue. I can make it as long as or as short as I want it to be.
Okay, so Joe says, I like the stuff I can enjoy and share with my kid, and that's the type of content I would introduce my kid to. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And all my kids are in their 20s, and all of them were like, God dang, that was really good. And it reminded them of so many things that they watched when they were growing up. And they're like, could you ask him a question or two on your, because we did that interview, and my son's question was, whose law is he following? And that was really good for him to notice that, right? Because you're going to follow my law or, enforce my law. He's like, but I'm the hero. I'm the hero. You made me the hero. So there's some good stuff there.
Oh, real quick, Dave, I joined you in the bourbon, and I noticed that you drink out of the Glencairn glass.
Yeah,
which that's the best way to drink bourbon. Both mine broke. I gotta get a new one.
What do you drink? Glencairn. Is that the square one?
No, the round.
No, it's the round one, so you can get the sniff and all the. Yeah.
See. Okay, I have to keep that in mind. This is what I like to drink my rum out of, and yes, I painted this.
What are you drinking, JVP?
Just some makers. If I'm not too much of a bourbon aficionado, but if I could recommend any bourbon, if you haven't had it, Doc Swinson's is my favorite. You're gonna probably drop about $70 on a bottle, but it's well worth it.
That's probably southern, right? Because I've never seen it up here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's
the kind of bottle you got to send me, dude. You got to send me a bottle one day.
All right, we'll work it out. It's good. We gotta get you some.
Threw out a bottle of freaking what was it? They always drink it in Justified. Why is it leaving me right now? It was right on the tip of my tongue. Happy Van Winkle. He had a bottle of Happy Van Winkle back there.
I've never had that. Lord. Good, apparently.
That's a 15-year.
I was like, when I looked for it online, the cheapest bottle I could find was $300.
Yeah.
Oh no. This is if you go online for the 15-year, it's going to cost you about.
I know.
$2,200.
I get it. I know.
I bought it at my liquor store in Illinois, and the reason I bought it is because they get their allocation every November. And if you buy enough liquor throughout the year, they call you and say, "Hey, do we get on a list?" Yes. Yeah. So the list is fulfilled. You show up, and they give you a brown paper bag. You don't know what you're buying. You walk up to the counter, and she opened it up. She said, "Oh, that's a 15. That's $299 or $199." I said, "Oh shit."
See, I remember this story the last time you pulled that bottle out. And then the next thing I wanted to ask, I didn't get a chance to, was have you ever had what's the one with the horses on the top? There's 8 of them.
There's Blanton's.
Blanton's. Yeah.
I've got 2 bottles in my cabinet, and I haven't opened them. And Low Watermark, you've seen him in all the chats, right? Low Watermark.
Yeah, sure.
He's a Blanton's guy. Yeah. And I asked him tonight, and I said, should I drink my Heaven's Door or should I open one of the Blantons? And he never answered. So I opened the Heaven's Door. You know who is behind Heaven's Door, right? It's Bob Dylan. Knocking
on Heaven's Door.
Bob Dylan. But if you guys,
the rum is taking me longer to answer the question before you answered it.
I've had that. It's pretty good.
So look for Barrel. Okay.
Yeah.
Barrel is a great bourbon company. Mm-hmm. And there's so many bottles, but if you find a bottle of Barrel Dovetail, It's really good. Or barrel seagrass rye is really good. They're in the $70 range, just like JVP was saying.
Mm-hmm.
This is a little higher because it's like one of their special editions. Most of their bottles are in 128 proof. So you're looking at 64% alcohol. So you take 2 drinks for the night and you're like, well, that's a bottle of fucking Jack. You're done, right? Legitimately, you're done.
You're literally telling me that I drink too much.
No,
like
because I opened this
is
bottle
empty.
tonight. I opened this bottle tonight, and this is actually 120 proof.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, and I'm that far into it. And my wife comes down earlier, and she goes, I want you to be okay. I'm like, I'm fine. This is only my third
You're
drink.
going to be like going into an ultrasound for your fatty liver because I'm sure steaks go along with everything that you're drinking.
How far away are you from Bloomington, Dave?
About an hour and 10.
Oh, that's where my job is stationed. So maybe I'll bring you up a bottle of Doc Swinson's if you let me drink your whiskey and play with your toys.
Come on up, man. I got pinball machines. I got everything.
I have.
I got
Can I ask you about the Blantons?
I've got a pinball machine that has ZZ Top's Lagrange as their theme song as you're playing the game.
Oh man,
they play all the ZZ Top that's Lagrange while you're playing. It's fucking awesome. And then I got
there's a couple of places out here that have nothing but pinball machines, and then there's another one that's got like coin-op video games and pinball machines and a lot of retro stuff. They actually sell cathode ray tube TVs because those are the ones that work best with older gaming systems.
Yeah,
and
it sucks because I bought a cabinet,
and it's in a mall, a real live. Well, not a real live mall; it's a dead mall, but they're alive in it.
I bought a video cabinet, and it's the same guy I bought the pinball machines from, but it was one of those. We're going to make you a full size cabinet, and but it's going to have like 40 games on it, right? Whatever.
Yeah.
But the cabinet looks like when you went to the arcade or the 80s and 90s, right?
Sure, you got like 4 players on the platform there.
Yeah, so I bought the cabinet and I made sure that I had. Remember the game Defender?
I love Defender.
Yeah.
So that's what my nameplate on my machine says, Defender.
Right.
Fucking 2 weeks later, that goddamn LCD went out. Because it's not one of the old school screens like you're talking about. So
yeah, you have to play it on the old school. Well, I was asking the guy too. I'm like, well, are you running ROMs on this? He goes, no, they're all original parts on all these games. I'm like, why? He goes, because the reaction time isn't the same when you're running a ROM.
You're
you
right.
That like a MAME, like I didn't know that until I talked to him. I'm like, all of a sudden, this redheaded with the beglassed nerd is becoming my hero. And he's walking his little 6-year-old daughter through the store. And I'm like, I'll bet does she know that her dad is the coolest guy in the world? Yeah, she knows that.
She knows.
Me, I love it. I walked in there looking for the reason I went in there is because I aged out of GameStop. I went in looking for old stuff like a PS3 is what I've got. I don't have like a ton of stuff because I don't have a ton of time.
Yeah.
So I went looking for an old controller. He's like, no, you got to see my buddy over at this place.
And I'm the worst. I buy it and it fucking sits
there, right?
Yeah. I've got an Xbox One. I've got a PS5.
Yeah.
I've got a Steam Deck. I've got all this shit.
Yeah.
But I work 10 hours a day and then I'm doing shit with my wife or whatever. It's like, Jesus
That's your
Christ.
middle name. Your middle name is the same as my middle name. Someday.
Yeah. Someday.
My Xbox 360 was gave to me. The guy I used to rent shop space with this guy. His son gave it away. He gave it to me. I bought a copy of Mass Effect and 2 other games. I haven't played Mass Effect yet. I've gone through Borderlands 2 and just all this other cool stuff. But my point is I was going to ask you about the Blantons.
Yeah.
The bottle caps.
Yeah.
You know how many of them there are, right?
I think there's 7, right?
There's like 8
or 8. Yeah. There's a lot.
You know what they represent?
I don't know what they represent. I think
this is great. Okay. For any of you animation junkies, whenever film was a thing and we were able to video, there was always this big debate on when a horse is running, do all 4 hooves leave the ground at the same time? This is way back when photography was very early. Remember that? It was that, and that's the earliest film is the horse galloping.
Yep.
When you take all of the 8, I believe there's 8 of them, but when you take all 8 of those bottle caps,
yeah,
there's a when you go to the Blanton's website, there's a thing that you can set them on and spin it.
Yeah,
and they will gallop.
That's awesome.
And it's a homage to that set of celluloid, those 8 frames of watching a horse gallop. Isn't that cool?
So do you know who makes Blanton's?
They're in Kentucky, I believe.
It's the same people that make Pappy.
Yeah. Okay. Right. But it's
all Buffalo Trace.
Okay.
Right. So you have Buffalo Trace. You got Sazerac Rye.
What did I get the other day that was actually Jim Beam? That was it's right here. Was it Basil Hayden?
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, I know, but it's Jim Beam. Or not Jim. Yeah, it's Jim Beam.
There's a Basil Hayden toasted rye.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit. But I found this at the liquor store. My wife did. It's called Hardin's Creek. Okay.
See, your wife.
It's got this nice leather cap on it that keeps it shut and all this stuff, right? So I'm like, that's really cool. And it was limit 1, and it's a Kentucky straight bourbon, but it's aged 211 months.
Wow.
That's 17 and a half years, guys.
As a minimum?
No, that's what 211 months is.
No. I mean, but is that their minimum age for that bottle?
For this bottle,
any of them?
No, for this bottle, it's and it's
smooth.
Age matters. Okay, when you see a bourbon, you go, okay, age 7 years. That's a good start.
Yeah,
and then you see some that are like aged like Jack yesterday, right? It came out of the barrel yesterday. We're gonna sell it,
like
but that's
the wine that I make in my bedroom.
Right. And so that's 200. And then I bought this High and Wicked, and it's aged 15 years.
At a minimum.
No, yeah, and it tastes. Now, and this sounds dumb, but it's like chocolate. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like you get that sensation of like it doesn't taste like chocolate, but when you taste it, you're like, well, this is good.
Yeah,
like
you're using sommelier terms.
Right.
In fact, if I could, I would love to do everybody here a favor. When you're done here, you don't have to watch them all, but go to YouTube and look at the Unemployed Wine Guy. Unemployed Wine Guy on YouTube. Fucking hilarious. Sommelier from home, and he does all kinds of stuff.
Thanks,
you
Bach,
guys
for stopping in.
From Chicago. You know what Malort. You know Malort? Yeah. Well, his chat makes him make drinks out of Malort, and then he does a review of it. And holy shit, that dude is hilarious. I know. I read on Wikipedia that Malort tastes like pencil shavings and heartbreak. And
do
you makes me want to taste it even more.
Do you guys drink any scotch?
Sure. I got a Glenfiddich.
Look for the Glenlivet.
Glenlivet
with the Neil Offerman bottle.
Okay.
From Parks and Rec.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's
steaks and bacon.
It's so good.
Is it
really good? Yeah. I think I might have a bottle over there, or I drink it all, but it's good. There's so many good in Japanese whiskey.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh,
yeah,
man. Hold on one second, guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to show you this cool ass bottle I got. Okay, you guys keep talking.
Oh man, you're so patient down there with your guitars on the back wall.
Who's that? Me?
Yeah, you're just like listening to this whole thing, and like, and I cannot help but to chime in. I'm like, I've got stuff to say, and you have to listen to me right now.
No, I was talking a lot before you joined in, so I figured shut up and let other people talk. But
I like the concept of your book, man. That's pretty cool. Metal Hero.
Man. It's I'll see. I can hang out for a little bit more. Maybe we can see if he plays the first 3 minutes of the actual episode. He played the trailer a couple times, but maybe you can hear more of the voice acting and how we kind of build and stuff. But
but does it work the same way as XP's? Is it
Do you know why?
video? I know it's more music oriented, but is it like a video comic?
It's we there's not as many images, but we go full color and we try and add like the comic book action lettering and we try and add some effects. If how can I explain this? There's really no way to explain it without watching like the first 3 minutes of issue 2. But what we're doing for issue 3, we've changed up artists. I know the Dropbox link didn't work, but we've switched up artists.
Can you present it on the stage?
Let me see if I'm not an idiot and figure out how to do this.
You would go present right next to Leave Studio.
Okay, so
well,
don't
check
hit
out
Leave Studio.
check out this cool bottle, guys.
Oh my god!
All right, so this is it's called Yamato, right?
Oh my god!
And look at that. All right, so
that's
it's
so
like,
cool.
And this whole thing comes off, right?
Man.
You got this beautiful bottle, and it's empty,
God.
obviously.
Where did you find that?
I found it at a liquor store in Wisconsin. All right, so my wife's not a bourbon.
I have one.
My wife's not a whiskey drinker, and she's like, "This is the best I've ever had." So then there's a female version.
I remember when my wife said that to me.
Yeah, look at the female version.
That's so cool.
It is. You know what? It reminds me of the Shogun Warrior toys I used to have.
Exactly. And this thing is so heavy. It's all metal. This is not plastic. Hear that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then her shoulder pads and everything come off.
Oh wow.
And then I haven't got to the bottle yet. But there's no
Mulan.
Yeah, there's no other country in the world that can call their whiskey bourbon. We're the only country in the world that can do that. That's our national drink.
Sure.
And our national drink cannot be claimed by any other country ever in the world.
It's not sake.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like I learned that when I was in Kentucky, and they're like, yeah, we're the only country in the world that can call our product bourbon. And do you know what bottle and bond means?
Can we make scotch?
No,
Okay,
because that's the Scottish thing. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you know what bottled and bond means?
Bottled and bond. There's got to be a legal thing with that. I believe
You'll see that on bottles sometimes, like bottled and bond. So bottled and bond means that there was a fucking tax man sitting at the distillery, and he
Matthew before he was saved by Christ.
Right. He verified that bottle or that those barrels were legit. Okay. And there are no more taxmen on these distilleries. All right. They're not there anymore, but they have guard shacks still. When I went, if you guys have ever, ID crisis, have you ever been to Kentucky?
Through Kentucky on the way to Tennessee, but I love Justified. I would love to visit Harlan County sometime.
Do the Bourbon Trail.
No
start
shit.
Start in Louisville
Mhm.
and work your way to Nashville.
Should I rent a car or get an Uber?
Uber.
Rent a car.
Uber. Right.
No, rent a car.
And a driver.
In Louisville, there's at least 15 distilleries.
Yeah.
You can spend
So
2 or
it's
3
like a
days
bar
there.
crawl, but
Yeah, but you go like Rabbit Hole is a bourbon, and it's
Okay.
really good. There's a bottle that I really like called the Derringer, and it has
it's only got 2 shots in it, right?
no, it's got a Mernet cask finish. So they
That's
move
for the
it over.
gun people.
They move it over to Mernet cask. It has a little richer taste.
Okay.
But you do all these tours, right? And the thing is like Angel's Envy, it's a really good bourbon. It's a good rye.
I like Angels.
Yeah, it's really good. And that Angel's Envy rye,
Yeah.
guys, you're going to pay the $80.
And you're
It's
gonna
so
get
fucking
every
worth
bit
it.
of it, every last
Yeah.
cent.
Yeah, but when you do the tour, it's $50, right?
Are there cigars along the way?
No, but they let you taste the fucking the foam stuff that comes out of the
No, really.
Yeah, and you can taste it, and it's like crazy. It was really fun, right?
And
So we did all these.
if it was like a honeycomb, they would let you chew on the wood of the barrel that it's soaked in.
Right, exactly. So with Buffalo Trace, so the guy that worked at Buffalo Trace, or that created Buffalo Trace, he never worked there. He worked for another distillery in the Louisville area for years.
Mm-hmm.
And then he created his own distillery in the area where Buffalo Trace is, and he died. And his kids have ran it ever since, and then his grandkids, now his kids, right? Or his kids and his grandkids. But the point is, that distillery in the Louisville area teaches you a lot about his history. Like, it's really good. And we did that, and then we drove down to
Like the entire town is a museum.
Yes, and we drove down to the Buffalo Trace distillery the next day. We pull up to the parking lot, and my chat's heard this story. There was like 150 people in line. My wife looked at me and she said, "Is this fucking Disneyland for bourbon?" And I said, "Yes, it is, because it is." So the reason there's so many people in line, they take your license when you go into the distillery, because you can only buy every 90 days in the store of their bourbon. That's how allocated Buffalo Trace bourbons are.
Wow.
So you can't go every day and just
I thought
buy
you were going to
bottle.
go like it's some sort of a dry county or something like
No,
that. But they
no.
have an exception, and
They say
they're checking your license to make sure that you haven't been there in the
Yes.
last 89 days.
Exactly. And the only reason you can go back and buy is when it's the daily special.
Yeah. Okay.
So they might put out like a Blanton's, or they might put out like whatever it is. And there's 6 specials. So you can go back every day and get the 6
But
specials.
I'm sure there's a lot of people going through there whose licenses have the same last name of the first guy who went through there, but it's his
your
mom,
wife, dude.
his
You
sister,
take
his
your
brother.
wife. Yes, you take your wife. I had my wife with me, and I walked out like,
oh no, like they'll give their mom the money and send her, and then give the next day give his sister the money. And then
either way, I walked out like $800 poorer.
Yeah, but
because
so
I'm
much the richer.
Yeah, there's so much stuff, and then like the line is like 1,500 feet long, and you're like, God damn, this is gonna take forever. 10 minutes later, you're checking out.
Wow,
that's how much they have this shit on lockdown.
It's better than a drive-through at McDonald's.
But literally, guys, take the trip if you just want to have a good 4 or 5 days.
Yeah.
And do the Buffalo Trail or the Kentucky Trail thing. It's Bourbon Trail thing. It's really, really fun. And I got down to Bardstown, which is on the Tennessee border, and that's where Jim Beam is and some other guys. And all these guys literally are across the street from each other.
Yeah.
Like Bardstown is here or here, and then Jim Beam's over here on the other side of the highway. And
are you saying that that's not just the road, but it's the state line?
No, it's the interstate.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Right.
And so like on this side of the interstate is this distillery. On the other side is this one. And they're brilliant because Jim Beam's been here forever. Bardstown's not as old. So they said, fuck it. Let's start it here. And people will come. Like,
I
let's
love it,
build
man.
this
It used to
stadium.
be coal country, and it may still be, but now they're using that coal to filter their whiskey through.
Exactly. So, like, when we went to Bardstown, I bought this bottle called Bourbon Pursuit.
Right.
And it's signed by the guy who came up with the formula. You will not find this bottle in the store. You can only buy this at the distillery. I will never drink this bottle.
Okay.
That seems like a waste.
Like it's like the 15 year I had back there. I'll never drink that bottle. It's like when I die, my kids can sell it. You get what I'm saying?
You know
Or
what?
drink it.
I've had that very
Either
same.
way.
Yeah.
Go ahead, ID.
Well, no, I mean, I was gonna like, I've got airbrush action magazines over there. I've got those EVS blacklight frog posters over there. I've got my own artwork. I've got Frank Frazetta stuff hanging on the wall. I've got comic books, all this stuff, all the equipment that I do my custom paint with, all my pinstriping stuff. I mean, there's just in, you probably can't see it because not the
right.
Just in this one card over here, there's got to be $4,000 worth of stuff. And when I'm gone, and I keep listening to all the Bible verses about how you can't take it with you, but at the same time, it would be nice if the people that I support with all of the stuff that I spend my money on knew how much all of the stuff that I own that I supported them with was worth. So that when I die, it doesn't go for like $5 at some like estate garage sale, which is basically what it is.
Yeah.
And I'm constantly telling my kids,
yeah,
this fucking decanter right here, Whistle
See?
Pig, 10 years. Okay. I paid $130. This is full of whiskey.
I know.
And it
You
comes
have to
in
drink
a
it out of
beautiful
its
box.
butt.
And yeah.
It's on the ass end is where the cap is.
I paid $139. And if you guys go online right now, it's like $800. It's $800.
Oh my goodness!
Wow, is that the Saska Sister edition or?
See that? See how he brought it all the way around.
July edition. Okay,
he may have taken the scenic route, but
you're drinking it out of its ass. I'm just saying.
There we go.
But
I was curious about that. It's like because it's well, I mean, it's like right there over your left shoulder, and maybe it says something wrong about me, but every time I see one of your streams, I think to myself, man, I'd love to have a taste of that shit back there. And I don't know if that means that I'm an alcoholic or what, but like, yeah, that whiskey looks really good. And now he's telling me all about it. It's just making it worse. You know what I mean? It's like it's like hanging a really nice steak in front of a fat chick, and she hasn't eaten all day. And I'm looking at these whiskeys going, I think he's having audio problems.
Yeah, you can't hear shit.
I know, and this is some of my best material, and he's not getting any of it.
I know. Let's bash him.
We're gonna say everything like all about like his like super wicked eyeglasses prescription or something like that, or oh wait,
you're like a man.
It's all gonna be like out of context, and he's gonna get a complex because we're sitting there talking about.
You're like a you're like a man dying of thirst watching another man drown.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, exactly. In one of the Great Lakes, not out in the ocean, not in the salt water, but in the fresh water. Are you with us? No, he muted himself. His microphone is crossed out.
Yeah, but
he also doesn't. He's got a look on his face like he can't hear.
Really intense right now.
You
really
hear us? Can you hear us talking?
All right, it's our show now.
We're talking. I'll use the hand without the glove. Makes it look like I'm missing two fingers.
Yes, Dave is down, so I'm here to promote ISO number 1 and 2, Alpha Core.
If he goes out and comes back in.
Oh my God!
I maybe put it in the private chat. If he leaves and comes back, that'll probably fix it, and we'll still be there. Leave and
can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you are.
We hear you.
Can you hear us? Or was that just an elaborate ruse? That just an elaborate ruse so that you could hear what we were saying about you?
Please
that's
talk
exactly
shit all
what was
day.
happening.
I'm just a fucking old man that loves shit. All right.
Yeah, but you were on a delay just for a second there. Your synchronicity was a little off.
Because I have
you
this
know what it is?
bullshit
It's a
Rode.
freaking Starlink. Oh,
It's a
Elon
Rode
is great for free
Soundcaster.
speech as long as you can hear what people are saying.
Peace. No,
Yeah,
I have this
secretive.
Rode this Rode sound thing, and I think it's bullshit. It's kind of
What
garbage.
does that mean? What does that mean? What is road sound?
So like this soundboard,
Oh yeah. Oh, I have something like that, but it's on my iPad. It's an app, and I've got cool sound
Yeah,
effects
well,
like
I paid like real money for
arts
this
and sound
fucking
samples
piece of
from The
shit.
Wire.
Because you know why I bought it? Because this guy called Low Watermark said your sound sucks.
Yeah. He totally
And-
trolled you. Like, hey, what you
No,
need to
but-
do is to plug this thing in here that's going to make your sound better.
Hey, ask everybody in my chat why they're members. Because Low Watermark
gotta get me to
contributed
comment.
all those fucking memberships. He's the
Yeah.
shit. Low
Okay, no,
Watermark's
I'm-
the man.
Nice. He's in every stream, man, that I watch.
Yeah,
Comics Day wise.
and he's like an older guy, so he has I think he has a lot of cash, and he's just sitting around watching YouTube guys throwing 20, 50, $100 a night and doesn't care.
He must be paying attention to me, man. This is one of the great things about being on this stream here is that I'm not spending money on super chats on EVS's stream.
Me too.
I know, right? It's like
except for mine.
No, I'm spending, Andrew. We're not spending. Like
I
I
know,
would
like,
spend like
yeah,
a
we're
$20
not-
super chat.
Right.
No, but you know what? Too, I love Ethan.
I do.
But
He's doing such good work.
Plays videos and bashes all night. It's like I just want to talk to JVP and find out why he got into the whole comic world. I want to talk to ID Crisis about his pen striping, and you played up some beautiful pictures. And Andrew,
yeah,
come on, how good was Andrew's book? This is his first time ever creating. And how long did you edit this book, Andrew?
What do you mean?
Did you hire an editor?
Like I didn't hire an editor. Like I just have a buddy, who helps out with the story. He was like, I don't like that. If that, then why this? So he kind of, so he helps out.
You need that though.
That's what you need in your life, right?
You do. You need I don't want to say disinterested third party, but somebody who's seeing things from a different angle that you are. Even walking away and coming back, or like if JVP, you listen to the stuff that you record, you create a song, you take your ears away from it, and then you come back and you listen to it again, and I'm sure you're like, there's something in there that doesn't belong, or the song needs something. That's one of the things.
So here's my secret. Here's what I do with Ruthless. This is the fucking maniac that I am. Whenever I do any work on Ruthless, I cut it that night, I master it that night, and I upload it to my SoundCloud. It's privated, so nobody can hear it unless I send them the link. I then go to the gym the next morning. I listen to it on the way to the gym. I listen to it at the gym on repeat over and over for an hour and a half every time I'm at the gym.
I think I know this technique.
4 or 5, yeah. And I just listen to it and listen. I listen to it multiple thousands of times before it's released.
Awesome.
And I go back, like I got to change this. I got to drop that snare hit. I got to redo that guitars. That's my process.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
Where's your black light?
I don't have one, but
you should get one, man. They're awesome.
I found this at a toy show here in the Chicago area. It was the end of the day, right? The guy wants like getting $300. I said, "Here's $100." He goes, "I'll take it." But this is not like you can't find this anywhere, right? No. I mean, I want to open it, but I don't because, God, it's so cool. But Ethan's always like, play with your toys. If you
watch, yeah, it's because he's selling toys. You should treat it like that bottle of whiskey.
Yeah, because Ethan's not buying this shit, right? He's buying his own stuff. This stuff
when
is
my brother worked at Kmart for a couple of years, and it was the Micro Machines that he worked in the toy department. He bought a box to display, not play with, display in a box to never open. But JVP, I think the thing that you were talking about with your music reminds me of a line from a Blood, Guts, Bullets, and Octane movie directed by Joe Carnahan, black and white, famous for the A-Team, The Gray. He did Narc, one of my very favorite movies, and a bunch of other stuff. and it's this line where they're on a used car. He's a used car salesman. He's talking about the machining that goes into the Hondas and the Toyotas and stuff. And he goes, they run it at this high RPM and they do it for miles and miles until something goes wrong. And then they looked and find out what went wrong. And then they fixed that. And it sounds like that's what you're doing with your music. You play it until you're sick of it. And then you try to figure out what made you sick of it.
Here's the trick about receiving criticism.
I'm just wondering if that's the process that you were trying to explain earlier.
It is, but this will make sense when I finish my statement. If you are tougher on yourself than anybody else possibly could, any criticism you receive will not hurt your feelings.
Yep.
And you'll be of the right mind to accept it and say they're right and go back and change it. Yeah. You've got to be a jerk to yourself when you create this stuff. That's why.
But you got to be able to split that line between being your own worst critic and being obsessive compulsive, because that stuff have to actually get out there eventually.
Yeah, you got to finally let it go. Right,
it has to be done at some point.
Yep.
And I'm not saying like I've had to do that before, and that's where when you're doing art for someone else and you're charging them money, and now time is money, and if I'm getting $125 an hour or fill in the blank, if I work on this too long and I love it too much, I'm going to end up starving myself, and it'll only be worth anything when I'm dead.
Yeah.
That's why I go back to like not charging for this and making my money elsewhere is a very freeing aspect of being like creative, because I don't have to worry about that. I just have to worry about how good is it in the end? What's the end
Which
product?
goes back to my earlier statement of you do your best work.
There's some truth to
when
that.
It's just for yourself.
Yeah.
And I've tried to explain it to people this way. That's a beautiful 9.8, by the way.
Graham Nolan.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I know. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, it's fucking great.
Isn't it great to be able to have that and be able to talk to the person that created it? That this technology allows us to do that. And I love that.
I promise you, if I hit Graham Nolan up, he would come on. That's the kind of guy Graham is.
Oh, I know. Graham Nolan, Buffalo native.
Yeah.
Too, so
sorry.
No, that's okay. He understands Josh Allen's never going to make it to the Super Bowl the way Jim Kelly did and failed. Now, look, I grew up there. I'm just saying, I make better wings than anybody in Buffalo ever has. I've got plenty of people down here in Pittsburgh that'll, but I learned how to do it up there. But okay, but anyways, where was I? Oh, I've said this in the past, and if you use this, you owe me 10%. I love my wife. I love my art, but I can only put one of them out on the corner to make money for me. But at the same time, when
my wife is my fucking 10%. I'm sorry.
But my point being is that you'll get those customers who are like, I want yellow type on a white background, and I'm like, no, that's bad. That is the equivalent of taking my hoe and beating her up so that she's unattractive to other people. I can't sign that.
Right.
And that's where that rub comes from. But when you're doing something for yourself and you're trying to challenge yourself and make the best work that you possibly can, because you're like, I saw Michael Whelan do one of these and I'm going to do one of those, and when I'm done with it, it's going to be awesome. Or I'm going to try to be as good as my favorite artist, or like reproduce a Frazetta, but on a motorcycle helmet or something. I've done that before and I didn't get paid enough, but that whole thing, when you take money out of it and it's just about you and your craft, there's a purity to it.
Yeah.
Capitalism is great and I love it, but
you're still capitalist when you're an indie, right? I mean, you're still
no, I don't mean that. It doesn't have anything to do with being an independent or anything. It just says take the money out of it and you're doing it for the love of it purely. And that, sorry about that, I hit the microphone, but just purely for that. Like, I'm making a comic book. I don't know if I'm going to make any money on it. I'm not worried about that part. I'm doing it for myself. I'm paying money for an editor, Fields got traded to Pittsburgh. There's a lot of weird stuff happening too. We just
They traded the Chicago quarterback to Pittsburgh.
That's weird because we just signed for a year. We just signed Russell Wilson,
dude.
We just signed Russell Wilson.
What?
Yeah, we signed Russell Wilson to a 1-year contract.
Wow.
Okay, and did you see what Rudolph did over Christmas? Rudolph saved Christmas.
No.
Well, we were in the playoffs for like a bit, and the only reason we got there is because we had Kenny Pickett from Pitt, and he was just stinking up the joint. So they put in the second string quarterback that we've had forever, Mason Rudolph.
Yeah,
and he did a great job. He advanced us a couple of games because Pickett was injured, and it was the thing, Rudolph, the reindeer that saved Christmas.
Yep.
And that was just this last year. I don't know. Steelers, great. They're an awesome team. People are still living in the 70s. All I care about is that the new city police schedule is 20 cops on the clock from 3 o'clock in the morning to 7 o'clock in the morning. And they just rang the dinner bell for every criminal in the Pittsburgh area. News,
you don't live in Pittsburgh, right? You're out.
No, I'm 20 minutes. I'm 20 minutes south where we all have guns.
Tomlin is the man. Really?
Yeah, sure. I'm not so sure about that. Tomlin, the only real big games that Tomlin ever won was with Bill Cowher's team, and it took Bill Cowher 10 years to get that team together.
Yeah,
he went through Slash and
I
all
love
this
you,
other
Joe.
stuff.
I love you, Joe, but that is a little weak.
No, I mean, it takes time. He's a smart guy. I'm not trying to take away from his skills as a head coach, but look, I mean, the numbers. You can't take the stats that you have in the NFL and the way the games are played and all of that stuff and win-loss records and ignore that, but pay attention to everything that Chris Bacon is saying about the Rippaverse. Numbers tell a story, and they tell a story better than Eric July can write one.
And JVP, are you a football guy?
I used to be a big Bills fan, actually.
Yeah.
Wow.
I grew up in the 90s. Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas, Andre Reed, Don Beebe, Bruce Smith, Daryl
Don
Talley.
Beebe bounced on his head.
Yeah.
And just walked off the field, man.
And I was a young boy, and we grew up in South Florida, but I was born in Queens, New York. And when I started watching football, I learned the only team that actually plays in New York is the Buffalo Bills, because the Jets and the Giants play in Jersey, technically. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to root for the Bills. That was my logic as a kid, right?
Yeah.
And I was a big Bills fan. I played Tecmo Super Bowl. I used to watch the games. I went through 4 years of heartbreak watching the Bills lose in the Super Bowl.
I'm so glad I'm following you on Twitter.
Yeah. I stopped watching football about 11 to 12 years ago, and my reasoning was it was just too much of a time sink, and why would I give a fuck about a bunch of dudes who don't give a fuck about me? I just figured out there were better ways to spend my time, so I haven't watched football. I love the sport.
Yeah.
I like after Tagliabue left as a commissioner, it just fell off of me. I couldn't do it. It's not.
I won't start paying real attention to them again until they figure out how to end racism. Because all those touchdowns have to lead up to something.
They're almost there.
I'm a Lions fan. Forgive me.
Oh,
yeah. So is Steve Dace is a Lions fan.
But we did have a great season, right?
No, you
Don't
did.
deny it. We had a great season.
It was great. I wish he could have gone further.
And Dan Campbell,
you guys had a really good coach.
He's the stud, right? He's like, we're gonna knock their kneecaps off. That was his first statement. Yeah. And it was great. But I agree with JVP. If my Lions weren't like interesting, I don't give a fuck. Because after a while, you're just like rooting for the jersey, and the jersey switches all the time, and they don't give a fuck about you as a fan. It's so sad. It's like God damn. It's like anything that we love, right?
Yeah.
It's all whatever, fake.
It's all a grift. They were grifters
Did you see
before
that,
YouTube.
that video after San
Yeah,
Francisco
right.
lost the Super Bowl, and he was like, I don't know, I've never seen this quarterback foul up so many plays and just at the right time. And
Oh yeah,
who was that? Was that a
all
receiver, a
fits.
cornerback, or a tight end? I can't remember, but he had the funky hair. It was like thin
Yeah.
and long. I can't remember what his name was.
I miss the days where Ronnie Lott, when he played for the San Francisco 49ers, chopped off his finger when his offense was on the field because it was broken, so he can tape it up and go back out there and play defense when it was his turn to play defense.
And I miss
That's what the NFL used to
Green
be.
and the steel curtain. That's what
I miss-
everybody.
I miss
They all
the-
remember that down here.
Jack Tatum.
I
Oh my
miss the
God,
day when
Jack
John
Tatum hits.
Riggins, was like this fucking beast as a running back for the Redskins, and nobody could stop
Okoye.
him. He was
Was
just a
that
big-
the where they would always you could hear the truck horn?
Yeah.
yeah. Right,
But
yeah,
I was,
yeah.
but as a Lions fan, in my opinion, the greatest running back ever is Barry Sanders.
Oh
Yeah.
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 Do you know how much? Imagine the if
Or
you could-
Walter Payton.
No,
but
Walter
no.
Payton. Okay, but hold
Barry.
on a second now. Barry Sanders had the kind of O line that Pittsburgh has had for the last few years.
He had
If
the O
you
line
could
of a
count
high
the-
school football team, dude.
Okay, and this is the thing. You only count north and south yardage. If you could count up east and west yardage all the
Yes.
times that Barry Sanders was trying to run himself out of trouble, he would clearly have beaten Emmitt Smith's ass.
Or
Clearly.
just the sheer excitement that they handed it to him.
Yeah,
Like they gave Barry the ball.
I
Let's
know.
see
And you're
that.
like, oh, something's going to happen.
And like, 80 yards later, touchdown.
Yeah.
You're like, what the
Yeah.
fuck was that? And
Dude, they hired a highlight reel.
There was nobody as agile.
And then the man said, I'm done.
Yeah.
Fuck your records. Fuck all this stuff. I'm out.
Yeah, if you can't get me some protection, I mean, what was he supposed to do with the stats? Yeah, I would do the same thing. Like, I'm going to get killed out here because you can't hire anybody but me.
And you hire Bobby Ross, who doesn't respect me as a running back, and I'm out.
Yeah, all
Fuck
that.
you.
The only reason I throw Walter Payton in there is because he was willing to run through a couple people. And,
Sure.
I always respect that. When
But he also got like 10 times the carries that Barry did.
Mm-hmm.
All the coaches were always trying to make an air raid offense for the Lions. And then, 2nd and 22, they give it to Barry and he gets 45 fucking yards.
Yeah, no, yeah. Don't get me
Right.
wrong. Barry Sanders is definitely he's top 1 to 3 running backs of all time.
My one, and Barry and fucking Emmett is the most overrated piece of shit.
100%. 100%. Emmitt Smith is 100%.
Yeah.
His
He's
O
like-
line was one of the best ever.
And he'd be like,
You remember that? Was it the Super Bowl that was it Timmy Smith?
Yeah, from the
rookie running
Redskins.
back, and the
Yeah.
only reason he ever got any of those yardages, any of that yardage, was because of the Washington O line. They made a hole that you could drive a semi through. There he goes.
And he got a
And then he
fucking
gets-
like a huge contract the next
Guy
year.
from some team that doesn't know what they just saw, which was anybody could have run through there. I could have given that ball to my grandmother; she would have got signed.
Do you remember? There was a running back for the Kansas City Chiefs. His name was Christian Okoye.
Okoye,
He was
dude.
like 265 pounds.
He was an
And
Easter Island statue.
He squared up against Steve Atwater, who was a safety for the Denver Broncos, who was like 225.
Razorback.
Steve Atwater fucking leveled this 265-pound bruiser running. It was one of the greatest hits I've ever seen. If you can pull that up on you, they don't do it now.
Isn't
But
there-
if
yeah,
you look at
I
it,
wouldn't look for it
I'm
now,
a
but what-
Razorback fan, so I know who Steve Atwater is.
Steve Atwater was a fucking
He was
champ,
a
dude.
fucking beast.
Yes.
Yes, he was a beast. And I think he played his whole career in Denver. He did
Yeah,
not
I
fuck
think so.
around. Yeah.
Who's that troublemaker on the Lions? I don't think he played for them initially, or that he got drafted to them. But was it a? I'm gonna ruin this. It was a Carolina Panther offensive. I think it was a running back. Laid out this dude. He was a troublemaker for Detroit. Sue.
Yeah, he was a lineman.
Indamukong
Yeah,
Suh?
yeah.
Indamukong Suh? Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't who took him at the exact right angle to just lay him out? Because it was a short dude.
I forget.
On Carolina. You know him?
And that's when his career ended. Yeah.
Yeah, Ndamukong Suh. Yeah.
Yeah, he played at Nebraska. Detroit drafted him or brought him over. And he had a great career in Detroit, and then he went to Carolina. It was like,
it was a Carolina. It was a little short guy. I want to say it was Steve Smith, but I got to be wrong about that. That was a receiver.
Steve Smith was a receiver, yeah, and he returned kicks
unless he was blocking like Hines Ward.
So
I always used to say this, man. If you wanted a good running game on any team, hire Hines Ward as your receiver coach, because Hines Ward would teach your receivers how to block.
Yeah, he was great at blocking.
Or you could hire Andrew.
We are really getting out of the weed there. It's whiskey, it's NFL,
he's like sports
music.
Sports. I don't know.
Sports ball.
Wait, so Dave, you're a Nebraska fan? You're a Nebraska college?
No, I'm a Razorback fan. Arkansas.
Razorback is Arkansas.
Arkansas,
okay,
yeah.
I don't know if you know David Vilma. I stopped watching football when David Vilma.
I remember that name.
I remember that name.
He in college he played for the University of Miami, and University of Miami played.
He had a brother too, Jonathan, right?
Yes,
it's Jonathan and David. Yeah,
yeah, and David played for UM, and they played Nebraska. It was one of the national championships, and David Vilma there were 3 hits where he injured 3 different people on Nebraska in those 3 hits, and they were the most brutal hits I've ever seen.
Same play?
No, different plays.
Okay.
But
he left him out there. Nobody threw. I mean, in sports ball, nobody held up the red card.
Yeah,
was like,
dude.
No more blood, please.
He was fucking Michael Myers out there killing people all night. It was one of the greatest defensive efforts I've seen in any game.
It's like that night that Bo Jackson made fucking Brian
Urlacher. No, it was not Brian Urlacher. It was from Oklahoma. Brian
Bosworth. He made Bosworth look like an idiot.
Yeah.
On that Monday night game. It was fucking fantastic. And
I love that Brian Bosworth has a great post career though.
Yes. And I love,
you know what I mean? Like this is the kind of the kind of
great
around that we would like to see Eric July do.
No, Bosworth
for real though. I mean, like he was an asshole. He realized it, and he came around and he grew up finally and understood that it wasn't all about him.
Yeah,
this is the kind that this is the kind that, not to bring it around to the very beginning of the thing, but the Brian Bosworth, the way that he understands himself arc. Now, the arc exactly. We would love to see Eric July do that because he could be great if he could just get out of his own way.
Yeah, it's like
and like
Eric
Trump.
Bosworth, when he came out of college, thought he was the shit, right?
Yeah.
Then Bo Jackson runs his fucking dumbass over in that Seahawks Raiders game on a Monday night.
Yeah.
It was embarrassing.
Eric July is going to be the answer to Marvel and DC. And Brian Bosworth is going to be the answer to Bo Jackson, and neither of those things happened.
No, and Jackson, I loved that dude.
Yeah.
I mean, this was
Cincinnati that pulled his hip joint out of.
Yeah, it was so. I mean, the guy could play both sports unbelievably.
You remember those commercials with Wayne Gretzky?
Yeah, they were better than anything I've ever seen from Nike. But
Bo, you don't
Bo
know
knows.
diddly.
Bo knows, right? And but when he could go to the White Sox half season and hit 30 fucking home runs, guys.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Bo is the best 2-sport player of all time.
Ever.
Even better than Michael Jordan.
Considering Michael Jordan's legendary status as a basketball player, Bo Jackson was still the best 2-sport player.
I know. I was being facetious.
Yeah. But
although Joe Juxtapose has a great point. Stone Cold is a very good movie. For as formulaic as it is.
Yeah, but
there's a lot of big names in there.
Yeah,
and I always thought that the funeral scene for William, I can't remember his name. He was in so many different movies. The one biker where they just have him on his bike on the top of a pile of wood and they light it on fire, and that's his funeral. I thought that was a great scene.
Yeah,
Yeah, hail Joe juxtapose.
Joe is here every night, dude. He's awesome. So like Dion was average baseball player, but a stupendous football player, right? We all agree with that.
Dion was I thought Dion was best at returning kicks.
Nobody threw to his side of the field for like 5 years.
Yeah,
they did not.
He was fast. He was very fast and
Nobody
explosive.
fucked with him.
Yeah,
right.
But
was he as good at returning kicks as Devin Hester? And has this really turned into a remember how NFL used to be show? Not that I'm not criticizing it. I'm on monitor over here. I'm drawing stuff and I'm listening to all this. I love this.
Remember how good Autumn, like the music, Autumn Thunder. You guys know what Autumn Thunder is? The orchestral scores that the NFL used to produce for their amazing,
right? Yeah.
Everything used to be better. It's not.
That would make Madden an awesome game. I mean, imagine how cool it would be to play Madden if that music was incorporated into the game while you're playing it.
Yeah.
Or at least during the replays, like you play so well that you earn some kind of an instant replay, and they do the NFL speed with the NFL music.
Are you guys NFL? Are you guys video game guys?
I used to be.
Only the ones that I can afford and have the time to play.
So let's say like the last 10 years past, 2014 previous. Anything you love, Andrew?
Like all the Pokemon games. Like that's all.
You're a Pokemon guy. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a big Pokemon guy.
I've never played one in my life, but my kids did. I just could not get. I didn't know what it was, so I didn't give a shit. What about you?
Are we going to be on this subject for the next 5 minutes?
Pick a game you like.
Oh no, I'm just because I'm going to run and come back, but I'm really enjoying this.
That's cool. JV, you're a video game guy in your past, right?
Yeah, well, a little bit. Like I have a Nintendo Switch. I play with my kids. They like Pokemon. The original Pokemon series is really a really great series for kids.
Yeah,
to just teach them like good morals. So like I'm very mindful of what my kids watch. They don't watch Paw Patrol. They watch like Pokemon. They'll watch Ninja Turtles. They'll watch. I kind of like I pick and choose what my kids watch. It has to have a good message for them. And Pokemon really does have a good message. I like when I was young, I kind of missed it, but my brother was around because he's 4 years younger than me when Pokemon really blew up. So I was always around it. I was always aware of it. It really is great for kids. It's fun. I like it. The kids like it. As far as video games, Final Fantasy is probably the series I like the most.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can't. Hold on. Let me see if I can pop this up. Above that light with my guitar is like a little square box.
Yeah.
That's my original Final Fantasy II cartridge that I played growing up.
Wow.
And behind that are tickets to see the orchestra called Distant Worlds. That's the orchestra that plays all the Uematsu music that he's created for Final Fantasy over the years. So that's definitely a lot of the new Final Fantasy suck. I would never play them, but the old ones I love. So some of them. Anyway.
Do you like the Zelda series?
Not so much.
No,
not so much. Yeah.
Wow. How about you, Andrew?
I think I already said.
Like, no. Do you like the Zelda series?
I never played the Zelda games.
Yeah.
I was strictly Pokemon.
Same company, and you never fucking took a look at Zelda.
I used to have a PlayStation 2, and I would play like all the Dragon Ball Z fighting games, like the original Budokai 2, Budokai 3.
So no Mario guys here. No,
I like Mario. Yeah, I play Mario.
Okay, and even the new Mario that just came out is fucking great.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Switch.
Yes,
it's a great console, and there's a lot of shitty like port games. they'll port an old game into it, so don't buy every game on the Switch. But there's some really good games. There's a lot of good indie games on the Switch. Like I got Blasphemous. There's a old school game called ActRaiser that they redid.
Yeah.
The remake of ActRaiser on the Nintendo Switch, I think it's called ActRaiser Reborn. It's the greatest video game remake of all time, even over the Final Fantasy VII remake they released.
Over Dead Space?
Over Dead Space. I fucking think it's the greatest one. They redid all the music. It sounds amazing. The graphics are amazing.
Goddamn Dead Space remake is incredible.
Yeah.
It's one of the things but I love Dead Space. And literally, my wife watched me play that game through 5 times.
It's a good wife.
Wow.
No, she watched it. She's like, and scared every time. And I was too. It's a creepy fucking game, right? I mean, Isaac gets fucked over, but then the remake just enhanced it a little bit because Isaac talks now. He never talked in the original game.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It's but I never played a Pokemon game, and my grandson, you know what he likes to watch on YouTube? Idiots.
Minecraft.
Yeah. Modding Minecraft. That's what he likes.
Oh, like there's like a joke. Like have you guys heard of this comedian Gabriel Iglesias?
Yeah. The fat
like,
guy.
Yeah,
Fluffy.
Oh, like he did this.
Yeah, Fluffy.
He did this joke, where I think it was like his stepson Frankie, is like watching people, play video games. He's like, it's like Frankie, like, why are you watching people? Why are you watching people play video games? When you could be playing video games. Well, because they're professionals. Yeah, but why? Because they're professionals. Well, that's dumb. Oh, really, Dad? Every Sunday, I see you watch football. How come you don't play?
I mean, fair point.
Yeah, right.
I used to play League of Legends too a lot, and I used to watch a little bit of esports with League of Legends, and it's kind of fun, but it I don't know, it gets old. I mean, they're not really. They call them athletes. It's like that's kind of generous. That's like calling a golfer an athlete.
I mean,
like,
way
golf
back
skill.
in the day when you were pumping quarters into video games, there was they're staring at something and wasting their money, and then on the other side of the argument was it's all about reaction time, and it builds a reflex or something like that. There's always going to be some sort of an argument, pro and con on anything, really.
So
honestly, when you think about it, anything that can be abused can be used, and vice versa. Drugs. Food,
so there was Defender, right? And then
like Defender,
and then they followed up with Stargate, right?
I like Stargate better.
Yeah, me too. And
it added some cool elements.
I could go to the arcade. This is when I lived in Iceland, and
wow,
literally, it was between me and another guy. If he was there, I didn't put a quarter on the table. On the machine.
Yeah.
But if he wasn't there, I would. And we would both play for like 8 hours.
Man.
And then I bought this machine at my house. I play Stargate. I'm dead in fucking 30 minutes or 3 minutes. It's
yeah.
It's
I remember seeing something. It was I don't know, like a study or documentary, whatever, about they had 2 people who were equally good at asteroids on the 2600.
Yeah.
One of them played on a TV that you could fit on your kitchen counter, and the other one played on a big TV. And then they switched, and they both of them sucked moose balls because their reaction time was thrown off. One was used to seeing this. The game was moving at the same speed, but they couldn't judge the distance between, this asteroid's coming at me and on this little screen versus the big screen.
Right.
So I'm giving you a trap door, I guess is what I'm saying. You can save face because of the thing that I watched on TV when I was 19.
But when you're so used to, like, over the years, you're just
being
so
awesome.
used when you're so used to just using an Xbox or a PlayStation controller to do everything.
Yeah.
And you go back to an arcade machine.
Yeah.
Oh,
isn't that weird?
Yeah. And
You
that
know what's even weirder?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to compete, but just a couple of months ago, I have a twin brother in Atlanta. He came up here for to visit for Thanksgiving, I think. Or no, they went up to see one of our friends in Buffalo and visit us on the way down. I tried to get him to play on the Xbox, and I remember, I mean, think about it. There's been a PlayStation. We had it in television when we were growing up and all this stuff. And he had to literally like stare me in the eyes, like grab me by my head and look me in the face and go, I've never played on a console. I don't know what I'm doing. Because it did not compute to me that I knew how to play on this. And because I knew how to play on this, you know how to play on this. We look the same. We have the same life, mostly, you know, same amount of kids, married the same amount of times, into the same kind of things. You are saying that you've never picked up a thing that you can do this with? It was I couldn't believe it. I was like, wait, I don't understand. His daughter was sitting there right next to me playing the game. I'm like, you don't know how to do this? It was alien to him. It was the strangest thing.
I like the little detail of how you said we were married the same amount of times in that time.
Yeah.
I like how many multiples.
Yeah, I know. While I was saying it, I was doing the math in my head, like, yeah, no, we're about right. I mean, one of us was before the other one. You know,
we're both on 3 or 4. Wife 3 or 4 now.
Yeah, double digits, man. We never learn.
We really don't, do we?
Yeah,
I've been married once for 30 years this year.
Congratulations. I would drink to that. I'll drink water to that. I'll drink my member's mark, not maker's mark, member's mark. Assault. My favorite stand-up video game. And you cannot build a cabinet for it because it's got joysticks. It's a tank thing. It's not Battlezone, but it has the same controls as Battlezone. Namco's Assault. Top down, okay? And the only thing that moves is the map. If anybody's ever played this, I spent so much money on this thing. Great music. Great music. Ding 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 ding. The tank goes forward, backward. You know, you can spin one way or the other, turn left, forward, right, forward, all that stuff. But if you move the joysticks this way, it would roll and you can strafe left and right. If you spread the sticks out, the tank would pop up and lob a shot off into the distance.
Is that the game where you're the tank and you're coming from the bottom of the screen up?
This is you're looking top down, and I'm thinking of a different one. Your sprite never moves. I mean, it animates, but the map is always moving. And there'd be these places where you can launch off of the surface and the whole map would shrink. And then you could see all of the stuff that's out in front of you and like pummel them out into the distance. I could probably find it on YouTube, but the end of the story is there's a place out in Hopewell, PA. It's called the Pittsburgh Pinball Museum, and they got all kinds of pinball stuff, like old tech, new tech. There's a bunch of like 1980s hair metal posters on the wall and stuff. There's video games, pinball, and they have they have one of these machines out there, Namco's Assault. I looked it up and like, yeah, they got it on there. It's awesome. So I go out there and it's like, you know, you pay so much to play all day, you know, like $20, $30 or whatever. And that's the only game that I care about, right?
Yeah.
So retro long gameplay. Okay. So I go out there and turns out that on one of the joysticks, one of the return springs is busted. You cannot play unless you can unless the sticks go back to the middle, your tank is doing all kinds of weird stuff. I drove for 40 minutes to get out to this place and spent money so that I could just the one video game I wanted to play. And damn it, the fucker doesn't work.
If you ever go to Vegas, there's a antique or arcade museum also.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got like hundreds of pinball and arcade cabinets. Yeah,
this was so much closer.
Yeah, I'm just saying if you go there. ID, what's your YouTube channel?
My YouTube channel is ID. I mean, ID Crisis Design isn't really taken by anything, so you should be able to find it just by going to ID Crisis Design. But let me go find it. Your channel, view your channel. I know I've got a link. Here, I'll put it in the private chat and close that. I'm navigating tabs. Can I put it in the regular chat?
Put it in the private chat, and then I'll post it.
Right. And then I also put my brother's channel in there. He is the Kit Bash Federation. This cat builds movie quality models.
Really?
Oh yeah, they're awesome. It takes me back to when we used to like throw the directions out to every Lego kit that we ever had, and we would just build like the coolest spaceships ever. He works for a company that makes elaborate cardboard packaging, and used to work for a place that did a lot of different stuff with plastic styrene, laser cut, and whatever. But when you see what he does, I mean, he incorporates all kinds of stuff, Bic lighter bodies, guitar strings, and whatever. And it's this entire subculture of model making, which is you have your model. I've seen him pull over to the side of the road to pick up someone's like vacuum cleaner out of their garbage, because the body of it, the plastic body, was a great basis for a spaceship, and turn it into something awesome. Nice. And I think that has to do with like the link that I put in the private chat. And he's funny too. Like he takes time to edit things so that his sense of humor is incorporated based off of stuff that he's seen in the past. You would be familiar with cartoons and whatever. I think there's a piece of heavy metal in the one that's in the link that I sent. But share the screen real quick and I'll hit play and you can see what
the ID Crisis.
No, the share the screen. This is Assault. Is that too loud?
No, it's good.
All right.
1988.
I know. So good. Great year.
Because he graduated that year.
No, the year after.
From what, college?
See that? How you can like it launches you off of there.
So dead, so quick.
I think this is a demo. I don't think that this person should be playing it at some point.
80s games were so fucking hard.
Here we go.
Yeah, they were.
There it is.
I don't think I've ever seen this one, actually.
I love this game. It's so good. Did you see him roll over? There he goes. He's rolling over.
No bear roll.
But you see, like, the whole map is moving.
Yeah.
Oh, narrow escape. You know, and it's just like anything else, you know, they get harder and harder. If I had a stand-up of this, and I've seen them for like $5,000, because the controls are so unique, you can't just... Yeah, he popped up and hit him. Popped up, smacked. And it's the shockwave that gets him too. It's not just... Tells you where to go. And the music. I love the music.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways. Groovy, right? There's a little launcher. And there's just this sense of perspective. You're in the middle of outer space. There's nothing but a star field around you. It's just this floating land mass in the middle of space that you need to defend for some reason, or attack, or whatever.
Yeah. Something to be said about video game music is the file size on those old games, as far as the music, had to be extremely small, to the point where Uematsu did an entire, I forget what Final Fantasy it was. It was one of the first 5. He did an entire score for Final Fantasy, and when he handed it over to the devs, they said it's too large. You have to go back and you have to redo the whole score.
Look what
to a
Simply
smaller
says here.
size so we can fit it in this game. So they worked with such limited resources. Like any music for that sounds decent for a game like that is actually a pretty big accomplishment.
So Simply said, because people replay these old games a lot, the tunes had to be catchy and have replayability, of course.
And he's absolutely right. And conversely to what I keep on wanting to say, JVC, because that's the brand of video player we had when I was a kid.
That's kind of what I went like. It's just my initials. My name's John.
But when there's a super chat, when your name disappears, I start to second guess myself. So, but conversely to what you were saying, when there is a Boston Pops or other symphonic orchestra who is doing an entire piece based on Mario Brothers music, and you can something a symphony that Hannibal Lecter would be listening to, and kills somebody because they got the note wrong,
right?
And they're playing Mario Brothers or a medley of popular video game music. That's such a strange, juxtaposition to where, wait a minute, all of my parents and elders told me that this was dumb and stupid, and now here I am, an adult, and I'm listening to people who have spent their entire life learning how to play this instrument perfectly, and they're playing the music that I used to listen to on my video game.
How good was the music in Pokemon?
Very good.
It's iconic.
Yes.
All versions, black and white, gold and whatever, red and
red, blue, yellow, gold, silver, crystal.
Okay,
Pokemon's got some great music.
You're the Pokemon guy here, and my kids were Pokemon kids.
Yeah.
Did you let them out of the house to look for strange things and places?
Dude,
we had a problem with that here.
I busted my kid one night because he snuck out of the house to go to his buddy's house to play Pokemon, 2:00 in the morning, right?
Remember the good old days when you had to bust your kids drinking? That happened here too, but we were sort of in a transitional stage between drinking, underage drinking, and going out to meet strangers about
Kara,
Pokemon.
Thanks for coming back. Did you go to Ethan's chat? Thank you so much for coming back. Is Ethan's over?
No, this is the back of the bus right here. This is the back of the bus. No, like the back of the school bus.
Oh yeah. Rowdy time. No, so my son snuck out, to play Pokemon, and his friend's mother called us. We're like,
she's like, "What's Pokemon?"
It's 2:30 in the morning, and my son. But they weren't playing Pokemon; they were smoking the ganja. Right? That's what they were doing. I mean, look at my dog here, guys. Look at my little Colt. He's like, dude, it's.
I saw you. I saw you. I hope this gets clipped because I saw you kissing that dog earlier, and now I have questions about you and your motivations with that dog.
Well, I have 5 dogs.
And you're making it even worse.
I saw you kissing your dog earlier and thought the Sasuke sisters should direct this scene.
Exactly.
Right
when
they wouldn't do a good job, so I wouldn't hire them.
When the Ripitards,
JVP,
not hating.
You and your metal music, you're such a hater.
When the Ripitards get a hold of this video and the way that you're petting your dog, they're going to assume things that are
where's your dog? Where's your dog?
And I.
Where's your dog?
You and I are going to have to quit. We're not going to be able to hang out together because you've got bad intentions.
So anytime a Ripitard wants to come out about this little stud, who's been in my life for like 8
and
years.
you're calling him a stud. It's all wrong. It's so bad.
But they can't drink bourbon without ice or a fucking mixer. They can suck my dick. All right. I drink straight.
Neat.
I drink neat every day.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the only way to drink bourbon.
None of this matters unless your dog has piercings.
Oh, JVP's bringing up
Look
his
at the
dog.
size of that boy. Look at him. Dude, do I need to get my dog down here? Because he's probably asleep and stupid.
I have a golden retriever laying on my stairs going up to the upstairs right now.
But if he comes down here, then he won't go away.
I know.
Mine
Mine's asleep. I'm not going to call mine either because
I can show you pictures of him, but I don't want to.
He's a big lug. But I love dogs. I love them.
I do too.
Dogs are better than cats.
I think I would like the dog that well, here's the thing. If you're going to have a dog and you're going to train them, then everyone in the house has to be on board with that training.
That's never going to happen.
None of it makes any sense.
That doesn't happen.
Right. Now it's just a crazy dog in the house, not the dog that.
And if you have a golden, they never stop shedding.
Yeah, well,
it took me an hour to fucking vacuum my basement this morning. I was like, Jesus Christ!
Yeah, this is a Belgian Malinois and Boxer mix that was abandoned in Kentucky.
So you have a short-haired mix.
No, it's a short-haired. Yeah, but you can see like he's got the black on the snout. He's always doing stuff with his paws, and boy, does this kid get some air when you like play with them, toys in the yard and stuff like that. It's the nice thing about it, like the short-haired dog, is that you can see the machine at work underneath.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like that. It's like that real, like you can see all the muscles and the sinew and stuff.
Right. I have two sisters in a cage right behind me, laying under the table here, and they're in a cage.
Yeah. I mean, he's kind of stupid, but he's intuitive. Like if I'm here by myself, he knows he can count on me for like food, let him out and stuff like that. But when I'm working, he does leave me alone.
Tim, you want to come on? Are you following me on X? Send me a DM and I will send you the link. We're having fun
because this is probably going to go on forever, man.
I'd like to stay up all night with you guys, but I got to wake up early tomorrow.
Lightweight. Oh no, wait, you're corporate.
Well, he's got kids.
I'm a single dad with 2 kids, and they don't. They won't.
Is that right?
Are they younger than 10?
You don't mind my asking? Like how
4 and 8. I'm 4.
Whoa,
4 and 8.
You got work to do. Yeah.
Hey, do you mind? I don't want to get like too personal or anything like that. But I was a single dad for a while. What's your support system like?
I got a great family. My mom and dad's still alive. My sister's up the street. Got a lot of friends and family down here.
That's cool. Yeah. So you got some help and stuff if you need to like run out and do whatever. I'm
Superman though. I cook, I clean, I do the dad stuff.
I get that. I don't mean that, but I mean like you still need to make shit happen. You can't do it all on your own.
I kind of do. I do what I got to do.
Yeah. So. Well, that's cool, man. Good for you.
Yeah, I raised 4, and over all those years, we never had one babysitter.
Yeah, right.
It's like my family will babysit my kids. I don't know if I could trust a stranger babysitting my kids.
When I say like, what's your support system like? What I mean is like your sister's up the road, and you have parents, and maybe there's in-laws and things like that, but there's no like mental cases involved.
Okay. There's always mental cases involved in family.
That's why you're a single dad, because the mental cases involved.
My family's pretty good. No, it's 50-50. You know, I have them half the time. She has half the time. That's
okay.
50-50 split.
Well, I didn't mean to put that out there. Now she's going to see this, and then there's
no, it's fine.
I'm not going to get into too much detail. I mean, that's pretty standard stuff. So
yeah. Cool, man. Well, good for you. I mean, it looks like everything's going great, but that's just the room that I'm looking at.
Yeah, I could parents, man.
You can say that you cleaned everything, but we haven't seen the rest of the house. There could be dirty dishes or something.
I'm pretty. I was. It's funny. My parents were good, loving parents. They let me get away with murder, but if the house wasn't clean,
which is why you're a single parent.
Yeah. Well, if the house wasn't clean, my dad would not be happy. So like I grew up with like
that's awesome.
Everything's got to get cleaned.
Yeah.
But you can invite people over, have a party, get messy, but you got to clean it all before you go to bed. It's just like the house always has to be clean to reset for the day, and that's just kind of how it is.
You see, here is kind of the opposite. I always make the joke, and my wife hates it, is we should invite people over more often because that's when we clean the house.
Yeah,
There's some truth to that.
Right. Somebody's coming to visit. My fucking wife goes balls to the walls. It's like, what the fuck?
I know, man. It's like almost like you don't even have to invite people over for real. You can just say that you're going to invite people over. Like, hey, guess what? My buddies are coming over with their wives. Got to have the wives with their wives. 5 o'clock. House gets cleaned up.
Yeah. When you hear with their wives, you're like, ah.
Yeah.
I guess no fun.
Well, it's all fiction. It's just a ruse, man. I just want the house clean.
All right. Can I say some some final words here to the Iron Age and Comicsgate, the Civil War, the Civil War of the independent creator community. Here's what I would say to Comicsgate.
Make him big. Make him nice and solo. Make him big.
Nice and solo.
BTM.
Oh, you're gonna solo me out here.
Yeah.
Solo him out. Make him big. He's gonna say something huge. He needs to be big while he's saying it.
I don't. I'm probably gonna say something stupid.
There we go.
Not huge. Okay. Here's what I would say to Comicsgate. A lot of people in the Iron Age would love to get some critical feedback that some other creators don't want. I would love it. Like, go watch if you give my product a chance. I hate saying product. You see, what the fuck people say? If you give my artwork a chance, my artwork of music
way to go.
And voice acting and art and how I tie that all together.
Music?
Yeah, I said music.
Okay.
Go straight to issue 2. We have a recap in the beginning that'll catch you up on the story beats. And issue 2, I thought we did just a much better job of packaging it. Go straight to issue 2. Watch the first 3 minutes. In the first 3 minutes, you're going to get the recap of the story. You'll have the intro, little kind of thing I do, and then you'll have the opening scene. If you get to the end of 3 minutes and you're interested, watch the rest of it. You're going to like it. And then go back and watch issue 1. Issue 1 drags.
Talking for like 2 minutes. I got to go to the bathroom.
That's fine. Issue 1 drags in the first kind of half, not the entire first half, but in some sections of the first half, it drags, and it is kind of boring, and you have to kind of gut through it. Once you get to that halfway point of issue 1, you can kind of see us kind of catch our groove, and it's a lot more exciting. We've got some high points, some low points. We've got some blood and guts and gore, and we have some emotional aspects to it. But yeah, if you give Ruthless a chance, go straight to issue 2. Watch the first 3 minutes. If you don't like it, shut it off. I don't want to waste your time. I value my time. I value your time. If you like it after the first 3 minutes, finish it. Go back, watch issue 1. Issue 3 is going to be exponentially better. That's how we operate. We want to make this good. We want to make this so good that when somebody watches it, they have to share it and be like, damn, you guys have to see this. I can't believe this is free. That's our goal with what we produce. So
is all that in the private chat, your link?
Yeah, I can drop it in there.
Yeah, drop it in there. I need to because I want to put that in a tab so I don't lose it. Would you like a critique right now?
Yeah, I'll do a critique. I can
ready
for a little bit
because here it comes.
Let's go.
You need to shorten up your elevator speech.
Fair enough. Fair point. I'm not do it writing. So that's perfectly fine. I want to get hit on my writing and my presentation.
The upside is I'm admiring all of the guitars in the back while you're telling me how I'm supposed to navigate your product,
Fair enough.
your artwork.
So here's what I would say to Comicsgate. The Iron Age is not all soft. Yes. Are we small? Yes. Do we have an audience yet? A little bit. We're starting to get it. We're not quite there yet, but there's definitely let me take out the word definitely.
You have so much potential.
I appreciate that. There's hundreds of creators in the Iron Age, and we're not all going to make it, but I think with the right feedback and the right guidance, I think a couple of us can make it. May not be me, but I think a couple of us are good enough to make it. So just give us that chance. And the Iron Age is not big YouTubers. It's not all the big YouTubers. That's my pitch to them. My message to the Iron Age to defend Comicsgate is when you send a text to a guy like Ethan Van Sciver, who's an accomplished comic veteran who's very good at what he does, who's been canceled.
Yeah, you
who's
better
been
have something
fired.
good. Yeah,
Who's been fired from his dream job and had his whole life upended when he's got a young kid that he has to take care of with maybe some special needs, and I can understand that. And then you send a text to him saying, "Hey, if you don't stop talking to these guys who are critical of me, I'm going to reciprocate." You have to kind of get where Ethan's coming from. Of okay, if you're gonna come and try and destroy me after Marvel and DC did and didn't succeed, I'm going to make you pay. You kind of have to give him a little leeway because he's been through that already.
No,
So
I'm giving them all the leeway.
don't be, as far as my people, don't be so sensitive. And you don't have to take a side. Don't judge somebody until you talk to them. Like I came and sat down with Dave from BTM Reviews and everybody else on the panel and had a great fucking time. And if you'll have me back, I'd love to be back. And I really appreciate it. It was a really fun conversation. And that's it. I'll shut up now.
You're doing great, man.
Thank you.
No, you're a great guest, and I will have you back anytime.
Absolutely.
And I just love music, and your music just like hypnotized me with your video or your 1 minute trailer, right? And then all the other videos you have on your webpage. I'm like, damn, this is what I'm all about. And then I watched your comic. Like, this guy's doing this for free. Like he's making a 24-minute video that anybody can download and watch for free forever. That's dude. I mean, I'm not an artist. I have no artistic ability at all, but I love to watch all of this stuff, right? My kids and my wife have all the artistic
ability. Sometimes you're a bullshit artist. Sometimes you're a financial artist. Sometimes you're an editorial artist, but don't cut yourself short.
But you know what you like, right? I know what I like. And that's what, and I've told people this before on my stream. I don't care what side of the fucking made up aisle you're on. Come talk to me. I just want to know why you care about art and why you care about music or whatever it is you're doing. And let's just talk. If you're a left-leaning idiot, who cares? You guys all want to do the same thing. You want people to know
the most fun,
right? And that could be a really fun conversation because some of those people might not even know that they're not left.
Yeah, dude, people get lost in the shuffle of the internet and will have fully formed opinions of other people without even spending the time to talk to them just for a little bit, just for a couple hours like we did tonight to get to know each other.
Exactly.
And it's kind of sad. It's kind of that is not good. It's not good. Don't do that.
And what part is not good? Simply is right. You don't have to be CG to be welcome around here. I've never
I love CG. I'm a CG supporter, a fan.
But you could be fucking Molly fucking whatever. I'm going to talk to you because if you hit me up, like I had another artist hit me up today after you hit me up, Joe, some guy from Jonesboro, Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked him up and I'm like, yeah, come on, dude. But because it's interesting to me. And my son was born in Jonesboro, Arkansas.
Yeah.
I'm from Arkansas. I want to talk to this guy. It sounded, whatever, man. Who cares?
It's in a ever-evolving set of Venn diagrams that are constantly moving in and out of each other. That's
his name was Devil Flyer.
Devil Flyer is fucking awesome, man. I know Devil Flyer.
Yeah, and he's like an older guy. Yeah. He's got that big fucking Southern draw, and I want to talk to him.
I've seen him jump in and out of Pop's streams.
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't seen Pops in a while, but that's mostly because I haven't been around that area of the internet.
That's Madness Comics, right?
Pop? Yeah, Madness and Brian Kreisco is really cool. He's got Six Gun Gorilla. He does the horror movie club. I've been on that a couple of times, but like I've said before, this is an anomaly. There's so much going on that who knows when I'll make it back in here. But keep throwing me the link just in case.
No, I know you're busy, and I
stupid.
Like next week I have a trade show. The following week I have a trade show, right? So I will do my prison fucking hotel room videos and maybe some live streams. We'll get back on, guys. Andrew, what's this, your 5th time?
Probably more.
And he's so quiet tonight. I mean, he's and
I know.
I got to tell you, Andrew, I like your first version of the comic better than your edited version.
Oh, really?
I do. I think there's more to it.
Okay.
And I delete that shit off your website. In my opinion, guys, you guys are both comic guys. You guys both are artists. Go to XP Comics and watch his first version and his edited version, and your first version's better to me, dude.
They're both up there.
Yeah, they're both up there.
Okay,
Andrew is so worried and wondering why, how do I get into CG? Fuck CG.
I'm not.
It's not a are you in it or are you not in it? CG is a state of mind.
Right.
Like it's not like you need to find them. You know where they are, and eventually, like if your work is good enough, they find you. In fact, if you want exposure in CG, spend money on a super chat and pitch your book that way. That's what I'm gonna do. Like I'm not gonna try to get on any Comicsgate Kings stream. I'll throw out $5 and put I'm selling this as my book. Go check out whatever.
Right.
There's thousands of people are watching,
Which is the same thing they do on Friday Night Tights all the time, right?
Yeah.
They always
ignore it.
Dude, I would do it. Do they seriously ignore any comic book pitches?
No, what they ignore
unless you drop 50 to 100. Yeah, they'll
So here's my biggest problem with all these fucking assholes.
I'm out of here, guys. I appreciate it.
Man,
if you invite me back, it was nice to meet everybody.
I'll send you the link next time we come on.
It's been a great time hanging with you, man. Have a
you too,
great
guys.
night.
I had a fucking great time, man.
Andrew wants to say something, buddy.
So you tell Royce that I'm still waiting on my invite.
I'll dude. I'll bust his balls. Royce, voice acts on Ruthless issue 2. Royce is a voice actor.
Yep.
So I will say, hey.
Yeah, I watch his streams, so okay. I'm aware of that.
I will do that for you. I'll find you on Twitter tomorrow. I'm gonna get some sleep though.
Hey, buddy, take care of your kids. All right.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, buddy.
Blessings upon you.
So, what were we talking about before he
promoting your book, man? Buy the super chat. That's the cheapest way to get the most exposure. These
motherfuckers will only read the 50 or higher, right?
Yeah, I've tried a super chat on like Tim Pool, and it's never going to happen.
Gary, as Critical Drinker, all have super chat catch-up streams. So 3 days later, they'll catch up on their super chats.
Who's watching those?
Just to get more super chats. Well, fuck you, dude. I wanted you to talk to me live on stream.
Let's
talk to Tim's talk. Tim wanted to jump in, guys. Here's Tim's
talk.
Up?
Hey, Tim.
How's it going, man? BTM, nice to meet you, man.
Tim's been in my stream like all the time. And so is Simply Green and Joe Juxtapose. And Simply Green is a New Zealander.
I don't understand. Why am I not detecting any hair on your shoulders? You're wearing the right kind of shirt, but I see a complete and total lack of hair.
Awesome.
All right. Awesome. He says awesome.
I got it,
I say awesome.
So Tim's, where you from, buddy?
The Midwest, Indiana, man. You're in Illinois,
same
right?
here.
Oh, so you're are you Eastern time Indiana or Central?
Eastern. I'm going to C2E2 next month.
Gary,
I'll see you there. I'll be there.
Gary-ish, close to
I'll be
Gary.
on there on Saturday. I meet up with Phil. I know. I heard EVS is going to be there. And
EVS, Shane, John, all those guys.
Yeah, that's
Are you a creator, Tim?
Yeah. I have my own channel. We're trying to approach 3,000, man. But you know how it is. I get burnt out.
What's your YouTube channel?
Throw it in the private chat.
It's Tim's Talk. I'll do it like in general. Like, I do a lot of cosplay. That's what I'm kind of known for. Cosplay
cool.
transitions. I'll be in normal cosplay and then transition into like Kylo Ren. I have a lot of lightsabers back there. Then the swords. I love Jurassic Park. I love Dragon Ball Z. Multi-fandom. I have some comic
Star
books and
Wars
all
guy?
that.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. Like, that's why I said something to you when you say you're like, "Oh no, Star Wars is boring." I remember. Yeah, I was like, "What?
Hey, Tim.
What?"
Hey, Tim.
But you know, I respect that because people like
But
Star
I'm
Trek
but
better
I'm an
than.
old man, dude.
Hey, Tim.
Yeah, but
Okay.
there's some people who are like, remember, like, hold on, BTM. Remember, like, there are some people who are like, I remember
Acknowledge the
when The New Hope was just called Star Wars. You've
Right.
never heard that before? Yeah.
Of course.
So
Yeah.
there,
When I went
yeah.
to go see it in the
So
movie
I hear that
theater.
all the time. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just
No.
saying, like, when you went to see it in the movie theater and you were 7, it was just called Star Wars.
Right. And
Yeah.
and I did see it at that age. And when I walked out of the theater, all my friends fucking ditched me.
Oh,
I don't get that. That I don't. When
You know
I was
how it
growing
was-
up, it was all like how many times have you seen Star Wars was right up there with how many times have you been stung by a bee?
No, but
Everybody wanted
back
to know how
I
you
lived in
rated.
I lived in Huntington Beach, California. And,
Okay. I
and
live
my
in
parents,
Chicago.
my mom had to drive me to the theater with 3 buddies.
Oh,
Okay. The movie ends and another parent is picking us up.
This sounds like a horror
And
story.
it's all like the movie ends and they ditch you. And you're like, well, fuck this. So you have a bad memory in your head of Star Wars. Okay.
Is that something that wouldn't that happen normally, or was this?
Oh, dude, we go to the beach on Huntington Beach, and it was always, hey, let's ditch Bobby today.
Okay, so it
Jesus.
was a game.
Yeah, it was a
All right.
game.
All
Yeah,
right.
but you know, when you're, at that age, you're like, okay, the game's fun, but
Yeah.
fuck.
You still have to get home.
I gotta call my
like,
mom to pay
hey,
phone.
let's
Yeah,
help
so
Bobby
always
get
ditch me.
kidnapped today.
Yeah. And it's amazing back in the 70s and 80s how we did not get kidnapped.
Never mind that white van over there. Let's ditch Bobby today.
And the thing is, the kids probably lied to the mom and like said that you went somewhere else. Right?
Exactly.
That's probably what happened.
Yeah. Where's David?
Yeah. He went to go buy bubble gum. Wow.
Yeah, his mom picked him up, right? Yeah, like they're gonna go to dinner at the fucking Mexican restaurant down the street.
Jeez, man.
No, I've had it like at different levels, like with frat brothers. Like, they're just like, oh no, he was with you, but then like he went with somebody else, though, which I was never with. And I ended up walking my butt home. So yeah,
There was a time when my cousin asked if I wanted to go see the Beach Boys at a venue that was about 40 minutes away. And I said, no, thanks, because it's the Beach Boys. And he was like, to my brother who said yes, he's like, your brother, what a dumbass. We don't really care that it's the Beach Boys. It's going to be us getting drunk and then going to see the Beach Boys. Later, this is the best part. Later, because 2 cars went there, 2 cars came back, both of them missing my brother. So I'm kind of glad that I didn't go, because, who knows who would have been left 40 minutes away. And my very righteous aunt was like, Mike, where's your cousin Jeff? He's like, I don't know. Must be in the other car. And he's like, hey, where's my cousin? And they're like, we don't know. Was he supposed to come home with you? Someone had to drive back there and get him. And I was like, all right, man, I'm just going to hang back here feeling good about my decision that I didn't go to see the Beach Boys.
So, Tim, are you a AC/DC fan, or you just wore the shirt because you want to be like Eric July?
no, yeah, well, like I ordered the cosplay, so to get the fur, the man fur, right? Because it's not quite winter,
pads.
so
You gotta get the
it's about to
SOS
approach
pads.
summer, so it's not going to be as furry. All right, so in the summer you shed the hair, but when you go in the fall, full on man fur. I'm just kidding. No, I like it's lifting music or whatever. Like Thunderstruck.
I love AC/DC.
Yeah,
I fucking love it.
Bad.
And people always say that the problem with AC/DC is that Angus only plays one riff. No, Go back to the 70s AC/DC.
They were very
It.
bluesy.
God damn. It is unbelievable.
They're
The
very
early
bluesy.
stuff. Yes.
Yeah.
And-
If anything that you
and-
have against AC/DC, you must also have against Nirvana, because both bands rely on they're very minimal. And Dave Grohl would say the same thing. The biggest thing that he learned from Kurt Cobain from playing in that band is that you can be as elaborate as you want to, and none of that matters if the bones aren't right.
Exactly.
The bones, and that's what they concentrated on. Both bands is all about is the bones, very basic stuff.
Yeah, I'm not so
basic's a
much
bad
in
way to
depth
put
with.
it, but you know what
Oh,
I mean.
God, sorry.
I was just saying it's a bad way to put it, but they're not basic, but you understand what I mean.
No, but
Yeah.
they play the riff, they play the drums, and that's about it, right? I mean, Nirvana was great for its simplicity. So was
what I mean, yeah.
so was Foo Fighters. Pearl Jam was fucking gay. But AC/DC is a bass player, a guitar player, a drum player, and a vocalist. And it was amazing when the lead singer died and they replaced him with Brian Johnson, and you didn't miss a beat.
That's very hard to do, man.
It's very hard.
Yeah.
And they're still making music today. It's
With that guy's
unbelievable.
voice, I can't believe. I mean, he doesn't just record with that voice, but he tours with that voice. How much lemon juice and honey is he ingesting, and how many scarves is he wearing around that throat?
God, and
I heard the guy from Rhino Bucket. He, as soon as he was done, put a scarf around his neck.
Tim's, are you a music fan?
No, I'm not as hardcore as you, but I love Freddie Mercury and Queen. So I
Yes,
was looking up
Freddie
something. Okay, so there's something like, because since Freddie Mercury died, I was looking up the lead singer. He was on America's Got Talent. He's taken over
Adam Lambert.
So what do you think of that? He's good, but he'll never be, Freddie Mercury.
But can't
what do you
do
think
it.
of? Yeah, what do you think of his interpretation or his takes on that?
Well, the thing that makes Adam Lambert a thing is that he can sing, and he can be flamboyant, and but he's relying on the fact that he's gay.
Right.
And so was for Freddie Mercury.
I never knew Freddie was gay.
Because nobody cared.
I didn't know it till the movie, to be honest.
That's the difference.
I just liked him.
Just like
that's
Ron
the big
Halford
difference
from
right
fucking
there.
Judas Priest.
When you have Adam Lambert, in there, you're supposed to care that he's gay, because by the time he showed up, everybody knew that Freddie Mercury was gay.
It's like Judas Priest, right? Ron Halford, the lead singer, was gay.
Yeah.
So all these songs where we thought he was in love with a woman, that's a gay man. But whatever, dude.
They're singing about love as a concept,
and that's the weird, that's the crazy thing for metal music. Metal music is a lot of love songs.
Hard love. Hard.
Yeah, a lot of it too. You got to think of new media, how over marketed it is, because back in the day, it didn't quite work like that. And if you think about rock and roll, they're all kind of experimenting on drugs, not only on drugs, but they probably consider drugs, women and men, just experimenting to get that new high, because the perversion of it, right? You can never be satisfied with just a woman or a man. You got to experiment on all body parts, right? That's how I think of rock and roll.
Rock star.
Are the Ripitards going to start making fun of us for experimenting on everything?
I mean, that's what happens, man.
But Eric should experiment, because he's fucking so static. It's so boring, right?
He's only listen. He's only static because he's taking those shoulders and dragging them across a rug in the wintertime.
But fucking Tim is
you on the nose.
Tim is here posing as Eric as a white guy. Look at this guy.
Dude, I got a
Nobody got that. Nobody got the science class of that. I had a Mr. Wizard moment. Nobody got it.
One stream, I put on a beard or whatever, and then I had a black tank top. I know this is just a regular workout hoodie,
What's your
YouTube channel, Tim? Tim's Talk. It's called Tim's Talk. I put it in the private chat, but no,
but
this is one of my.
Kara, let's send this to you, Kara.
I remember that movie Rockstar, and I remember that Tim the Ripper Owens was very upset when that movie came out because it had absolutely no connection with his experience singing for Judas Priest.
Hold on,
but I liked Rock School with Jack Black.
I like Rock School, and then the guy that Ethan had on yesterday, he was the Paul Ravoche.
Yeah, he was great,
and he did the backgrounds. His first, I can't believe I spent $10 explaining this because I wanted him to know. Rock and Roll was one of my favorite movies growing up, and that was from Nelvana Productions from Canada, an animation studio. Great. I mean, better. There we go. Well done. Well done.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Rock
Disney.
What was it?
Rock
I'm
and
Tim
Roll.
69. I'm Ripper 69.
Yeah, Disney quality animation from Canada, and that was Paul Ravoche's first job was painting the backgrounds, helping to paint the backgrounds for that movie. The day before Ethan had him on that stream, I had just received in the mail a 2-disc set with a making of, and it was something my brother and I we watched it over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Lights, Camera, Action was a show that Nickelodeon used to put out, hosted by Leonard Nimoy, about how movies are made. They did stuff on Scarface, The Thing, Rock and Roll was one of them, and we're like looking at this animation, going, "Holy shit, this is amazing!" They had Earth, Wind, and Fire, Debbie Harry,
Last
Iggy Pop.
Airbender.
Tide is high, but I'm moving on.
Yeah, Cheap
Deborah
Trick
Harry, yeah.
was in there. Did I say Earth, Wind, and Fire?
Yeah,
it's an amazing movie. If you can find it, you have to. I can't believe. And they said it was ahead of its time, and yes, probably it was. For the audiences, it didn't have one. It was good for adults.
Right.
Maybe not so good for children at some points, but the music was amazing. The story was awesome. The animation was crazy. The characters were there's nothing bad about this movie except for maybe the audio quality later on. Everything's hi-fi, and this was the 80s when it came out, but it was just this neat little moment of this just happened in my life, and this thing over here in New Jersey and Canada, and it's all clicking together. I had no idea. Like, I could go through the credits of that movie and find that dude's name, and his first job was working on the backgrounds of a movie that I've held close to my heart since I was 15.
So, Tim, do you know who Deborah Harry is?
No, I do not.
Dude, she's hot.
Have you ever heard of Blondie?
That sounds kind of familiar.
So Blondie is Deborah Harry. So Blondie had like the first rap song ever.
Okay.
What was the name of that? Was it Rapture?
Right?
I thought Vanilla Ice did, or Jennifer Lawrence.
No. She's way before.
Yeah,
let me see if I can find it.
Jennifer Lawrence was not the first.
She was so good, man, and she was so hot.
I thought she was like a Playboy model or something.
Yeah. So I'm gonna
you have to Wikipedia this chick now.
Well, nowadays they the OnlyFans chicks.
Let me
No, she's got more class than that.
I'm gonna get struck, but who the fuck cares? I'll play it for like whatever. I'm not gonna make any money on this movie.
She was born in 1945, man,
and she's so beautiful. And fucking Andrew doesn't know this song.
Blondie. I gotta look at
and
chat.
She was like, that was the number one song for like fucking weeks on Casey Kasem's top 40. And Andrew Campbell says, "What the fuck did I just walk into?"
Have you ever heard Casey Kasem lose his shit because somebody didn't give him his orange smoothie and photos?
Yeah, and Andrew is obviously like an Australian, and he's like, "Oh, this is my worst nightmare." Well, should I play Men at Work for you, buddy, because they were great too. Uncap says still better.
ACDC's from Australia, aren't they?
Yeah. So is Airborne.
BTM. Can I show you my comic?
Of course. Put it in the private.
How do I?
You can share it,
no,
or you can.
It's just an image right now. I just came up with the cover. So it's called Ice Ice Baby.
Look, guys, obviously somebody ended their stream and we're getting more viewers. So
I better close up my robe.
I don't know.
Got nice. It's the whole point of this is that I wanted to make sure that I was showered and clean for the public.
What the fuck did I just
I guess I can put it on Twitter, right? Post the picture and share it on Twitter. I just like my other account, Impossible,
to the
Official, got
DMs.
deleted, so I created the new account. So
I can't.
I'll send it
help
to
but
your
notice-
DMs.
What?
I'll send it to your DMs.
Hey, you know what? We've been streaming through all those guys, Uncapped, and you know what? You missed a lot of fun. A lot of
Katie
fun.
was on. She didn't show up in here.
Who, Katie?
Yeah,
she had her own stream.
Oh man, I did not know that.
I don't care about. So I'm a sales guy, right? ID and
I'm just.
My last thing is my competition. I stream when I want to, right? I could have did the post EVS stream or whatever, but no. I mean, we've had a lot of fun for 4 hours and 30 minutes already, and we're going another 4 hours. I don't give a shit.
I understand that, but I've been waiting
to
for her to get back into it, and I thought that I didn't know when that was going to happen. I thought she was going to stream tonight, but I wasn't sure. And I was like, I'm basically just as a teammate. I wanted to.
She had some good guests on. She had Salty on.
Her. It's good for her. Yeah. As a from a cheerleader point of view, you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course, absolutely. What did you share it, Tim?
I sent it to your DMs or
private chat. No.
Yeah,
I got
it in Twitter or X to the Z.
Yeah. Tim's channel. Okay. Here let's
Is this the image?
No, I got your Avatar bullshit. Avatar 2 bullshit.
I sent it on X. I sent it on X to your private message, or not your
X.
Your DMs. Yeah, sorry.
Send a photo. Okay. Oh, okay. Let me. Cool. Let me. Let's share this with the guy or everybody. Present. And
that song is in my head now.
It's a great song.
Yeah. Ding 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 ding.
Tim, I gotta figure out where this is at.
What, in your DMs?
No, because it's here we go. All right. Can you guys see that?
So
I see.
I see, baby. Like iPhone, but Ice Baby. So basically this Hawaiian, so it's diverse, right? So you're from Hawaii.
Then you're totally getting that Samoan demographic in there.
We got to check mark those boxes, man. This is the number one issue, man. And basically, he's inspired.
Are you saying this is the number one issue of your book, or this is the number one issue of our time's diversity?
Possibly it could be both, but number one issue. So I'll sign my autograph on this. So Ice Baby is very rare, man. No one's ever done Hawaiian figures because it's always Black African American. So I'm even going more diverse. So, hold my beer or my hookah, whatever you want to say, man. He's going to ride that Silver Surfer mode. He got stuck in the fridge and the power of Ice Baby. Now stop, collaborate, and listen. Brought him back. Now he's like floating on the ocean and he's fucking looking swift, right? By Tim Possible, man. I think this is a ringer, dude. I don't think, Horseman and Yaira or Isom has anything on this. This is original character, diverse. This young boy having dope shorts, and he's just like he's like Silver Surfer, but he has like a couple different weaknesses. He has like fire, which is a weakness towards him. And then he has a little pouch on him. If you touch it, like Darth Vader, he's dead. But so he's pretty unique, man. But like, what I call it Ice Ice Bebe is because he's actually the boy that died in the refrigerator. Actually died, and this was the essence to the spirit, like a Green Lantern took his form to come alive, right? So he has the essence of what that character was, that what that kid was going to be, but he's also an alien figure. That's why we don't call it baby. It's Bebe. On that planet, it's called Bebe. So, there's a little bit of thought of that, but it's also a troll. So thanks for listening.
So you're working on a book right now then, right, Tim?
No, this is a troll, but I was thinking of it. Maybe I can make it into something fun, but I like earlier.
I mean, if cash grab can be a thing, and I've read that book and it is hilarious, this could be a thing.
Yeah,
you have to get some lore. You have to get some lore behind it. You know what I mean? Like if you can get this story inside enough people's heads to where they're like, I really do want to know what happens next because.
Okay, so Uncapped says Dick Masterson caught something in the making of the guy making trailer.
Oh, nice.
Eric is caught in 4K.
Yeah, it was the biggest problem in the universe. Last video.
One thing I want to say about this before we kind of move on is like, look how successful
we're not done because Uncapped has a question for you.
Okay,
is that child trans? Otherwise, it's not diverse enough.
Well, it's alien species, so I think that's diverse enough because it's like conscientious, like moving into the kid that died, right? And the parents were like, "What happened to our kid?" And then it's come back to alive. It is that kid, but not really, right? You see what I'm saying? It's
sure.
The spirit.
The great thing, the great thing about the rules of this game, Tim, the rules of transdiversity or transversity or whatever you want to call it is it's up to the creature, it's up to the they them, and they get all the time in the world to decide how they want to be called. So really the answer to Uncapped is it's none of their business. They can bring that pronoun up whenever they want to and make sure that Uncapped feels uncomfortable for getting it wrong, which they will eventually.
Yeah, but like about this
change. It's as fluid as the ocean that Ice Ice Boobay is surfing on.
Yeah, but I would fire back that things don't work the same way in the Boobay universe. It's not quite quite a kid. So things like in Krypton, obviously they have different technology, so that works that way. They're not going to inject modern day politics because it doesn't make sense in that sphere. So they're bringing it. It's almost like a Superman story, right? There's a little bit of gravitas towards it. It's a little bit of a troll. It is a troll, but like I thought about it.
It's the opposite of Poor Little Things, where there's an adult consciousness in a baby body versus a baby consciousness in an adult body.
Yeah. It just I think it's more so of things work a little bit differently. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're like not as developed. They're not quite like,
it's my fault for trying to troll on top of your troll. It's my fault.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have.
Maybe I'm looking. I didn't pick up on it. Maybe I'm looking too much into it. But it is a troll because that's why I put IC because it would have been Ice Ice Baby, but I put Ice.
No, I get that. Right? I mean, like Poor Little Things is a movie that Emma Stone got Best Actress for, and the plot was a child's brain was put into an adult body and then went out and did adult things. In this case, it's probably an alien. We'll say maybe not adult. Nobody knows because these things are transitory, put into a child's body.
But the difference is like in a universe where something's a baby on Earth is different in another universe, so much far advanced, right? Based on the culture, based on like the technology. Because like, for example, if you look at anyone that's like raised in like the 80s 70s or farther on, right? Like
Or the
now
hills of
kids, right?
Kentucky.
No one's, I'm not saying no one's dumb, but like now my nephews can pick up like a freaking tablet and act like it's freaking like Sketcher or like it's tic-tac-toe, just easily get it. Right. When we would complain about Facebook when it's getting
Dave,
changed,
your
right?
face isn't gonna come off of your skull no matter how hard you pull at it.
Because look at Uncapped Turtle, and they've filmed a bunch of hardcore prawn with Emma Effing Stone.
I'm sorry. I know. I shouldn't have opened the bottle of that tube of
No,
toothpaste because it's not going to go back
Uncapped
in.
is on fire. He's like Bubba Universe. Don't you mean Bubbaverse? Boobaverse?
Bubbaverse?
Yeah.
What
he's-
from what was that, Waterboy? Oh wait, never mind.
Man,
Wait, that's Forrest Gump.
everybody is compounding. They're trolling your troll. So you just,
I'm trolling right now, and then they're trolling my troll. Okay?
right. Okay.
Whatever.
And then you're trolling back. It's like a compound troll reversal. Like
Inception of trolls, yes.
It's turning into some sort of an elaborate combo move on a
this
Nintendo.
is a joke, everybody. But I thought I was trying to invest in so much so it would be believable enough so I could troll. So yeah,
it's working.
That's it.
Oh, that's what
it's working so good that everybody's jumping.
Oh, that's what I was
jumping on
saying.
this troll train.
Trollception, but no one can hear me.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, you were muted. Did you mute yourself?
No,
you did,
Dave.
No, I was talking.
No, no, it's like you guys were talking so loud that you couldn't hear me.
Oh, okay.
But BTM, don't you feel like everyone has a comic and it's like you have to look at it from an observer? I'm not quite into the Matrix like you guys are, but I'm just like,
no, I'm not.
Well, my comic's better than yours, right?
I'm a fan, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not an artist. I'm not a creator. I just watch all this stuff and go, what the fuck is going on around me, right?
Same.
And that's where this came from, right? Am I right, Tim?
Yeah.
It's like this is so dumb. Like somebody tagged me. No, Thunderduck tagged me in a tweet. All right, today, maybe it was yesterday, and him in all caps comic went for fucking 8 hours back and forth. It's like, dude, I gotta stop seeing this shit. My watch is
8 hours collectively, or 8 hours
back and forth all day long, just fucking talking all day. It's like, dude, you're the only two talking, right? It's like, I gotta fucking get out of this fucking thread because this is driving me crazy because I don't give a fuck. I already know what I feel about Air July. I know what I feel about the Rippaverse. And there's so much anger.
Hey,
right?
Katie.
Katie, my other mod. Thank you, Katie.
Katie's in here. There you are.
Okay, so DM'd. Okay, no. We're here to derail the show. Uncapped. Trust me. I'm gonna
sorry, derail the show.
Your show. Like we're here to derail the show.
We're here to have fun, man.
She wants to hop on.
You're the engineer, dude. You're the one who's throwing the coal into.
You know what? This is why my show is kind of popular because we're just having fun, right? We're not.
I actually wrote it in mind, being like, "Oh,
shut the fuck up, you cunt!"
Okay.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
I'm working on a Should I?
Is this the Snyder cut?
I really don't know if I should let this out of
Rippaverse?
the bag because I don't know if I have the time to finish. But I'm working on a sidekick for Bloodruth.
No shit.
Oh yeah, I think it's going to be fun. It might be disturbing, but
all right. So I gotta.
All right,
it just reminded me of it just now.
Uncapped says you don't need the audio. Oh, but you can just have the thing muted, and we'll see something.
Okay. Let me pull this up. Tim's Talk 2.
What are we watching?
We're watching something that Uncapped. Oh, I just clipped what Dick noticed. All right. So Dick is pretty observant. His show is pretty good. I love him and Vito together. All right, here we go, guys.
Oh, this is in the making of.
The fact that he's created this because he just wanted to make.
Fans are gonna feel so excited when. And so every time we would write an issue, we partially wrote it in mind, being like, "Oh, I bet this Eric July guy is gonna review it. I want it to be really boss, and I want him to really dig it." Guy that we text at 4 a.m, and I ask like, "Hey, how tall is Altona?" You know?
For everybody involved, all the creative.
I would just text him.
Thank you, Pops, and thank you, Eric July. How do you feel?
Dude, it is so obvious to everybody else but him.
Okay,
hold on.
So what's the
Wow.
No, they're looking at each other weird.
No, dude. It's like I needed to figure out what appealed to Eric July when I sent him these books. That was really weird. Like, wow.
Because it's they're just
The trailer
look,
is pretty
with
disturbing.
the plural for succubus is succubi, and there's 2 of them. He's in trouble.
Oh, dude.
That's all I'm saying. He's in trouble. He's in trouble.
He gave his lore
You
to those girls.
seriously think that they're, never mind his business failing. There's no way his old lady is cool with this.
Well, Mr. H like even kind of called him out for that. I watched the whole breakdown. They had like at the end it seemed pretty like peaceful, but like it was just kind of passive aggressive. Okay, we'll move on. But like Mr. H did a great breakdown. I watched it, and like I know all of you watched it, and I think it was fair criticism. Besides like the only thing I disagree with Mr. H is like the whole sign. He was obsessing about that. Other than that, I think it's valid.
He didn't go hard enough though. Tim.
Yeah.
He I mean, there's so much bad in that. He like even Ethan pulled up like, dude, in this scene, they're in this direction. In this scene, they're in the opposite direction. That's not how we watch movies. He's right. Like, we have to know where the character's standing all the time. You can't do a 180 degree flip and go, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
No, I agree with you. Remember when Yaira was about to hit that chick, and then like for some reason, like it was a punch downward. It was like, wait a second, they didn't show that.
I did. I
And
rewound
then,
it and
why
made
did
sure
she
that she
jump
was
up?
right-handed
I mean-
versus left-handed, and
why didn't she jump the fucking police line and just punch that chick?
No, she was like walking all gorilla. She's like, ooh.
Yeah.
And then
pushes the military guy. Go
That
ahead,
was the
Andrew.
same thing that happened.
Katie wants to come on.
Of course. Katie's my first time. Of course.
Yeah. But
She's
BT, I
never
want to
been
bring
on
up
this stream
something
before?
From Captain Captain
I've been
Marvel.
on her stream, but I've never you know what my problem was with Katie? She's so fucking popular. I don't want to embarrass her on my stream.
oh, that's the only reason why you have anyone on at all. I can't believe I haven't been embarrassed yet.
No, but Katie's above me. Like, she brought me on her stream. I don't want to like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean, guys, right? I mean,
I'm in a
hot
bath.
chick
I'm
and a
in
fucking
a
old man.
bathrobe. I made sure that I would embarrass myself on the way in, and that would give you guys more work to do. Okay, is there any way that we can embarrass ID Crisis more than he can embarrass himself?
Katie, I sent you the link.
It's a high bar.
Yeah, Katie's awesome, and that fucking fat faggot Sturgis can suck my dick. All right, he's a piece of shit.
Are you really
This is
sure
what
you
we're-
want that? I
this
don't
is
even
what-
know why
no.
you said that, because now it's in my head. And I
Because-
really don't know. Just come
Look,
on.
dude,
Oh, no.
he's just such a piece of shit. I mean,
somebody did an AI of him, and it was a him as a woman running with chickens. And I can't remember who did it the other day. It was like, oh no, this actually works better. Like, if you've ever seen if somebody tries to make you look like a girl, and it comes out way better than your face in real life does. And I was like, that's not, I don't want to see, this doesn't belong in the algebra equation of how my brain works at all. I was like pissed. And I said, I was like, I don't like you anymore. And I'm about to unfollow you. I think it was like a Vincenzo C or something. And now I got to go find it.
Look what Snake says. You only go 90 degrees, never go off the established angle so the viewer knows positions. Exactly. I mean, right. It was so bad. It's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, I wanted to bring up real quick about the Captain Marvel stuff, because all of them complained about Captain Marvel, about them attacking the motorcycle driver and taking his clothes. But then, Yair walks like this and bumps the cop for no reason. Oh no, she doesn't. Strong accent.
Oh no, she.
And then, like, people are like, they're not BSing and complaining about that. So a level of consistency is what I like.
Like, she didn't bump. Like, she just straight up shoved him.
Yeah, yeah, it was embarrassing. And she goes, 5 minutes. Ha ha ha.
What the hell was that? Out of the way, peasants.
Like, I will destroy this bitch in like 30 seconds. And she said it was meant to be a death blow. A death blow.
Blow.
And then when you watch the 10-minute video for the making of, she is got a beautiful voice. Why did they do that to that woman? It's like, why did you do this to her?
I remember where I was when I heard Ethan going, why didn't you just give it? I was on my way back from Wendy's with the large chili and chicken nuggets.
Wow.
That's where,
there it is.
Well, yeah, because they're trying to reach universal appeal, but the accent was just too much, man. I felt like I was watching Beer Fest. Remember, like, you see those people? That was an archetype of the people on Beer Fest. I feel like chugging the beer. She's like, oh, give me another, and just, hit somebody.
Uncapped, you're right. It was made for Eric, but the issue is, what did that cost, Eric? That can't not be cheap. There was more time on set for these actors, these cameras, whatever they use to make this stuff. All right, we have a superstar coming on stage. Her name is Katie Bids.
You could be a superstar.
Welcome to my stream, Katie. Holy shit. I can't believe this.
I know. I'm so happy to be here. Like, I just got done with my show and I had a little bit of some energy. So I was like, let me hop on the BTM stream.
How great is Salty?
Oh, he's amazing. I want him on my show. Every time I stream, I want him there. He is the best ever. Best ever.
I'm glad to see you back in the mix, back in the mosh pit.
Thank you. I'm glad to be back.
You keep throwing those elbows. Take no prisoners.
Oh, I know. Well, my recent clip I put out today of Jeremy hearing some criticism has blown up within an hour, like within the first hour.
What do you say?
The criticism that never happened, or the criticism that he said he did, or
it's somebody said something about his channel dying, so he had a response to that.
It's cool.
Yeah, I just put it up today. If BTM wants to play that, he doesn't have to. But
send it in private chat. I'll play it. No, we're gonna play it. We'll play everything here. This is a free for all.
Do you guys want to have your reality turned inside out and upside down so that you don't know what to do with your mind afterwards? Share my screen. Mr. Froggo put this up in Twitter. And
wait, Ice Ice Baby's not trending now? Darn it.
My gosh.
Back my Indiegogo.
What
does one do with this?
Repost. Keep reposting
it. Just saying, like, it's the only time that you'd be like, I'd be like,
there you
go. I don't. There's a Carrie Fisher in there somewhere. Isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
No.
You're seeing it now that I said it.
That is Sturgis.
I know it is.
1000%.
I know it is, but without the weird hair and the is that it's not a Helen Hunt thing. It's something else. Everybody has a famous face. Everybody has that famous twin or whatever, or like you look like somebody famous. Like when I was younger,
Why is
I
the
got
frog
Billy
pissing
Squire.
out eggs, dude? What's going on there?
I think those are lights.
That's
I think
the light
those are
on the
floodlights on the
John
truck.
Deere.
Never mind.
I have one.
It's not Easter yet.
I actually own one of
Why?
these, Tim. So that's the lights. Yeah.
Why is the frog
it really?
puking tapioca
Yeah, it's the
pearls?
lights.
Why is this?
Yeah. So
anyways, I have to put this away because it's bad for my idiom.
you took it down.
Yeah,
All right.
I don't know what other word to use. I heard it in a Monty Python movie once and it fit.
Let's play the fabulous clip from Katie. Let's go. All right.
Pretty good. I didn't even mean to come across it. Just so happened to be there.
That's what I do with that. I'm like, well, I can make up that from helping the user experience from that perspective. So again, the people make all of this happen.
You lose that that chat real quick.
Somebody says, okay, repeat much. I mean, I can bring up Hannah Barron again if you want me to repeat. Yes, I will repeat. I will repeat all day long. That's kind of what I do here. When you're on a live stream, you kind of have to fill dead air and things like that. So yeah, we can just repeat ourselves if you want. We can go over the Hannah Barron stuff all over again. We can break it down frame by frame if you would like. So like, for instance, this is what I do. The 199 exists because people come in here running their mouths, trolling, all of that. Let me tell you guys a story really quick, okay? Let me tell you guys a quick story, okay? Quick story.
Panic.
All right?
Holy shit.
If somebody the other day on Twitter when I was going after the Act Man, and he responded with "Your channel's dying." So this is my tweet. He said, if you would have focused on the issue instead of kissing that corporate ass, that's what I said. If you would have focused on the issue instead of kissing that corporate ass, you wouldn't look so retarded now. But it's a good thing people see you for the fraud you are. Talking about Act Man. This guy comes in, this guy with 130 followers. Okay. I didn't respond to him, but he said, your channel's dying.
Okay.
But you are responding to him now. So
thank you, Katie. Why the fuck, dude? Why do you even mention this guy in your video? And it's
exactly.
Like, it's so pathetic. You have 135 subscribers or followers.
And to be neutral about this, he does show his back end. I know it's gloating, but like I don't think they're struggling like as far as viewership. But he does get a lot of people to donate to him. I'm not going to deny that. Like,
no, he does.
You know
Gets a lot of big donations.
Yeah, because he'll play both sides really good. I mean, he's a politics guy. And he will not be on a stream when there's certain twins on the Friday Night Tights.
That's true.
You notice that, right? He's not visible. He's not part of the cast because he's doing, other work. No, he's like, fuck those girls. I'll give him that credit. But why respond to this guy with 135? What, dude? Don't be like clouding these guys. It's terrible.
Now he was talking about Geeks and Gamers. All right, he was talking about Geeks and Gamers. This person's like, no, it's not. He responds and he says, okay. And he's showing like, we're only getting 5,000, 6,000, 6,000, 4,000, 6,000. This guy says, you showed me he's doing just fine. 4,000 views isn't fine on a 400,000 sub channel. Blah, blah, blah. This person starts talking about super chats and everything like that. It's like the Michael Jordan meme. So I took that personally. I didn't respond to this clown.
But you are right now.
So if you go over here, these are the views on Geeks and Gamers.
Yeah.
And we were uploading a lot of clips, okay? We were uploading a lot of clips, stuff like that. 12,000 views, 11,000 views, 6,000 views, 4,000, 6,000, 6,000. I haven't been making any videos. So as soon as I saw that guy run his mouth, I decided, you know what? Why don't I start making videos again and prove that guy wrong? So I started making videos again. So look at here. 33, 60,000 views, 65, 59, 61, 103,000 views on the most recent video.
This is I can drink you under the table type stuff.
Yeah. And I was like, you know what? He's actually right. Why don't I just make more videos? So now all the fucking videos are doing really good now. Minimum of 60,000 views, broke 100,000 views overnight. That video has only been up for 19 hours and it's got 100,000 views in 19 hours. So thank you, Hater, for, motivating me to start making videos again. It's what you got to do, man. You got to let the people that are out there just talking shit just motivate you. So that's what we do around here, and it was a lot of fun. So I'm glad we
learn
did.
from people. It's
Katie.
basically like,
yeah, Katie. What the fuck was that? I mean,
a lot of bullshit. He took the criticism and did what he was. They did the videos. And so not only did you respond to the guy, you did exactly what he criticized, and you did. Like it's just hypocrisy. And here's the thing, like I'll say this. Look, I used to follow Jeremy. I do like his politics. I am a conservative. I will be voting for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the bottom line. So I don't attack him for his politics. Like I think it's probably best he does steer that way, because this whole like Hollywood is woke, that narrative, it's dying down. Like people are getting tired of hearing that. So I do at least give him credit that he's moving to politics. That's where he gets a lot of views. So I will not knock him on that. But if he didn't start shit with me, I probably wouldn't have clipped this. But it's like, if you want to start shit with me, that's fine. Don't ever piss off a clipper, okay? Don't ever piss somebody off that makes clips, because now that I know that you've been watching me, it's fair game. So, because I hate that, because I really
it is an
used to like
interesting
Jeremy.
dynamic. He has to make content, whether or not you're going to clip him or not, and then
especially a young
clip him
clipper
as soon as he makes content that he has to make.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
I feel like they know now that I'm watching them, so it'll be interesting to see how they act as time goes on.
You're like a lunch.
They're going to be now
lady.
aware
They're
that
watching
somebody
you.
is actually watching and
behave.
clipping.
Billy Madison.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing too is like Nerdrotic's been saying to Jeremy for a year, keep making videos, dude. People watch your videos. And he keeps going back to video games. He keeps going back to politics. And look, I don't give a shit what Jeremy thinks about movies, because he sounds just like Nerdrotic. He sounds like all the rest of them, right? So
exactly.
It's just a fucking whatever they're doing. But I love this clip because he comes off as a complete hypocrite. Like, this guy's got 135 people following him, but he motivated me to get 100,000 views on a video. What are you talking about, dude?
It's what it sounds like is he's only got 135 views, blah blah blah, followers, whatever. But in the end, he knows more than me.
Yeah. So
well,
let me.
The same thing for Star Wars Theory. People were complaining because the edited videos tend to get more views relatively to the stream. You might get more super chats, but like look at Critical Drinker, his formula. Neurotic started adopting that and started his channel started vastly growing. And then when Jeremy kind of noticed he was doing that, but it stopped doing that. So look at John Talks. Not many people talk about him anymore, but he has a big channel. He has like 500,000. Those edited videos hit more towards the algorithm than the streams. Yeah, you'll get like memberships. You want to build a community and all that in the super chats, but like the edited videos get a little bit more love because it's like listen to the individual person. They break down the way they think, like very detailed, like Critical Drinker and Nerdrotic. Nerdrotic almost puts like this news media spin, like he timelines events, which I appreciate.
He is a ET Entertainment Tonight of videos, right? They're like to the point. He's got great editing going on, but he's so mean.
Yeah, he is hyperbolic.
There's nobody meaner in that whole sphere than Gary. You just watch his videos. Like Hollywood is dead. These guys are garbage. It's so terrible. But Tim, I've been streaming for 5 hours and 3 minutes. I haven't got one super chat. I don't care. it's not what I'm here for. I'm here to just have fun with some people I like, and I haven't asked anybody for anything. I mean, it's great. I had Chris Bacon on tonight and the previous.
You got him on your last stream.
It's great. Yeah,
I remember those.
Yeah, but this stream is
those were mine.
Yeah, he came on my stream tonight too. So he stopped by my stream tonight and talked about the campaign and everything. So
yeah,
just so interesting.
It is, right? Like, and Chris is such a passionate dude about this stuff because Chris is like offended by Eric. That's what it comes down to. Like, dude, I tried to talk to you and give you some real advice, and you just
it's a matter of denying reality. That offends me too. It's just, how do you not see it? It's right in your face, and you're damaging the industry, the craft. You're taking other people down with you. You're allowing yourself to get used by, like, I want to say you are using yourself. I mean, I want Mike Barron to make money. I want Chuck Dixon to make money. I want the artist to make money and all that stuff. And eventually what's going to happen is, all those teats are going to run dry. That pig is going to be dead. And Eric July is going to be like, what happened? You happened. You had this persona. You built it up. You had all these followers. You said these things. Everyone believed you. Turns out you didn't know what you're talking about. They're all telling you how to do this right. You're not listening to them because your ego is bigger than common sense. And it's going to go away. It's going to be laugh right. It's going to be the business version of Asperging over Starfield. Yeah,
right.
They're all going to laugh at you, and in conjunction laughing at the rest of the independent comic sphere because you didn't know what you were doing. Everyone's telling you what to do. Everyone's telling you how to do it the right way. There is an honest to God visual model of how to do it the right way, but you're moving differently.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, it's like a succession of notes and beats doesn't matter. I can make. How come he's following the rules of how to write music with backwards, but he doesn't know how to follow the rules of this?
Fucking moron.
Okay, that's what I mean. Like, you understand how rules work as far as music goes, the music industry and all that. It works a certain way. You're following those rules, but you don't do it now.
Right. You're right. Yeah. You're right.
Thank you. I don't get that enough here. Thank you very much. Say it one more time.
You are correct.
Thank you.
You have a super chat.
Yeah,
but
I love Chris H's comment. I give you my attention, Dave. That's worth a lot more. Yeah. You're right. It is. But Joe, my favorite Australian, says, "Fine. Here you go. Fusion flea payment, and this is the fusion flea that he is so much in love with, guys."
Is that a whiskey or a band? Or a comic?
No, it's
no, it's a toy.
Oh,
it's
okay.
a toy. So
that was my next guess.
Fallout. Look at this, Joe.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah, so
nice.
we can open the hood. We can see the engine. All right, and Joe, just so you know, I have not pulled the plastic out for the battery, so you'll still have full battery when you get to that mark that we've agreed on. But and I have the box and everything for this toy. So.
Which Fallout?
I think it was. Well, it's in 3 and 4. It's just a fucking car that's destroyed in the game.
Oh, okay.
So when you're walking through the world, you see these fusion fleas just everywhere. Look at those headlights.
I have the one where you can go to like Pittsburgh and DC and all that, and then I have Vegas.
Yeah, that's 3. Yeah. And then look at this. I mean, come on. And Joe has just seen it in my
I love the retro look to it.
Nice. Be careful with that. I want it in mint condition, Joe says. That's great. No, Joe, it's yours for another, whatever, 30 of those. But thanks for the $2.99, Joe. It's great. You have another video, Katie? She left.
Did she? We can't tell.
I wanted to bring up
I'm here.
something really quick.
Did you put another video in my chat?
Yes, hold on 1 second. I actually got something else that's better. Just hold on 1 second.
You're on solo. We can't tell where anybody is.
That's what she said.
Get off solo.
YOLO.
Dave.
Yeah.
Take yourself off solo. We can't see who's who.
Yeah, but you guys want to see me. I'm the star.
Well, yeah, actually, I mean,
hearing voices.
Like, for a second there, I was like, "Hey, like, how many?"
That's not the way the Force works.
I did that.
Actually, that clip is fine. You can play that one.
Yeah, I was like, I've got 2 monitors. You've got 5, and you're looking at 4 of them.
Yeah, but Solo is dead. How dare you? I'm the Solo.
Solo is dead.
How dare you?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that happened in the Force Awakens or something, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go eat
All
my
right, Katie, so what is this? What is this clip you're showing us now? She's muted again. Women.
Bob Saget.
Sorry. So this is
You're
the
saying a
clip
muted
from
woman is bad?
Shut the fuck up.
2 hours later.
No, this is the clip where you know what? I've been trying to find a clip of Jeremy critiquing the trailer, and I cannot find it, but this is the one where they were talking about the campaign, and Jeremy does touch base with like his critique of it. I don't know, I thought it was pretty interesting. It's not that long, it's like 4 minutes. So
okay, so did you see
I'm listening, but I gotta grab me a drink, but I'm listening.
What are you drinking?
Actively sealing.
Chocolate milk.
Chocolate milk.
Yeah.
I like chocolate milk.
She has
2% or vitamin D or the skim.
Fucking whole milk, man.
There you
The
go.
real deal.
Damn.
Yeah. I don't get that 2% bullshit.
Yeah,
we've only just started doing that lately.
All right, here we go. Let's hear whatever bullshit this is. All right, play
well
it.
deserved. They just keep fucking killing it, man.
Even with that bizarre, some would say cringy, but low production comic book.
The live action trailer.
Live action trailer.
I liked it, man. I liked it. And we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah, I was like,
He fucking liked it. Who the fuck is this idiot with a beard? Is this Eric July in white face? Come on, guys. You liked that trailer? Okay, so that is
how many people is he saying that in front of? I can't see. I think you're because that super chat is still up. How many people is he saying this in front of?
Let me see. Let me get rid of Joe's generous $2.99. Let's see, start. Let me get rid of that. All right.
Okay. There's a subscriber. Oh, this is Katie's.
Yeah.
This. Never mind.
Either way, who is this guy? Dude.
Well, the point being is that he's ruining the credibility of all of the people that would be trusting in their opinion. You liked this trailer. You've been telling us that everything that we see from mainstream media is absolute and total shit, which it probably is. But it can't be that bad if you think
better than this
is
shit.
good. Exactly.
It's better. Anything that they have bitched about is better than this.
So the credibility is going right down the tubes.
And Jay laughed at the fucking video with Ryan. He laughed out loud. Go ahead, Andrew.
What else are you supposed to do?
I was gonna. Oh my god, I was gonna make fun of him by saying, "I like the trailer. Please don't shoot me, Eric."
Yeah, exactly. It
was exactly what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, for what
the
it
amount of money
was,
that they were putting in. So
for what it was, being a smaller studio.
Oh, fuck off! Fuck off! You're better than the mainstream.
I've heard this before. It's his first comic book.
My beard is the best. What are they talking about? Fuck this.
Oh my god, this fucking asshole.
Oh, it gets worse.
To me, it reminds.
Is this Mr. Beardo? Is that his name?
Yeah.
It's Beardo. No, it's like this is CW-ish, man. It's like
No, this is worse than the CW, guys. This is
Etsy
fucking
CW.
This is my son made a video with his friends and said, buy this fucking whatever I'm selling, because I don't even know it's a comic book when I watched the video. Nowhere in the goddamn trailer does it say buy Yaira. It
That's
never
very
does.
true.
It never says that.
Remember
It
when
just-
Dale and Brennan tried to sell their family on Prestige Worldwide? Boats and
Yeah.
hose, boats and
Katie,
hose. That
I
is
am
better than
going
this
to make a
trailer.
fucking video about this because I'm already pissed. This is aggravating as hell.
I'm
Because
sorry.
no, it's aggravating because Beardo is a piece of shit. He's being a piece of shit right now. Okay. If he's part of the Geeks and Gamers world, all they do is criticize everything that comes across our table, unless it's Godzilla -1, One Piece, or fucking Sisu. Other than that, it's all garbage.
What about? Hey, do you know? Is Beardo a Zack Snyder guy? Because is he? Fact check. Or anybody?
I don't
Is he
know
a
if
Zack
he was there
Snyder?
for that stream. If
Don't
he
know,
was,
don't care.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did me
Fuck
of
the
the
rest.
early days of the CW DC, like Arrow, early Arrow.
What the fuck,
Yeah,
guys?
I
Early
remember
Arrow was
seeing this
good.
Yeah, I agree
Arrow-
with because I. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Arrow was high quality, at the time.
Regardless of what the
no.
effects were, regardless of what
Yaira-
the effects were in early CW, those people had careers afterwards. Didn't that dude that was in Arrow, wasn't he like? Didn't he get into like wrestling at some point?
Yeah, it's his
Or,
own
like
show on that.
all right,
Yaira-
because the one thing that they all had in the CW, regardless of the effects, was a story that you could follow.
Dude, this guy is so fucking dumb. He makes Jeremy look smart. Okay, what the
Probably
fuck are we
why he's
talking
there.
about? Yeah,
And
I
then
mean,
I want
and
to
look
add.
at Jay. He's fucking laughing. Jay, stop laughing. This is not better than Arrow at all. Arrow was a good show the first couple of seasons.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Early DC on CW. Shut up, guys. Let's
I love
keep
how
going.
pissed
I
you're-
didn't
I
look
love
Flash.
how pissed you're getting.
That's the vibe. That's the vibe I got. It looked like that, and I say that in a good way.
No, you don't, you fucking liar. You're like, oh my God, I want to keep working in this group. And if Eric July hates me, Jeremy will fire my fucking bearded ass. Fuck off.
Because CW,
Katie's
DC,
got
in the
kids, right?
early
You've
days used
got
to be
kids.
good. That's the
Have
kind of
you
vibe I
heard
got
them
from
do
that
the kind
trailer.
of mental
I liked it.
gymnastics that these
Oh,
guys are doing?
hold on.
whenever
Did
they-
you notice that? Did they
What?
they separated each other?
I couldn't hear.
Did you
Yeah, I
see
was
them
talking
separate
just
each
now.
other?
Yeah, let's go back.
Yeah, hold
Yeah,
on. They separate each other. It's like take a break.
Yeah. Fuck.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
No, back up.
Kind of
Back
vibe I
Back
got
up a
from
little
the
bit.
trailer.
Back up a
I
little
liked
bit.
it.
Back up
I
more.
liked it. I liked it. Are you shitting me, Beardo? Whatever the fuck your name is.
Yeah. Fuck StreamYards, by the way. God, I fucking hate it. But anyway, Yaira at one.
Why does he hate StreamYards?
Because he can't
Because it
use
keeps
it.
knocking him off the
Have you
internet
ever
stuff.
Have you ever been knocked off, Katie?
Yeah, several times with mine. But
Really?
see, I live out in the country.
So do I. And I'm on fucking
Starlink.
Elon's Starlink.
Yeah.
I've never been knocked off. Ever. But I mean, maybe you're using
You've come close.
Yeah, there's
Hey,
been some
hey,
streams
hey.
where I got knocked off my own stream. There's been some streams where my internet's so glitch it's like robotic, and then everybody else was like, "Tim, WTF? Are you doing the intro?" So yeah, StreamYard is glitch, bro. But I mean, it's getting better. But you never know. You never know.
But I don't know how to use OBS to stream. And I have OBS, but I don't know how to use it to stream. So
I
Okay.
gave up on that.
OBS, like you can do a lot more things, but it's gonna use a little bit more CPU.
I
If you have a
can't do that,
powerful
man.
computer,
I have a
your computer
laptop.
can.
Guys. I'm doing this on a
Okay.
laptop, a Dell
Okay.
laptop.
But there's other softwares that you can use that are just as good as are better than StreamYard, though. I'll present that.
God damn it! Let me get angry again. Come on, let's go.
$1 million.
Hulk smash.
And yeah, I mean, great job to Ripa, his whole team, his whole crew. It's just
Okay, guys.
Every time he compliments Eric, you go off.
No, okay.
There's like a whole bottle of pills that you need to take every time somebody.
Okay, think about the trailer. All right, so
I really would rather not.
There's like 5 people. There's 5 people watching Yaira give her talk about how she survived or whatever she survived. But it sounds like there's 1,000 people clapping.
Okay, look, the best acting that happened in that entire thing was every single interview in the making of where they're all going, Eric is great.
Yeah.
Oscar performances all around.
It's like the guy that had the bad wig. He goes, yeah, the $2 million campaign for ISOM or whatever it was.
That they just told me about is amazing.
It was 3.7, dude. So you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. But this just drives me crazy because Jeremy's being so disingenuous right here. And Beardo is a cuck. He's a fucking cuck. Jesus Christ. Why do you care about Eric July's opinion about you? And Jay's just Mr. Neutral. Oh my God, guys. This is go ahead, Andrew. I'm sorry.
Oh, like you can't see me, but I'm doing the sucking dick motion.
Yeah.
I want to comment. I've done like small films
that.
like in like film school, like work with what you got, like to make a film like seem big, just focus on those characters. Rather, if you only have 5 people on there, why like do a fast pan over that real quick? Don't make it visual their characters. But like
why is a chick running in one direction and a dude's running in the opposite direction? And where's the fear coming from in this trailer? They're just running around. I'm scared.
Yeah, the SJW chick, like that shoots beams. Why are they afraid of her? What did she do? They don't tell you.
No,
right?
No, not at all. No, she just gets punched in the face and whatever.
That was supposed to be a death blow, right?
Yeah,
that's what she said.
It broke Isom's record for fastest campaign to $1 million.
Oh my!
Meanwhile, Awesome still falling on cars.
This $1 million number, Katie.
What?
You had Chris Bacon on, and the $1 million number is ridiculous, right? Because once it hits $1 million, it's over. It's over. Once it hits $1 million, we're done. We're like, we got him to $1 million, and I can stop fucking paying attention to this garbage.
Dollars. And yeah, in terms of the trailer, I think that's what you guys are talking about. And look, there's criticisms to be had about the trailer.
Yeah, let's start. Come on, Jeremy. Let's hear your criticism. Let's point them out like you did for the fucking Batman with Patrick, the guy from Twilight. Let's hear your criticisms.
I didn't love the accent. I thought it was a little jarring, for me. I thought the accent just kind of threw me out of it. But that's I was not expecting it at all. Right. But we're going to talk more about it tonight on Tuesday Night's Main Event for sure. But at the end of the day,
I thought it was kind of funny.
So,
it was
kind of.
Oh my God! I'm just imagining, like the minute they said that, like Eric, starts using his Darth Vader force powers to choke him on stream.
So, like, that's kind of a neutral take, but like he's obviously cheesing on him without cheesing on him. Like he's passing the borderlines, right? So, like, you see what I mean? That from anyone looking at on the outscope, dude, that's not a good look,
dude. He's gonna talk about the fucking accent. That's all you got, dude. Really?
And the thing is they don't talk about it more on the Tuesday main event because I watched that.
But that's my thing is like Ryan didn't react the whole time.
They left it at a little.
No, Ryan hid behind his mic with Jay on that stream.
Yeah, I remember. Like, he didn't react the whole time. He just silent. BTM, remember? He was just kind of.
He actually giggled when Jay was laughing hard at one point during that video, and he stopped really quick. As Jay's just got the same goofy fucking look on his face like he has right here. Yeah, but Jeremy is like, we're going to talk about it obviously on Geeks and Gamers, and Katie watched it, and guess what they didn't fucking do? Did they talk about it, Katie? No.
Nope.
No.
They didn't do what they said they were going to do,
And it
which
took
is a
Gary
problem
$50. It took Gary
crap.
$50, 3 hours plus into FNT to mention it because of a super chat. After Az left, and we have no idea when that super chat came in.
I'll find it.
And Az cannot be on a stream berating Eric when they have a show together, right? I mean, that would be sacrilege. So, he has to wait and get off the stream, and then Gary can pull up that fucking chat. Because if you're
plausible deniability.
If you're an honest player in the fellowship, and this is why I lost complete faith. If you're an honest player in the fellowship, you go, wait a minute, this is garbage. Let me ask them the question about the bullshit I just watched that Eric's selling me, and they don't answer. Come on. I mean,
they had that same problem with a guy that used to put in like hundreds and $400 chats, and it was like amazing the amount of money this guy would spend. And then they had Alex Jones on a stream, and this guy kept asking questions, spending buku bucks, trying to get them to ask Alex Jones like serious questions, and they wouldn't read them.
It wasn't Hayden 75, was it? Because Hayden's a super duper chatter to those guys.
It might have been. I mean, they had him on the show. I mean, he's a portly fella. The only reason I know about this is from, EVS putting a spotlight on it, like, hey, what's the deal here? There's no consistency. There's no
this is what my issue is,
what I mean?
Them not being realistic, right? Like, realize when you're wrong.
That's the guy. Yeah, George. Simply Green
Sorry
has it.
to
Yeah,
interrupt.
Snake Dog, same thing. I'm sorry. I'm reading the chat.
George the Giant Slayer?
Yeah,
George the Giant Slayer?
Yeah. I guess.
Who fucking discontinued a show called Hot Toys with George and Robert Meyer Burnett because wanted
I remember that.
Yeah, he wanted to not stream as much because he was so busy, and he wanted to save money to buy his house. And like 3 weeks later, Rip and the Silverback comes out. It was a clout chase for Az. So he's a fucking fraud too. I hate that motherfucker now. God damn
George
it.
or Az?
No, Az. George is a fucking man. George is a man. Okay. Robert Meyer Burnett is a man. Az is a fucking asshole. Robert Meyer Burnett has great streams about Star Trek and Star Wars and just media because he's actually worked in that business for a long time.
Very intelligent guy too.
Oh, so good and so even keeled. Like he doesn't get like he did all of the Lord of the Rings extras on the Blu-rays, guys. 12 hours of extras for Lord of the Rings, which are not available. They're not available. They're not available on the 4K. They're not available on the 4K. Only
George is now a Meghan Markle expert on Sean Atwood's channel.
Probably so.
Wow.
Probably so. All right. So here we go, guys. They want me to talk. Holy shit. All right. Here
exactly
we go.
what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
What? Okay. What was it?
Drunk is like fucking goofing on this one, man. He's being honest. Look at this.
What does that mean? It's exactly what I thought what it was going to be. What does that fucking mean, Jay? Come on, let's
at the end of the day, like what
is a
they're
nice guy.
doing with the Rippaverse is exactly what we need more of. We need more people out there doing things that are getting people excited. Like every time Rippaverse releases a comic,
a fucking product, not a comic.
Okay, so EVS covered this statement when Jeremy was about to say this. I remember watching this last night.
It's not a comic. It's a goddamn.
When my dog goes outside and takes a shit, he's doing a thing.
Yeah, he's doing a thing, and yeah, good God,
It's like a
it's a
massive event. I think
It's a massive thing, like my dog does when I let him outside.
You think if fucking Marvel made $1 million,
not a massive thing, it's a mammoth thing,
right? If
my dog does,
Marvel released a comic book today called Spider-Man 2025, and it did $1 million only, you think they'd be happy? No. They'd say, "Fucking cancel that book. That's a piece of shit."
This is what I can compare it to, like Fast and the Furious, right?
Yeah,
somewhat, right? It's pretty much like the quality of that, but it just like that, and then like he doesn't comment, and it makes it worse because this is supposed to be his like backers. It's supposed to be his friend, but he's not backing it. So it seems a little bit disingenuous that he's not backing his friend on this. He's like, and then he's using technicalities in a way to like push himself back. Oh no, I never done this stuff. But when you review the CW stuff, the Marvel and DCU stuff, you move the goalpost.
Why hasn't
you make up shit?
Why hasn't
dude? They're making up crap, right?
Why hasn't Bearded Asshole said anything since Jeremy joined the stream? Where's his fucking commentary?
Because that's the owner talking.
Absolutely
man.
accurate. Like it's like an event. You know, everybody gets excited, everybody gets hyped, and it's really fucking cool.
He's doing damage control, BTM.
The fucking 8,000 people that buy it every fucking time a book comes out, Jeremy? Is that what you're talking about? Because how many people bought your fucking plushie? What, like 1,000 people, 2,000 people? Was that an event, dude?
Dave is. I'm ashamed
BTM. I think Drunk is the only one that's self-aware.
Who?
Drunk 3PO is the only one self-aware. Everybody else is living in Looney Tune land. Like I promise.
Guys. Look at
Drunk 3PO is attempting to get anything.
He's living in reality. Everybody else, look at the blue screens. Unison. I'm not, like, come on. Maybe I'm crazy.
He's only living in reality if he's not going forward with his business deal with Ripperson.
But Drunk has been doing his own thing for a while. He's about to branch out. I promise you.
But they treat Drunk like a third wheel,
like a piece of crap.
Yeah, yeah.
Like a joke.
And it was kind of refreshing. It kind of like refreshed the Twitter news cycle because for the past several days, it's just been about Hannah and about.
Who the fuck is Hannah?
I don't know. She's a tomboy, whatever the tomboy thing is. I don't know all about it either, but she still made it into my.
Who is Hannah?
She still made it.
Hannah is this Hannah's a woman that it does tomboy things, and apparently it was like controversy for a woman to be a tomboy.
She was like noodling catfish. Is that what it's called?
Yes. Yes, I have friends that do that here where I live. So.
Okay,
what she does, it's nothing new.
So Eric July's comic reset fucking Twitter off of a girl doing catfishing. Is that
noodling catfish? That's where you like put.
No, I know what it is. You stick your fucking arm down their throat. And
yeah, but catfishing. Catfishing is way different than noodling catfish. I'm just saying.
I know what you're saying, though, but Eric July overtook some chick sticking her arm down the throat of a catfish and pulling it out of a rock in the river. Is that true, Beardo? What the fuck? Oh my God.
Out tomboys and all that hate. And like finally yesterday we got something new. It's like, oh, okay, we got Rippaverse news.
The idea that's a unit of
good, right, guys? He got so
much
much praise on Twitter from all of his love. I mean, Katie, you were part of the thread I was in yesterday, and it was 8 hours of two guys going back and forth talking about Rippaverse.
Yes. Oh my gosh. It was
I gotta get out of this chat. Holy shit. I love you, Thunder Duck. But dude, do not put me in that shit because I don't care enough about you two talking with each other about this stuff. And it was
I have to give Thunder Duck credit though, because without that thread, I wouldn't have gotten a clip from Midnight's Edge that apparently now is the stream is unlisted. So
you can only see it on Rumble. Thunder Duck sent me that.
Really?
You can only see it on Rumble. So no, I love Thunder Duck.
I see, but I got it clipped.
I did not want to be part of that conversation because my phone was just beep, beep, beep. It's like these two. I think it was all caps on him just going back all day. It's like, holy shit. They have a lot to say about this stuff. And I'm sure Ethan was like, yeah, I'm muting this conversation. I didn't mute it. I just said, don't notify me
on Twitter.
Yeah. So this is such a retarded narrative out there. Finally, somebody's being critical. Like, I mean, I've bought.
I
feel like that's a cop out. That's a cop out.
So many fucking comics from indie creators.
I remember my first beer, right?
So Jeremy claims this all the time. He bought so many comics from the Endosphere, and maybe he has. Okay, but hold on, I'm gonna keep going.
Never been asked to criticize any of them except for Isom, and
because you're his buddy.
I heard this is a great argument because he didn't promote any of them.
Well,
except
the
Isom.
big kicker is he said he promoted EVS. When he read that,
No, he
that's
didn't.
his kicker.
No, holding it up.
That's
and
what he
saying,
says
"Look
in
what
the
came
speech,
in the mail."
No, you're right.
I know
You're
that's
right.
what he's saying. But
So I'm talking about the clip, right?
No, you're right. You're right. You're right, Tim.
Yeah.
He does say that, but he didn't promote it. He just said,
What comes in the mail is not the same thing as everybody go out and get this."
But he said, but also he says he said it on stream, didn't he? Like later on?
No, that's
I
not
guess
what I
we can
mean.
watch it.
When the book already goes out and you hold it up and say, "Look at this," is
Right.
not the same thing as go get this or go back this before it's been produced. Holding
It's
it
like-
up after the fact is not the
Like-
same thing as promoting it before it gets printed.
Tim, when I get a book from a creator who still has an active campaign, as soon as I get it, I fucking post my pictures on Twitter. You've seen it, Katie, right? You've seen my pictures. And then I come on my stream and I put the book right on, and hopefully I can get B.A. Turner on my stream that day.
Which I've seen.
And he is. And his campaign is active. I got Richard Embry's book today. I put it right on Twitter. And I will get him on my stream because you know what? These are the guys that matter to me. They're working their ass off. And when I got people like this fucking guy, Jeremy, who's not a terrible guy, but dude, be honest with your audience about this shit. You're not being honest. And it's very frustrating. God damn it, Katie. I'm going to make a video about this now. It's
I'm not pushing back.
Now you got him, Katie.
No, Tim, push back. Tim, we need both sides of any conversation. That's what I'm about. If I had an SJW on my stream, I would listen to them. I want to hear why they feel that way.
Yeah, and I know that you show the comic books. Like I've been watching your streams, so
right. But Jeremy claims all this bullshit. But show us. Like Eric. Eric never shows receipts. Show us your books, Jeremy. Show us a picture on your wall behind you that shows any indie book you've ever fucking bought. There's nothing back there, right? It's all this mainstream media bullshit behind him.
All the stuff he complains about is what's on display back there.
Exactly. It's all in his background. Look at Jay. Oh my God! Look at his beautiful basement. Yeah, he's got these arcade cabinets back there, and we got this guy, Beardo, whatever the fuck his name is. It's all Batman. It's all Power Rangers. So it's all mainstream bullshit.
He lost me at New York Giants. Hey, maybe this is a job for Chris Bacon.
Yeah, where's your fucking
Cyberfrog? Way better than his brother.
Yeah, where's anything that's indie in any of these guys' backgrounds? Oh, I support Gina Carano. Yeah, she would still work for Disney if she wouldn't have got fucking canceled, you idiots. And she would not pay one goddamn second of attention to you if she wouldn't have made a couple of bad tweets that got her fucking canceled. You goddamn cucks.
When you tell me that I have to criticize something, like when I got Cyberfrog, I can't tell you how many times I held it up on camera going, I got Cyberfrog, guys. Ethan Van Sciver signed it. I've done that 1,000 fucking times. Nobody's ever asked me for my review of Cyberfrog. No.
1,000? Dude, that's like 365 times a day, a year for 3 years straight.
No,
You're
he's
a
being
fucking liar.
hyperbolic. It's a like a what do you call it?
But I'm going to take him literally
Passive
because
aggressive comment.
yeah, I'm going to take him literally because he's trying to defend a guy that is full of shit. And that's
the thing is, dude. Sorry to interrupt you. Like, I'm
go
the
ahead.
pushback guy, right? I
Yeah,
think
of
it's
course.
important to push back. I'm not saying what you're not saying it's not true. I'm obviously kind of with you. Obviously, I think Drunk 3PO is a very good guy, and actually he's been there with Gina, and they're actually legitimate friends. As far as the other guys, I question them, right? So, like, I brought to the stuff about EVS. Is there other streams that we could connect and see like imagery, like on other streams where like Jeremy is promoting EVS's book, right, with Cyberfrog, right? So that's very important. But I don't honestly. I've been watching Jeremy G&G off and on for like since probably 2019. I don't remember seeing those, to be honest, if I'm going to be fair.
Exactly.
So,
That's 5 years ago, Tim.
Yeah, but I don't watch them religiously, but like I watch them periodically because I want to make
But
my own
it's
decision. But then
definitely
I
not 1,000 times. It's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
1,000 times, okay? And
Like Eric July, right? Like Yaira or Isom. It's not like they're put in your face. I see what you mean.
Here's what everybody fails to fucking comprehend. If ISOM 2, Alpha Core were good, Ethan
would praise it.
Say it. It's good. He would actually tell his fans this is a good product, but it's not good. And I bought it.
You know what I like about ISOM not being good is that if it was good,
it gives
if
Katie
it
a
didn't
bunch
suck,
of clips. That's the part I like the most. Katie can just keep.
No, actually, further than that, I was like, this thing has become so huge that it sucks so bad that I just now realized that if it
It's
was
like
a
the
good
Snyder
book,
Cut, bro.
none of us would have ever met.
It's true.
You're right. Well, I don't know about that because I was sick of FNT more than I was sick of Eric. FNT drove me out of my fucking mind after a while. It's like, wait a minute. I listened to Yellow Flash. I listened to Ryan. I listened to FNT. And by time Friday gets here,
I can't
it's
get
the same
away from
topics I've heard every day all week.
the irony of how ISOM has brought so many of us together.
And yeah, and I'm going to tell you, like, when Eric went on, or when EVS went on Ricada's show, remember that? Like, they had the conversation after Eric talked his shit, and Eric said, "Hey," or EVS said, "He sent me like night letters, Nick."
Yeah, right.
That was a thing.
Yeah.
That's when it was over for me with all of those pieces of shit. Because, look, man, I'm an adult male that's been around for a long time, way too long.
Mm-hmm.
And you see this bullshit and you're like, wait a minute, man, we can do better than this. And you know how many movies I missed because of these assholes?
Yeah, I mean, it's not just something like what
Katie, how many movies
like
did you miss because of Friday Night Tights?
Well, I also want to bring up like when I first saw.
It doesn't necessarily mean they were good, but yeah, you didn't go see them because you trusted somebody else. I also bought bad comic book.
How many movies? How many movies did you miss because of FNT?
Well, to be honest with you, I didn't get a chance to watch all of them since I became a mom. So
right, but you wouldn't even bother.
No, I wouldn't.
Listening to those guys, right? I mean,
no,
Barbie
I
was
wouldn't bother with it at all.
Barbie was the worst movie ever made, right? We know that, right? It was like terrible.
I've never seen it.
I have a little. I agree with Az
I
on Barbie. I'm unpopular opinion. I don't think it's absolutely terrible.
So I did not like the beginning of Barbie where they're bashing all the babies. It was really like, what the fuck? And I didn't like the end when she goes to the gynecologist. But everything in between, I was cool. Like Ryan Gosling is the shit in that movie. He's really good. There's a lot of good stuff going on in the movie. But the beginning, like the first 5 minutes and the last 5 minutes, I'm like, yeah, I could do without that. But
go ahead and finish the clip up because you ain't got much time left. Go ahead and finish it.
Look at Katie
because it gets good.
Okay, it's gonna get better. Am I gonna get
mean,
more? Am I gonna get more
I
pissed
mean,
off?
Nobody's ever
Yeah,
asked me my review of the Anna's cover, the thing, the Vampirella or whatever.
He doesn't even know
He
Vampirella
didn't
or
even
whatever.
review it,
Or
dude. He
Tug's
just like
book
moved
or
the
any of the
goalposts.
books I've supported.
What book did Tug make? I don't know what book Tug made. Was it the Amber Heard
never
story?
heard of it.
No, he's producing a detective
Who is Tugs?
story.
The Umbrella
Tug.
guy.
The Littlest Detective or something.
But did he release a book already?
Not yet. It's still in
Because
production.
Jeremy just said that they didn't ask me to review his book.
Wait,
I mean,
who's
let me look. I
Tug?
mean, it might have come in
The
the mail.
Umbrella
I just
guy.
haven't
The
opened it
Umbrella
yet. I
guy.
can check.
Who's the umbrella guy?
He was the guy that was all over Amber Heard and Johnny Depp.
Not
the trial.
physically. He was just covering the story.
That's how we got so many subs. But
Waka.
has his book came out?
I'm gonna check.
Why do we care? Like, who is this guy?
Because
I
he's
don't know.
part of the fellowship. He's part of the fellowship.
Yeah, he's a big.
Okay,
YouTuber.
okay.
Yeah, he's part of the fellowship. This is all so this is their whole parameter of what books and comics are about. They don't know what Comicsgate is. They don't know what the Iron Age is. All they know is what their friends are making. And that's all Eric's going to do with Rip Ascend.
The extent of my knowledge, Tug is on the up and up.
You know what I want to say? I want to say something bold real quick.
I think Tug does a very good job of staying neutral.
Yeah. No, he just wants to disseminate information and stay out of the rest.
Yeah,
unless he is directly threatened by somebody.
Right. Yeah, and he did get directly threatened from Amber Heard fans, but other than that, and Katie, I know you're late, and I'm gonna keep going.
Or any of the books I've supported. Nobody's ever asked me for my opinion. Suddenly, everybody's like, you gotta criticize it. It's like, dude,
no, nobody said criticize. They said review it, positive or negatively, dude. Let's just hear your fucking review. Katie, I'm gonna slam this up tomorrow on a video. God damn it!
I never respond to demands from mobs. Not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. In fact, I'll do the exact opposite.
Because I'm a badass motherfucker. Yeah.
If that's, I'll never be forced into anything. I've never done a fucking comic review on this fucking channel ever. Like, I literally have all the new G.I. Joe comics that I'm very much enjoying. It's not like I have a full fucking breakdown for all these.
But why not?
Yeah, movie trailer reviews.
Yeah, why not promote the guys that you're liking? You just said you're enjoying a bunch of comics of G.I. Joe. And we know that he is a huge G.I. Joe fan. Why not give those guys some fucking cred, dude? Why wouldn't you do that? That's weird. That's really weird.
These G.I. Joe comics that I'm reading. I don't do comic reviews. I've never done that shit.
Okay. So
because you can't read? You can't read? Is that what it is? You like the pictures? What the fuck?
So it's retarded. So, but at the end of the day, bottom line is 1 million.
And Katie, why did he take over Jay and this fucking bearded motherfucker's chat? How did that happen?
I have no idea.
Yeah, he came in and just took it over, and they had nothing to say.
It's the Geeks and Gamer stream. He just his stream got kicked out.
His internet was bad. Yeah. But he could have just let them continue, right? Like, let's hear Jay's honest opinion. Look at Jay's face right here. Yeah, dude. Jay's probably gonna bow out of these. Well, he can't because he just gave Rip Ascend his goddamn livelihood with his second book.
$10 in less than is it right at 24 hours? Less than 24 hours? Insane, man. Insane. Great job from those guys, and great job to everybody out there that's supporting. It's good to see. And this is only the beginning. The Soska sisters, they've done a lot of indie projects and stuff like that over the years. And the trailer, again, man, it's the fact that I didn't even know we were getting a live action trailer.
No,
I
no, I didn't either.
I had no idea. I was expecting another animated trailer. I had no idea. I know everybody thinks like Ripa is all like talking to all of his friends about it.
But what was your opinion of the trailer, Jeremy? You didn't know you were getting one, but you saw it. And what's your opinion, dude? Chat? I mean, ID, what's your opinion? I mean, let's.
I have a big opinion about it, but I would play the rest of the clip and then we can really drill down on the shit.
Fucking idea about any of this, and so yeah, good stuff. Shout out to those guys. Really happy for them.
Okay, Katie, I'm going to ask you one thing real quick before the panel gets involved in the discussion.
Sure.
Do you believe that any of these fucking assholes didn't know that Eric July had a live action trailer coming out?
I don't think they all knew. No, I think he really kept it secret from all of them.
Really?
Because I feel like if he would have told them, they would have a better way of reacting to all this.
Do you mean their reactions would be less than what you perceive as genuine?
Yeah.
I can
Exactly.
see that. Also, I don't know if I mean, the barrage of information that Eric July has to take in during this whole thing, if I was him, I wouldn't know who to trust. So I wouldn't say anything to anybody.
I think
Katie.
that's pretty valid, to be honest, Katie.
You screwed over Australian reviews.
What? I wish this clip went an extra 30 seconds because Jeremy then read my super chat and called me a retard. I did not know that. I will go back and look for you, Australian reviews. I'll go back and see if I can.
He's in all our chats every night, man. He's awesome.
And
they're awesome.
Chat. Sorry, my arms are not here. I saw the comments. I was cosplaying Eric July.
It's mostly just the shoulders. Look for the shoulders.
Kay, do you know Tim?
I've seen him in the chat.
He's awesome.
Yeah, on Angus. Shout out to him. Yep.
Yes. Okay, that's where I've been seeing you. Yeah, Black Angus.
Yeah, I
is
saw you in the
awesome.
chat. That's where I met you in the chat. And then Angus sent me over here, check out BTM. I was like, hey, okay, I'll hang out. And I was like, I like BTM. He seems like a cool guy I'd hang out with in real life.
It's turning into a game of musical streams. Oh, except for there's always a chair available to sit down in when the music stops. Or maybe I'm not. Everybody's. Am I the only old person who remembers musical chairs?
No, I remember.
Okay. All right, good. All right.
Yeah, I'll remember that.
I know it's late.
No,
it's late. The reactions are coming as slow as
Sorry, my hair.
Well,
I don't have hair on my shoulders. Sorry, it's not offensive.
Katie's drinking too much chocolate milk, so her reaction time is super slow.
Yeah,
I'm drinking Heaven's Door from
Oh damn, dude, you got the good stuff. I was drinking
Heaven's
some Crown
Door.
Royal earlier.
I remember that bottle having more brown.
Yeah, but
when I say that, I mean I remember there being more of it.
Still had some in my glass. All right. Yeah. So and ID, you really need to look these glasses up and purchase some. They really
know.
Yo, BTM, I really want you to shout out Ice Baby. It's my newest thing on my comic book.
I did.
That's my newest thing. It is what it is.
I had what was it, JVD Comics on tonight? Or JVD music. He was awesome.
It is what it is, man.
Yeah, okay. We're not going there.
Well,
we're not getting,
I'm gonna have to hop off here. I'm gonna have to hop up here in a minute, but I will say that tonight, Yellow Flash was having Eric July on his show. So tomorrow I'm going to review that stream and see what I can find a clip.
Are you a member?
She's going secret agent style.
Well, she does. Don't you do the same thing with Eric?
Song.
Don't you do the same thing with Eric? You remember his chat too, right? So you can download.
Yes,
all
because what they both do is after they stream, they put it to the members. So it's kind of my safe way of where if I'm not able to catch it right on time, at least I know I still have access to their streams. As much as I really don't want to pay Yellow Flash, I really don't want to pay him.
I hate
Especially
that guy so much more.
after everything. But it's like, no, it's okay because now I'm going to clip you more.
Content.
I'm going to expose you more. I'm going to expose and show the world how much of a fucking hypocrite you are and how much of a fucking liar. And just that he's got SJW tactics, the way he smears people, the way he spreads lies. It's like, here's the thing. So those guys, Jeremy and Eric and Yellow Flash, should have never come at me, because them coming at me tells me that my clips are have an effect on you.
Well,
You
that's-
guys are
that's
not
how it
liking what
goes,
I'm
yeah.
doing.
When you start catching
And-
flack, it means you're over the target.
Yes.
Yeah, we
So
got
it's like,
Grifter in
thank
the
you,
chat.
because now I'm going to keep doing it, and I'm not going to stop. I will make you bitches uncomfortable every time you fire up your stream. I am going to make you uncomfortable because I will be there to watch everything you do, and if anything you do that fucks up, I will get it. I do not have a problem with it. You know, I and that's the thing too. My clips, some of them are long because I try not to edit them out because I want to make sure people get the full context of the clip, so nobody can accuse me of, well, you only said it like this just to make it. No, there's 14 minutes of it. 14 minutes of their own fucking conversation. So,
And that's the beauty of Katie's clips. She's not like giving her opinion.
No.
She's just playing their fucking words.
It's very much a libs of TikTok style.
Well, it's like
that's what I've been called. I've been told I'm the libs of TikTok in this,
or
in
you're
this
the
community.
you're the lady that does the Nick Rekieta clips all the time, right? You've heard about her, right? All she
Yeah.
does is clip Rekieta.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I it's not just Eric, it's everybody. It's everybody. I even clip
Yeah,
people
so
like
look out,
BTM. I've
Yellow
clipped your
reviews.
stream. I've clipped Tony's stream. I clipped
I know
other
you have.
streams that I thought were really good for people to see and watch. So
You better clip,
it's kind
you
of
know,
my clips
Baby
get a lot
Ice,
of
bro.
views.
Baby Ice is gonna be the next big comment, man. I want you to bring that on, man.
It's not
Yeah.
Baby Ice. It's Baby
Baby Ice.
Icy
I don't know.
Baby.
Ice Ice Baby goes on many names. Like it has to adapt. That's how it goes. Chia.
So
you get it ready, darling, and I will
Holy
happy to
crap.
have you on your stream to
So
talk
I'm
about
trolling
it.
hardcore.
So
But
J0074
yeah.
says Yellow Flash
Ice
stopped
Ice
streaming
Baby
on
is
Rumble
gonna
for
be
3
the
weeks
number
now.
one comic. Trust me.
Who?
Ice
Your
Ice
Ice
Baby,
Ice Baby?
man.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
You know what?
You
If you
saw
make it good enough, Ethan will actually promote it. That's the thing. When does anybody in the fellowship promote anything that's not in their like sphere? They don't do it at all. You know,
You know what? It's gonna be
I don't-
funny if it starts off as a troll, but it makes it into something. Wouldn't that be cool?
Maybe even better. I think that's even better because there's something there to it. So
So do
I
you
see
guys?
here that he said that Yellow Flash stopped streaming on Rumble for 3 weeks now. He's a chicken shit. Yes, but you know what? Thank God he did not get rid of the stream that Dick Masterson came on. When I noticed that Yellow Flash was not putting his streams over there, I had to go back through the catalog to make sure that specific stream was still there, and it is. So,
Are you on Rumble, Katie?
am I what?
Are
you on Rumble?
No, my other thing is on Rumble, but no, specifically me, no. I thought about
I'm
doing it, but
convinced
Rumble's such a
like
pain in the
Eddie is
ass to set
Yaira.
up.
Dude,
I,
you're like
I set
Yaira,
up a
man.
Rumble
You got,
account.
you got the blonde hair. You seem you're
Oh,
Yaira
no.
to me. Never mind.
Well, you know what's funny is Black Angus, when I was doing my show,
mean
he
it as a compliment.
No. Whatever.
No,
I'm
when
friends
I
with
was-
Black Angus. It only makes sense. So go ahead.
Well, he stopped by my chat tonight, and he said, "Look at Katie's hair. It is Yaira Winter." So it was
Yeah,
like,
you look like Yaira tonight. You look like you're about to knock me out. That's good. Your
no,
arms
I
looking a
could
little
never
buff.
do that. There's only 3 men that I would love to knock out in there.
Just
They're
knock
not
him
in.
out. Don't give him a dith blue.
But you have a better accent, Katie.
Yeah,
Oh,
notice how
thank you.
BTM goes like off screen when he's afraid. He's afraid because he doesn't want you to knock him out.
You're in
Whatever.
you live
That's
in
fine.
is it Virginia?
Yes, I do. Yeah,
I
I live in
remember
Virginia.
a Jackie Martling joke about that. There was a you want to hear it?
Yeah.
Okay, there's
You
a
look buff though. Your
a
arms are
penis hitchhiking
I'm
on
not.
the side of the road. Anyone? Yeah. Okay, ready? A penis was hitchhiking
Don't
on the side of the
remember. I don't
road,
speak Spanish.
and a truck comes by to pick him up, and the penis goes, "Where are you headed?" And the truck driver goes, "Virginia," and the penis goes, "Close enough."
How far are you from the Carolina?
She's fucking laughing.
Katie, how far are you from the Carolina border?
Why are you laughing?
You didn't get it?
3.5 hours.
Oh, you're like Central Virginia?
She's laughing
I'm in
because she got
Southwest
the
Virginia.
Spanish right now.
Okay.
I'm in Trump country. In
Trump
Yeah.
part of
country,
Virginia.
America.
All fucking
Hell
Virginia
yeah.
besides Fairfax County or
Gee.
Trump country.
No, I don't know. That's Northern Virginia. We don't deal with those people up there. We're
You
actually a
wish-
split state.
Yeah, you
You
want
were
to
saying
stay
you
away
don't
from
say,
Alexandria. You're too
I'm in
close to
Illinois.
DC.
Yeah. Katie should do a Yaira cosplay. Ooh.
Oh,
You hear
sure.
that?
That's asking a lot. I'm thinking that.
Ooh. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Anything the Saskas does, I do not plan
Go
to.
for Power Girl before you do that. I mean, go like a
No,
legit,
Power Girl would be better. Like F the
legit
Sasuke.
So
superhero.
it's so hard, guys, to get views on Rumble. It's not even funny. Like
It is.
I'll get like 2,000 views on a video here, and I'll get like 10 over there. But it's not the right place.
It auto migrates.
it.
Mostly,
Yeah,
yeah.
TM, how did the
It's
stream do
mostly.
tonight? Sorry if I garnered the stream, man. I'm probably stream killer. I was like,
No,
yeah,
you're fine, dude. No,
What do you
Rumble.
think? Like everybody came over to this stream, they got to look at our four faces, decided yours wasn't good enough, and bailed. That's not how it works.
We got 70 people in here now, man. That's awesome. It's fucking 3:17.
I told you the best thing that you did for your stream is let me in here. I have gravitas. I get gravitas.
No, I kind of think
I'm
if I
also-
would just, I think if I would have streamed solo for a few hours and brought Katie on, it really would have increased the magnetism.
I don't think so. I will say that
It would have been like the curiosity,
well-
like what is a girl like you doing in a stream like this?
But I do want to do a stream.
I don't. Not that that's a bad thing.
But Katie's,
No, you're fine.
But Katie's been surrounded by dudes this whole time. When she brings on guests, it's always guys, right? You're not like intimidated.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm hoping to one day when everything gets settled down, I do plan to do like, how they have Comic Skate Kings. I want to do Comic Skate Queens.
You're so
'cause
cute
they're-
that you think things are going to settle down. Oh, that's never going to happen. You know what I mean?
know,
It's like
right?
you're like that second string quarterback who when the color when they get in there and they make a couple of mistakes and the guy up in the booth, the color guy is like, "Hey, he's waiting for the game to slow down. The game needs to slow down." You know what they mean? Is the quarterback needs to just get up to speed, and you're gonna get there. You got to keep throwing those elbows in the mosh pit.
It's like with any job,
take
like
no
when you go in
prisoners.
there and you fucking fail, like everyone wants you to go at 100%. Like if you don't go 100% of like the 90% they were going, you're a fucking failure. I've dealt it with all my life, man. I know, like having a degree, just like it put me in a position and put me at like you're gonna die or fail, and like once you adapt, you're gonna get the job. And sometimes I have freaking failed because
I love
like, dude,
Katie's
you give me no
background.
experience.
I love
So
Katie's background.
Thank you.
I
My
do.
hippie tapestry.
Uh,
Been with me since the beginning of my streaming days. So
So Katie,
It's like
I'm
Paul Joseph Watson's map.
RBM, I've taken 3. Yeah, I've taken 3 restroom breaks. When I say I'll be back, that's where I go.
Oh, you're close to
restroom
the
breaks
next one.
rule.
trying to say 3 restroom bakes.
I
Yes,
donated
I
a
heard
kidney
him
when
say
I was-
restroom
I know
breaks.
I
restroom
donated my
breaks.
kidney when I was 32 years old.
Oh,
And when you donate-
okay.
Yeah, you tend to go a lot more after you donate a kidney.
I
yeah,
understand.
so
that makes sense.
Really? It's weird.
Yeah.
You'd think the 2 kidneys would be pumping out more,
Dude.
but the one
As
kidney just over.
As soon as I donated my kidney, oh my God.
That was it.
How do
It
you
was
tell your
over.
son you're cooler than them? Like, hey
How do
son,
you-
I have more followers than you. Like, how do you tell him that? Like, yo, I'm
I
cooler.
go upstairs and I tell my son, fucking put your face on screen.
Okay, actually, the way that I do it with
But
my
you're
kids
like,
is
you know, I remember my
explain
first
to
bear,
them.
and you're like, I'm cooler than you. Like,
I
remember?
explain
Like,
to them that when they refer to their room as their room, I correct them and tell them that it's my room and I'm just letting you sleep there. That's
So-
how I'm cooler than them.
How old are your kids?
Mine?
Yeah.
One is going to be going to college next year.
So
I
my
think, yeah,
my kids pay rent.
my last one.
So I don't pull that shit on them. I go, okay, you're paying rent. But clean your fucking room, you pig.
Yeah, it's still your house. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
it's my house.
Right.
You clean your room.
I
Yeah.
explain that to them. I tell them freedom isn't free. You have to pay for things. I pay for this house, and
You know, my chat is so nice and mean at the same time. I don't get a lot of super chat, and that's fine. But like, I will read this chat from Australian. He's wearing adult diapers. No, I
oh,
do
you
this.
are.
I do this.
Who
and then
is
I
wearing
walk
those
down my
little
bathroom
diapers?
because I have a bathroom in my basement, and I relieve myself. Australian reviews. Gee, you saw my basement.
Periodically.
Some people work with the wide mouth Gatorade bottle, and they just do
Jay.
this.
Yeah, that's what Jay's saying. No empty pee bottles, amateur.
Right. They do this. But
Katie,
then,
that's gross,
but
right?
then they
Do I
forget
have
to
pee
do.
bottles?
It
My
is,
bathroom's
but
over
like,
there. What the fuck?
Yeah, they forget
That's
to
what Jeremy
unmute.
does in recording, right? That they say he pees in his bottle.
Yeah, they
No,
forget to mute, and
This
then
is
they'll
what
turn the
that's
camera
for,
off
I
and say that
guess.
they'll be right back, but then you can hear the urine hitting the
Is
bottom
that
of the
really
pee bottle
true?
because they
Is that a
forgot to mute
thing?
it.
Is that really true, ID?
No, it's
Oh
not.
my-
I don't know. I'm
That's
just
gross.
game planning it out.
God.
well, listen, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and
Yeah,
hop off here. It's almost 4:30 my time.
Yeah, it is.
Tell
But
your
it's
kids
all
you
good.
hate them
Thank
tomorrow
you.
morning when they wake you up at like 8:00 and like, get away from me.
Well, the good thing is my son is with my dad and my stepmom for the weekend. And
cool.
then my 4-year-old is with her other grandparents. And then, and my husband told me that I can sleep in a little bit tomorrow or
A
this
little
morning.
bit.
Why wouldn't he let you sleep? There's no kids there.
I like it. He says a little bit like, "Don't get too cozy."
So, because I told him, I said, well, I want to sleep in for once. And he said, okay,
Katie,
that's fine.
We got to have a conversation on how to set up YouTube for me properly, because I don't know how to send notifications. I don't know how to do raids, any of that stuff, because I would raid your chat or you vice versa, right? I don't know how to do any of that
Right.
shit.
I don't either. I'm going to still learn that. But I do know that Black Angus knows how to do it because he did it for me one
He does.
time.
He's one of my best friends. He's a very good guy. He'll take care of you.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's been on my stream.
He's going to take care of you.
In Minecraft.
Okay, guys.
I have to go too for all the reasons that Katie's leaving. I gotta go too. I mean,
all right, guys.
My kids aren't going to wake me up, but there's probably a dog that's going to jump on me, and I want to be ready for that.
Katie, thanks for joining. ID. It was good talking to you, and I'll send you the chat anytime or the link.
I didn't even show you my best stuff, so you'll invite me on again.
Of course.
All right.
Absolutely.
Take it easy, fellas.
Absolutely.
What's up, man?
Okay, so
do you want to talk more?
Darth Scipio says, I don't know if the panel has talked about the failure of Midnight's Edge panel's failure to criticize Eric July and the Gyro trailer, especially Tom Connors, who always speaks his mind. I didn't see that.
I want to
this
ask
still-
your opinion on this. Can I? Is it
go
okay
ahead.
if I ask your opinion on this?
Of course.
So I noticed he's not on Friday Night Tights anymore. Did you notice that?
On what?
Friday Night Tights. Like
Eric?
No. Tom from Midnight's Edge is no longer on Friday Night Sights.
I'd never seen him
You
on
see that?
FNT. I've only seen him on Yellow Flash.
He was there for probably 5 years, and he got
Tom
kicked
was?
off. Yeah, bro. Yeah. So, okay. I watched Friday Night Tights probably for like 5 years, and then like Angus and like Rookie were people that brought self-awareness towards me, and you and other people. I was like, yeah, I was picking up on the same thing. Maybe things a little bit sus, right? So, man, so like I was like, dude, something's up, in which something's going on. It's a little bit like over the top, right?
Right.
So, man, so I started to notice what was kind of going on, and everything's over the top. Everything's woke. Everything's this and that, right? I think we can all agree with that.
Everything, right? Yeah. The
Yeah.
fucking flyer from your grocery store is woke. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, and just like, oh my god, I see pink. That's fucking woke. That's what it is now. That's what it is. It's to the extremity where it's freaking ridiculous. So now that we're moving towards like the equilibrium or whatever, if I can talk, but like, dude, it's getting to that point where we can't define that point where something's woke or not woke, right? What is woke and what is not woke? Like, what is the defining points of being non-woke and woke? Because like any sort of progressivism, like people just like spout nonsense about. I'm just like, I don't even see it. But sometimes I do see it.
You know
Like,
what, dude? It's pretty easy to see woke. When I see a movie start and it's like I don't want to be that guy, but there's
no,
so
you can. Yeah, go on.
there's so much easy stuff to see that's woke, and that's okay. I mean, I just turn it off and find something that's not. I don't get on a fucking live stream and bitch about everything that's woke. I have better things to do with my life, right? I mean, I'm not going to pay it. I watch this bullshit German show on Netflix about alien or like some chick goes to space and whatever it was. It was like it was so boring, right? Just so boring. But Jin Wong for $5. Thank you, Jin Wong. Guys, duct tape, hose, gas can, pee up to 4 gallons without ever getting up. Thank you. That was my A material. It's all downhill from here.
Oh shit, dude.
So literally I have a bathroom like right around the corner.
If you want to take a break, man, if you want to go to bed, man,
No,
I like talking to you, man. It was nice meeting you, dude.
I'm good.
Been wanting to come on your channel, man. I really like you a lot. I want you to come on my show on like a Sunday or
just tell
Wednesday,
me when.
Whatever.
Just tell me. I mean, guys, I don't do this out of spite. I do this so we can have fun. So earlier I had JVP. You watched that, right, Tim? It was good. I mean,
I was watching it. Yeah.
Now you're a metal guy. Obviously, you're wearing an HCDC tank top, but you like, and his comic is really good with it, and it's all free for you to watch on JVP Music on YouTube. JVP Music, and he's not full of himself. He's not full of himself at all. He's just like, yeah, I just want to make stuff
Just
and
a
people
dude,
enjoy
man.
it. Yeah, I just want people to enjoy it. He's not because he's got a real job, right? He's out making money every day.
Yeah, it's just like we all work our 9 to 5s, and then like we're all working on our crafts. It's kind of the same thing, right?
My craft is getting on the interwebs and talking.
You're a
shit.
salesman, right?
Yeah, I sell stuff.
Yeah, besides talking shit about ice.
No, I want to get more into Yellow Flash. I want to get more into Yellow Flash. My problem is I
I want to know more about that. I want to know more about that because I don't know about that.
Yellow Flash is a piece of shit. Bottom
Okay,
line.
tell me why. Tell me why.
Well, first of all, you've heard Ethan talk about it. He does not pay his artist.
Yeah, dog.
He's not paying his artist, but he wants to sell a comic to his fans. Dude, we all want to get paid for our work, whether you're a SJW or a fucking right winger. You want to get paid for what you're doing, right? And this guy, Yellow Flash, he's so boring. God, I watch all his videos every day, and it's just awful. And I've stopped. I'm like, I'm not going to post that shit on Twitter anymore because it's not worth my time. I have better things to do. Every day I was doing a daily Ryan Cannell summary and a daily Yellow Flash summary, and it's just like, no, nobody's even responding to shit anymore because you know what? They've seen it now for 3 weeks, and they're like, oh yeah, that's why I stopped watching these guys 2 months ago because they're fucking garbage. And if I did the same thing to Gary, literally, Nerdrotic, if I went back a year, 6 months, and today and got his commentary on why comic books are failing, it's the same speech, right? It's the same talking points.
It is.
It's always
100%.
And you're going to hear, we're winning the war. We're winning the war, but it's going to be a long war, guys. So keep tuning in so I can tell you why Disney and Marvel and DC suck. It's just like, oh wait.
ATM?
Yeah, go ahead.
They think it's easy. It's not easy to do good storytelling, right? Is that what you're going to say?
No, of course. But they could hire better people. I will agree with that. They need to quit looking at like racial or sexual, whatever they're relating to in their application, and just hire the best people, because they have canceled or fired so many people that were good at this shit before, and it kind of fucked it up. I mean, it's bad.
Dude,
yeah.
and
this is J0074, they repeat the same thing over and over. Also, Star Wars is dead. Yeah. And Jay,
don't get me triggered about Star Wars.
My chat knows how I feel about Star Wars. I never have been a huge fan. But yeah, they're look, I don't know anything about the Rey movies. Were garbage. I saw them. They were terrible.
I agree.
But it doesn't mean that the next movie might be good. Maybe they hire a better writer, right? I mean, what's good, BTM guest in chat? What's up, Elemental? Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Now they can regulate the same stuff for MSM. Yeah, exactly. Pierce Morgan. These two ass clowns, Gary and fucking Critical, go on Pierce Morgan.
Okay,
do you think?
I want to talk.
Hey, do you think that was a ploy to separate themselves from the Fellowship?
Okay.
Like, let's get away from these guys.
Okay, I do and I don't. I do because, like, in essence, they have to keep that group congruent with them to like enhance that fandom, right?
But Tony is as Tim is as enhancing Fellowship.
Dude, I have many things to say about that. Okay, I think he has been shilling out.
But is he enhancing is he enhancing Gary's, portfolio to the world?
Yes, because I've noticed as not being as loud. promoting. He's not been as loud, dude. Like on Friday Night Tights, like we talked about watching it. Az is the loudest person on Friday Night Tights. It's insufferable. He's just so loud that I can't even I don't like hearing him. He's just freaking insufferable. He's
like that
being loud.
He's that high pitched noise in your eardrum, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he's so loud that listen to me. I'm the most insecure person in the audience. That's what it comes out at. Like psychology, if you break it
So
down.
you think that he's enhancing Gary's his reach? You think Az is?
Not really. I don't know, man. Their dichotomy is really weird if you break it down.
No, so
the dichotomy.
Chat, do you think that fucking comics division is enhancing Gary?
Yeah. No, but their dichotomy. Like if you break down Az and all the other people, I don't think they're that really complex that we're giving them that energy to break down. I really don't. I really don't. What do you think? Maybe I'm wrong.
No. Here's what I think. FNT gets 200 to 275,000 views per stream.
They get a shitload of super chats, though, right?
Okay, that's great. But Gary's getting on his own 600 to 800,000 views on videos.
Yeah, sometimes 1 million.
Yeah. So you tell me, is FNT really helping Gary or not? But here's my problem with Gary too. He's grasped over to the his new show on Sundays with Quarter Black Garrett and what's his name, and they're doing the unsolved history of the planet, that whole griftosphere over there, and that's growing for them. And I think Gary wants to get away from the pop culture
branch away.
Yeah, he wants to get away, but he needs to grow Adam Krigler and Quarter Black Garrett, X-Ray Girl, and himself over there.
I will say something. That's the populace on that is vastly growing. That's why they're moving towards it. People want to know where space and all that stuff's going. I'm not saying it's going to work for right now, but dude, 5 years ago, if you talked about anything space, about anything about aliens, it was like a conspiracy theory. Now it's somewhat normalized. So now the niche market goes towards that. So that's where they're going towards. That's all I'm saying.
I'm gonna agree 100% with. I'm gonna agree 100% with their Australian reviews here. Ever since Gary went to UK and actually met Az, he palmed him off to EJ. I agree because I don't think that relationship is as good as they sell it.
And I look, I think a lot of these you're bringing up, a lot of these relationships are transactional. I really do feel like that way. Like they're just like, oh, I'm your friend for a bit, and then you go on. It's you know what I mean? It doesn't seem genuine.
King Ban,
you know
have you been in my chat before, King Ban? If not, please subscribe because he has a great point. It's funny as hell to me that Gary dumped Doomcock over his rumor videos, and now Gary is switching to his fringe content. Ha ha, clown. Right? Did
Ryan?
No, with the Sunday night show. What's it called, guys? You guys know what it's called. You guys all watched it. But anyway, it's got Quarter Black Garrett and whatever. But every Sunday night, they're going to go on a stream and talk about,
But BTM, this is what I'm bringing up. Do you remember when?
Call me Dave.
Dave.
Yeah.
Do you remember? This is probably 2-3 years ago when Doomcock and
there you go.
Gary had that scuffle. Yeah, remember when they had a scuffle and they all broke up and they were doing that Sunday night show together and then because
Ryan Cannell
Ryan,
about Doomcock. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I was talking about. Yeah, so sorry, sometimes to
Doom,
relax about it, but
no,
yeah.
but Doomcock was the victim, and Gary wanted it to be that way. That's the same thing he'll do to the next person on FNT that's just a little over the edge. And I think Az is really close.
Yeah. And like Ryan was the guy that was kind of on the line. And like rest in peace Carlos Sin, because he's one of my friends that followed Doomcock. But it's just like, man, like that's what scares me about like becoming a bigger YouTuber, right? It's just like you could be best friends with somebody, and then like just because a minor disagreement because of ego, you can't talk about it. That's crazy to me.
That's because people like Gary and Doomcock, this is their livelihood.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? And this will never, ever be my livelihood. I'll never have 100,000 subs or whatever.
Same.
Yeah, I don't ever expect to get that, but I'm having fun doing what I'm doing. And, we've got great people in here. And King Ban says, yes, I've been here before. Love the channel. Hail. Thank you, King Ban. It's awesome. And, my chat is, everybody talks about how much they love their chat, but I read my chat, right? Like a lot of guys only read it when they get, super chats. No, dude. I mean, there's so many funny people in the chat. I have to fucking pull it up because it's hilarious to me because I'm laughing my ass off. Tim is right. Conspiracy UFO stuff is more mainstream. So he sees another opportunity for a grift over there. Absolutely. Or Australian reviews. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not even my point too. It just like it's not even
true,
if I
though.
want to grift on that though. It just like it's just like 2 years ago when we're talking about mainstream topics. It's just like it's fine to talk about like 2 years ago, but like 2 years ago it wasn't. That's the hypocrisy I'm calling out. And this is the same thing BTM that we're calling out now, man. Like it was okay, like we're pointing out stuff of not being consistent, and then the same thing reflective in other things. So I feel like we're all just trying to be consistent when other people are not trying to be consistent. That's kind of my thing, right?
Man Dave, log back in, dude. Come on, dude. Log back in. Old man Dave. Yeah.
By the way, Tim Repa shaved his beard.
And
no one noticed.
your mustache and all that shit.
Yeah, I
like
shaved
that
my
you're
arms
clean
too.
shaven.
Yeah.
But you have long hair.
you.
You have long hair, right?
Yeah, I do. I tie it back, but I'm about to get a cut. I've always been clean cut, but I do have long hair. But yeah, I shaved my beard.
Are you West, East, or Central time?
Eastern time. Eastern time. It's the weekend. I'm off tomorrow, so I can stay up. So I worked a long week.
So Jimmy sent me the $5 earlier, so I'm going to highlight his chat out. In my opinion, Gary has very little talent. He has convinced the YouTube algorithm that he has front page appeal by exploiting people like Doomcock, Quarter Black, FNT, and especially Az. You are probably right. I mean, we're talking about a guy that was in jail for 4 years for drugs, right? And
was he really?
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was a bad dude. He was not a good guy. Now he's using everyone around him to grow his own channel. And that's why he's on, these shows, right? These like Pierce Morgan or whatever. And that's everybody he's hated for years.
So BTM, let me ask you this. Who was the best on Pierce Morgan for you?
Oh, I'm a critical drinker over Gary.
Same.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, because here's what I think. I don't think Critical needs any of these motherfuckers in the Fellowship to be popular, because he was popular before they came around. That's how I feel about it. And I actually think that Critical Drinker is. He can be negative as shit, right? We understand that, but he also will see a good movie and tell you that was really good.
Yeah,
it was a good movie. He'll pick stuff that nobody like. There was a Anthony Hopkins movie that came out at the end of last year, and he raved about it on his channel. Nobody else talked about it, so I'll give him his props for that. And you know, I don't like that he flew over to fucking MegaCon and sat in a booth with Eric to make his, his line look bigger.
Dude, that I don't know if I should say this on air. Oh man. Yeah. No, I have a couple words about that. Not about Eric. It's about just the other people. If I go to MegaCon next year, right? And I don't know,
Are you
man.
going
I
to
don't know if I should.
C2E2 this year?
Yeah, I am, but I'm also going to MegaCon next year. I
But
don't know
I'll
if I
see
should
you
say.
there. I'll be at I'll
Yeah.
be at C2E2.
All right, I'll tell you. I'll tell you when I see you. Then
Just
I'll tell you
fucking
when I see you.
DM me when you're there.
Yeah, and then Phil TMT. Do you know Phil TMT?
No,
He you know him?
I
Okay.
don't.
He'll be there too. Okay. Well, anyways, he'll be there. I'll be there on Saturday. I'll get there probably afternoon. It's a 3-hour drive. I'll leave at like 9
So
a.m. I think.
you're Indiana or Michigan?
Yeah. Indiana.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a 3-hour drive. I went last year.
So you're
But
like
yeah.
Indianapolis-ish?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm in Illinois, so I know where you're at. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like when I go to MegaCon, like when I have to fly somewhere, I'd stay all weekend. But
One
if it's
thing,
like driving,
Tim,
yeah, go
hold
ahead.
on. Chris H., I know you're a detractor of detractors, but I'm a lover, so you can't detract me. I love everybody. Except Eric July. No, go ahead. What were you going to say, bud?
No, I don't hate Eric July. It just like there's some things that
It's his business practices I hate.
Yeah, I mean, you got to look at things subjectively. I mean, if he's going to critique things at like this hyperbolic level, right? I think it's fair if I'm supporting his product as a consumer, I can push feedback back, right? I think that's pretty damn fair.
So Darth is asking a very good question. Darth CPO or Scipio. CPO? Yeah. At BTM Reviews, do you see Neurotic and GNG go their own way? Jeremy Griggs looks like he's ready to move on from FNTs. I 1,000% agree with you, Darth. Jeremy is doing his own thing with the politics, and he's got all the gaming channels. He's got like 10 channels on YouTube. Does FNT help? Yes. But if he left quietly, like, dude, I don't want to be on the show anymore. You know what?
He doesn't need them.
He doesn't need them. Ryan Cannell. I think Ryan legitimately, and this is just my dumb opinion as a guy that watches these guys, Ryan is smarter than 5-minute videos about
Ryan
woke
doesn't need
Hollywood.
them.
He doesn't need. If you've watched him on Star Wars Theory, he makes Star Wars Theory look stupid about Star Wars lore.
He knows
Ryan,
more about Star Wars than Star Wars Theory. I've
he
watched all
knows
those streams.
he knows a lot, and I wish he would focus more on going in that direction, because it was Mahler and Star Wars Theory for like a couple weeks, but Ryan came in there like the first or second week, and after the fourth week of that show, Ryan is a regular because Ryan knows his shit, and Ryan, he could be successful without the FNT crew, I think, as well, Darth. And It wouldn't surprise me. And yeah, you're absolutely right on this one. Mahler and the drinker don't need the FNTs. Yeah, absolutely right. Mahler has a great not little, but a great program along with Rags and Fringy, reviewing shows and movies, and they do a really great job. And I like Mahler because he's just like, whatever, dude, just pay attention to what I'm saying about this movie. But he's not like hateful to everybody. I mean, he did land-based Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, but it deserved it. I mean, it was a bad movie, right? But yeah, they don't. They're European guys. They don't need this Americanized shit. Yeah, you're right, Australian. And it's I think so. But Ryan hasn't come out with his own video like he does every day, 3 to 5 times a day, watching a trailer or watching a video and saying, this is why this sucks. He has not done that yet.
I think, unpopular opinion, I think Ryan, if he could become bigger than Star Wars Theory because his knowledge, he could, but he's under the Geeks and Gamers window.
I think he has a contract with those guys.
Yeah, and also Jeremy, if he went solo again, I think he could blow the F up, like beyond Geeks and Gamers. But he's about building this community, which is good. But I think it's kind of limiting what they're building. I don't necessarily agree with a lot of they say. I think a lot of it's hyperbolic, and I don't agree with a lot because I'm a Star Wars guy myself. And I thought it was a mistake, to be honest, that he brought in Mulder and Ryan. It's like, what are you doing, dude? You were like the guy that were defending all of us. And I didn't even think Ahsoka was all right. And I thought all the stuff there was trash. I hated the sequel trilogy and all that. And it just like, wow, he brought them on. And like, it just like, both these people, we know they hate everything. So we wanted a balance from a Star Wars fan to have some sort of balance, right?
Never gonna happen.
Yeah, but Mahler. But what I appreciate about Mahler, he's very analytical, right? That's the way his mind works. You meet very analytical people, and I appreciate that. And then Ryan knows a lot about the EU. He's read like all those books, but like even I that have done a lot of research about Ahsoka and all that, I'm like, cry. The EU has been eradicated for 9 years because I did my research, right? But Ryan is a very good asset to the channel. He's very smart, intelligent. I love seeing the guy grow.
He's the smartest guy on GNG.
Yeah, and what did you say earlier? He was like military, and like he's from Indiana. He's from where I am.
He was nuclear. So
yeah,
it takes a lot to get into the nuclear program of the U.S. Navy. You have to score high in your testing and all that stuff. And if he walked away tomorrow, he could go get a job at a nuclear plant making probably $200,000 a year because there's nobody with that background.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, he's from northern Indiana. I'm from the central, and like for him to walk away from something because like
by the way, chat, if you're not from America, Indiana's gay. Just so you know.
Yeah, Bobby Knight's from there, by the way, the best basketball coach of all time for college. But like yeah, but like no, Ryan Kennel was he gave up his job because they were limiting his speech, and that's why he quit. He wanted to be able to say anything he wanted. So you got to give that man for a little bit of respect. I know we push back on the
but if it look at Kuroko clips. Disparu grew his platform after getting his head start from the Geeks and Gamers. Yeah, he used to make gaming news videos. Wow. Do you know who Disparu is?
I've heard of him. He's always on the chat. Him and Mahler are like default characters. Like whenever G&G or Friday Night Tots can't get guests, they're on.
So Disparu went from gaming to watching terrible I guess let me look at how many subs he has now, but he went
So he
from
blew up
gaming.
that way?
Oh, dude, his channel is okay. Oh, I don't know how to spell it.
Did you see like what about like Melanie Mack blew up too? She's been on there a lot, and then Chrissy's a normal on there on Friday Night Tights.
So Disparu has 231,000 subs.
Holy crap.
Okay. So let's pull this on the screen for the chat just so they can see what the fuck Disparu's about. And the guy needs to take a shower once in a while because he always looks gross. He always looks like he's got fucking greasy hair. I'm sorry, dude.
Holy crap, dude.
Review. Damsel review. Girl bossing to close to the sun. All right.
Yeah, strong women.
Yeah. So let's go to videos.
Fuck them.
A flop. Girls on the Bus review. Nuke. Worst show this year. I didn't know it was a fucking show. Next video, and he's got 62K of views with 12 hours. All right, 3 days ago, 151,000 views. Dancel review. Girl bossing too close to the sun. Oh my God. And 3 days before that, Dancel review. Nuke. So he did the same thing twice, a Dancel review twice, and he got 400,000 views. And then 9 days ago, Sweet Baby Inc. are destroying stories. I'm proud of it. So he's nothing more except a British version of Jeremy. And this was an hour and 8 minutes. This one right here. And this one was Matrix. Yeah, it's like what the fuck? What's this down here? Disney, Mandalorian, and Grogu will be trash by law. Okay. You see his hair? Look at his hair. It's so gross.
It's emo hair.
It's fucking, I don't have a dad to say, get a fucking haircut hair is what it is. Hey, dude, go wash your hair, son. You fucking scuzzy motherfucker.
Probably 5'7".
Probably. I'm 6'3", so I'd take a shower twice a day at least.
Yeah, I'm 6'1", so we're probably above average. Sorry, we're critiquing smaller people. Darn it.
So Andrew says, how come Arkansas isn't pronounced as Arkansas? So funny story, Andrew. I was in Kansas and I'm driving with a customer in Wichita, Kansas. This was the people that we did the work for. And he says, what do you think about the Arkansas River? And I said, what the fuck are you talking about? He goes, no, that's the Arkansas River. I said, you mean the Arkansas River? He goes, no, it's the Arkansas River. I said, no. It's the Arkansas River. And you know what? That guy never wanted to talk to me again. Really weird, right, Tim? I mean, but I'm from Arkansas. There's no such thing as Arkansas. You goddamn Australians. You know what, Andrew? I should have read that with a super chat. Yeah, and Andrew or Australian review says he needs to brush his teeth. Well, he's a Brit, guys. I mean, they don't know what fucking dental care is.
Yeah,
they
they
think
have horrible teeth. Austin Powers.
Yeah, they think dental care is like dying with teeth left in your head. They don't know what going to the dentist means. And Andrew laughs. Yeah, because Arkansas is a place. The Arkansas River is a made up thing by Kansas idiots. Would you flip
Shut
up?
them off.
Who?
I don't know. The people are talking in the chat. I was joking.
My
We
chat's
love you.
great.
Yeah, we love you.
Yeah, guys. So
Just joking.
We had a lot of great guests on. So I have 70 people here now. That's awesome, Tim. Let's ask the chat. Thumbs up or thumbs down if you like metal music. Thumbs up or thumbs down if you like metal. Come on, guys. Let's go. There's 70 people here. Let's see it. Yeah, Rings of Power. Rings of Power and what's that? Wheels of Time. Thumbs up, Boston Bob. Yes. Thumbs up, Grifter.
Let's go, baby. Yeah, let's thumbs up. Let's go, baby.
Samba. Kansas peaked with the Wizard of Oz. Oh, King Ban says down. Oh, yes. Slipknot is definitely metal. Of course. I love Slipknot. Chris H. So definitely. Oh, Kuroko says, so. The bean pad. God damn it, dude. Up and down.
Fuck
Depends on
off,
the band,
dude.
obviously, right?
He's like, thumbs up, thumbs down. Whatever,
He's
dude.
like, well, what band is it? Like, do I like? I don't like scream fucking metal, guys. I don't like death metal.
Like, well, it's like
No
one of
death
those dudes. Well,
so Tim, what's your favorite metal band?
I don't know.
Thanks, Henry, for a thumbs
I
up.
probably don't know many. I
Thank you, too,
probably
Doug.
don't know any metal bands. Like I like Metallica. That's probably the closest thing I know is hard. Whatever.
How about
Enter
Megadeth?
Sandman, Megadeth. Hold on. I would have to look up the song. Like I don't know. When I go to the gym, I listen to some raw crap, whatever. I get wild now, so I don't know. But Queens is like my favorite band of all time, though. Also, that.
Who?
Queens. Queens is my favorite band of all time.
Queen?
Queens. Queen.
No, Queen.
Yeah, Queen. Yeah.
Freddie Mercury. Yeah.
Yeah, Freddie
It's not
Mercury.
Queen.
I was saying
It's
earlier.
Queen.
Queens. Sorry.
All right. So we have Iron Maiden. We have Mega Dave. Yeah, that's a Dave. Spinal Tap. Nice, Andrew. Metallica till the Black Album. Yeah, they were really
Sandman,
good.
dude.
Yeah, but that's you're a young guy, so you don't know about the other shit that Metallica did.
I know, man. It sucks.
No, it doesn't. Just go listen to them. You're gonna be like,
yeah,
this is really good.
No, I appreciate it. Like, I want to listen. Like, I'll put on my song list in the gym, and I'll be like, yeah, I'll rock it. You know what I mean? So
yeah. I like Avenged Sevenfold a lot. They're kind of
I like them. I like them.
They're really
Which
good.
song?
Oh, dude, Nightmare. There's so many good songs by fucking Avenged Sevenfold, and I also like. There's a Gajora. Holy shit, Chris H, you're hitting my sweet spot here, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah.
But I also like a band called Royal Blood. Check them out. Royal Blood. It's a two-man band. It's a two-man band, and there's no guitar. It's all bass and drums. And you will absolutely believe that Royal Blood is playing guitars. But he's got 26 foot pedals on the stage or in the studio when he's playing these songs. And you're like, holy shit. Faith No More is the greatest band. Andrew Campbell, come on, dude. You are fucking with me now. Faith No More is good, but they're not the greatest ever. How is called the new band that the singer is a blonde? Grifter, what does that mean? How is called the new band that the singer is a blonde? You gotta give me some more info.
Is this
Grifter.
it? Is that it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I like the guitar.
There's no guitar. That's bass. It's all bass and drums.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
I
like that. I don't want to get you copyrighted, but yeah, I like it.
Yeah, check them out. They've got like 3 or 4
Yeah, I'm
albums. They're
gonna
really good.
screenshot it. So hold on.
Uh,
I got it.
Yeah, it's really good. I like Volbeat. You ever heard of them?
I have not. I'm also look them up. So hold on. Volby.
Yeah, check them out and just play a song. Oh, Boston Bob says AC/DC was probably the loudest band I've ever heard. Yeah. I saw the Who guys and that was really good.
You know, tomorrow we're gonna get a lot of hate for criticizing Air July. People are gonna hate us.
No, they're not. No, because you know what? We have a positive stream here. I've got Mad Butter, OM with Al Cisneros is kind of like that. He's a bassist. Yeah. It's man, I hope you're subscribing to the channel because this is all we talk about is stuff we like. Yeah.
Also, I'm gonna send Drunk a message tomorrow.
Broken. I was in Seattle, Washington one night, and what the fuck is a song that I heard on the radio on Sirius XM? I'm gonna pull it up real quick, guys. Because this was the song that turned me on to Volbeat, and it's unbelievable. Let's pull it up real quick. Because I have all their albums on my fucking phone. Let's see. Talk to them. Talk to the chat.
What's up, chat? What's going on? I'll say something controversial. Very little lives matter. Just kidding. Everyone gets triggered by that one. But yeah, I think the Last Jedi is the worst Star Wars film, and then it's Rise of Palpatine.
Here you go.
Here we go.
This is Volbeat. Counting all the assholes in the room. I guess I and you. Oh, liar, you're a cheater, you're a fool. Just like me and you. I couldn't do. And now we're gonna rip. Watch. The assholes in the room. Not alone.
Well, this is rap song.
Here we go. Metallica.
Interesting, man. Oh no.
That is Volbeat. Okay. And their influences are legitimately Johnny Cash, Metallica, and a couple other bands. But when I see Johnny Cash and Metallica as your influence, but I heard that song driving home from a Chinese restaurant in Seattle, Washington one night, and I was like, I was traveling.
Hold on.
I was traveling.
BTM,
and,
are you where are you from? I'm kind of from Washington State area.
I'm so first of all, I'm a military kid, right? So I lived like in Iceland, Alaska. I lived in Australia, all kinds of places growing up. I went to 4 high schools
Okay.
before I graduated. Okay, so a lot of moving. And GNR is fucking great,
Yeah.
Bob.
Maybe this is some stuff we could talk about backstage. Yeah, because sorry
No,
for
but
stopping you, man.
no, we're not stopping. No, dude. It's
No,
fucking
there's like
it's 4:10 in the morning. My chat is just having a good time. Primus is awesome. I love Primus. Especially that fucking South Park theme.
we know they're talking about Kathleen Kennedy, right?
But no, so I went to all these high schools, and then when I got married, the first 10 years we were married, oh dude, fucking Dawkins, holy shit. I'm gonna show you guys on my phone, and this is no bullshit. This is how many fucking albums I have of Dawkins on my phone. And somebody said Mudvayne. I love Mudvayne. I fucking love Mudvayne.
I do too, man.
I hope you'll learn. So, all right, guys, here we go. These are all the songs I have downloaded for Dawkins on my phone. And I just keep playing them all the time. Appetite for Destruction is the best, one of the best albums ever. Yeah. And when you were a Mudbutter, when you were a 18 or 19-year-old kid, and somebody says, "Hey, listen to this record, Welcome to the Jungle." Holy shit. And then you hear Sweet Child of Mine, you hear Mother, Mr. Brownstone, all these songs. You're just like, this is one of the greatest debut albums of all time. GNR's first album, you're just like, what the fuck? Yeah. So this is, Tim, you're here all the time. You see what we're about. We're about shit we love. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Now, Mudbutter, this might be sacrilege to you since you loved Appetite for Destruction so much, but I loved Chinese Democracy. I did. I thought that Axl did so much work to make that album what he wanted it to be. You can't listen to it one time and go, this sucks. After 2 times, you're like, oh shit, this is really good. But oh my God. Darth, your opinion on the greatest singer, Dio, Robert Plant, Rob Halford, Freddie Mercury. Elvis was fantastic, but goddamn, I love Freddie Mercury, dude. If you guys have never heard the album Innuendo by Queen, it's the last album he made before he died. It's fantastic. There's so many good songs on that album that you're like, holy shit, it's just it's fantastic, Darth. I love Freddie Mercury. Dio could
Hey,
sing.
brother, I gotta go to bed, man. I'll
See you,
hit
bud.
you up.
Look, I'm the old man, and all my fucking chat or all my panel is a bunch of lazy bastards.
Hey,
no, it's 5:00. See you, buddy. Have a good night, Tim.
Yeah.
And I'll send you the link next time I'm on. Okay.
Yeah, I want to have you on sometime some point, man. I love talking to you, dude. I would talk to you for like 9,000 years. You're an awesome dude, and love you, man. I love this conversation, but like I got up early, and so
No, it's
thanks
cool,
for
bud.
having me on, man. I love you.
Thank you for coming on, bud. See you, Tim.
Yeah, peace out.
See you, bud.
Yeah.
All right. So that video for Paradise City was crazy. Tripped me out as a kid. Absolutely. I'm your cherry pie. I did not like Warren Andrew. There was a song where they talked about some chick that got murdered in the fucking in the bayou or whatever. I like that. After 2 times, you literally shit. Oh yeah, Freddie had the Shadow Falls is great, Chris. I love hard rock, guys. I love so much of it. It's just what I do. I love it. Yeah. But Freddie was, God damn, he had a voice. Samba Go. I don't know how Axel sings like Mickey Mouse now. Oh, Whitesnake was awesome, Boston Bob. And he always had his wife, laying on the car or whatever in the videos. It was even sexier when you were a fucking 20-year-old. You're like, holy shit, this shit is awesome. So much 80s hard rock that I loved. I loved all the Rat stuff. I loved all the Cinderella stuff. There's so much good stuff. I like to have a few beers and listen to Red Fang every now. I don't know Red Fang. And Andrew, this is how I run my show. I'm going to put down Red Fang because my chat gives me great stuff to listen to or watch or whatever. Yeah. So, Andrew, I believe it. I don't think you're going to have this. You're going to tell me that and not be hard rock. No, Samba. Music today is awful. The last album I truly thought was no. There's some really good stuff out there still. You just have to you have to find it. Scorpions were fucking fantastic, Darth. They were so good, and it's probably like the first metal band I ever heard. I was living in Iceland, and you're 14 years old, and when back in the 80s, you could fucking get a work permit and work on a Navy base. And I remember going to a job one day, and Scorpions is playing through the truck, and oh my God, it was so good. And Skid Row, Skid Row was great. But then like Sebastian kind of got wild a little bit later in his albums. Australia used to have a great pub rock scene. That's all dead now. Hey, Andrew, are you an Airborne fan, or do you just think they're a clone of AC/DC? Because I kind of like Airborne sometimes, but then other times I'm like, yeah, I'd rather go listen to some old AC/DC. Justin the guy. Are you serious? Bruno Mars? Dio or Ozzy? Man. It's kind of a toss-up beam. But man, I just think that Ozzy, for the longevity side of things, have you heard that Ozzy Elton John song where they are together? It's actually pretty good. Yeah, I mean, Andrew, they're really good, but they're kind of clones. I think I don't know, I think they got some talent. I think I had the Ozzy album on my phone here, guys. With Elton John. I don't know if you guys have heard that song. Ordinary Man. Yeah. Straight to Hell all my life. Yeah, here we go. Now this is Ozzy with Elton John. Y'all heard this song? Have y'all heard this song? Yes or no? Just another guy. Yeah, that's what I like too. I don't want to go to a concert like Five Finger Death Punch and go, "What the fuck am I watching?" Because that was garbage. It was terrible. So Samba's heard this song. Cool. Samba, do you like it? Because it's kind of heartfelt. If you're like a little older, it's a pretty good song. Okay, Beam. Here we go. Oh, Judas Priest. Oh, yes. Dude, it's all on my plate. It's all on my phone. All these bands are what I love. I love everything you guys are putting on Sepultura. All these fucking bands that people forget that were so good. Is it not amazing that Ozzy is 70 something years old and he sounds like he did when he made fucking Shout at the Devil? It's unbelievable. Rat, Bob? Yeah, of course. Of course, Rat. Come on, guys. And Cinderella and all those 80s bands were fucking fantastic. Now, just so you know, that's Elton playing the piano behind him. Darth, Randy Rhoads was the shit, and it crushed Ozzy that he died. Chris, I'm telling you, that album's really good. There's some really great songs on that album for Chinese Democracy. Don't fucking. Oh, you don't hear shit? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm done. Just yeah, rock is never gonna die, guys. You just gotta find it. You have to find the shit that's really good out there. Chris, H listened to Better of a Chinese Democracy and Street of Dreams. Actually pretty good. Yeah, they're good songs. I don't know why that's not coming through my mic. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Can you guys hear me now? Thumbs up if you can hear me. Can you hear me? One thumbs up. Let me know you hear me. Yeah, it's true. Samba. Can you guys hear me? Hello, hello. Yes. All right. Can you not hear this? Okay, so anyway, just check out Ozzy with the Hold on. It's the Ordinary Man album from Ozzy Osbourne, and it has some that fucking Post Malone song on it, Take What You Want or whatever, but the rest of the album is pretty good. I don't know why it's not playing through. I guess it's good because they're not going to fucking copyright strike me. But so Samba, who's your favorite singer? JJ Cole was one of my favorites. All right, so let's do something real quick. Since we're here on YouTube, I don't know why it would be struck, because if it's on YouTube, it's got to be okay. So let's see if I can play this. All right, so I'm gonna put it on stream so you guys can hear it. Quiet Riot, fuck yes. All right, so let's present this screen. All right, I'm going to play this for you guys, and you tell me what you think. Motorhead, yes. Boston Head, Bob, of course. Can you guys hear this? You're right, Justin, I'm the guy, but I don't make any money anyway, so who the fuck cares? Let's have some fun.
I was unprepared for fame, then everybody knew my name. No more lonely nights, it's all for you.
Elton John combining on a song, and it's really good. I mean, come on. If you don't like that, as a rock fan and appreciating two great artists, we're in trouble as music fans, because I think it's really good. What do you guys think? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Let me know what you think. Yeah, I always have a good attitude, Boston Bob. Life is too short. Yeah. What do you, thumbs up or thumbs down for that little bit of maybe it will, but you know what? That's a YouTube video. Why would it get taken down if it's on YouTube? Oh, just another guy says it was kind of robotic sound, but maybe, but they're in their 70s. So yeah. So I like it because there's a good story in the song about, just their life, right? They're two old guys and they don't want to be forgotten. Maybe, okay. Maybe I'll just not post this video. What? Yeah. Black Sabbath, Led Zeppelin, and Judas Priest all came out of Birmingham. Awesome. Wow. That's incredible. Man. I love Judas Priest. I love Led Zeppelin. It's not, you're right. Yeah, it's Ozzy and Elton John did not need to team up to make a rock song. And when they did, it was, it's kind of, sappy, but it's enjoyable. And if you hear the whole song, you're going to be like, oh shit, they know they're dying. It's sad. No, Boston Bob, you're right. Ozzy's voice was just, it was so, just so like unique. It was crazy. But that's the same thing I felt with Freddie Mercury, like his voice, and he could hit every note. I mean, that guy was on top of, jeez. Imagine that guy died of AIDS. Damn it. Jesus. Yeah. All right, guys. So I appreciate everybody showing up, and I will probably not make this. I don't know. Maybe they'll get me. Fucking just another guy. God damn it. I'm gonna stop reading your chats because you never super chat, and you're gonna call me gay. God damn it. Wait till you get old and you're like, oh shit, this shit matters. Anyway, this was a 7-hour, 16-minute, and 4-second stream. You guys have been awesome. I definitely need to go to bed, and I didn't drink too much tonight, so I'll be fine tomorrow. Thanks, Andrew. So I'm gonna do this again tomorrow night. I'm gonna do probably like 7 Central US. So if you guys want to join in, I'll be here. I know I'm going against Ethan, but I don't care. You guys are so good to me. I appreciate everybody coming in, and we will talk to you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. We will see you tomorrow. Thank you.